Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Ruled Extinct Monsters. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei Hyoudou was currently sitting in his large enclosure. It was like at the zoo, but much larger, and it was enclosed. He was sitting on a rock, looking around said enclosure with his hands over his eyes. 31. 32. Ready or not, here I come. Issei yelled out, removing the hand from his eyes. He looked around and saw nothing but dense jungle and a metal ceiling. He got up from his rock and began to move into the jungle, looking behind every tree. Unknown to him, 5 pairs of eyes were looking right at him. Reptilian eyes, gold in color. They were slitted and they were looking right at Issei. They began to move through the jungle, silently like a jungle cat, stalking their prey. Issei quickly opened up a thick bush, on his way back to the middle as he was going in a circle. Ha! He cried as if he found them. He then frowned, going back into the middle. It was then several flashes of black, gray, and green came from all sides and he was tackled to the floor. Aya! Issei yelled out, a yelp from the pain of slamming into the rock. When his vision, which went kind of fuzzy after the brutal slam, he looked up and noticed that 5 raptors, the size of 2 chickens, were clinging to him with their mouths around his forearms and his ankles. They were biting down on him and it looked like an attack to kill, but if anyone paid any close attention, there was no blood or anything. It was a play attack. They were also all on his chest and stomach, holding onto his body. Issei squirmed under their attack, but they didn't dislodge from his body. Damn it, get off me you fatties. Issei complained. You guys are getting too heavy. Issei yelled, but none of his complaining removed them either. It was then he felt the ground shake and when he looked behind him, his eyes went wide. No, not you. No, you are definitely too heavy. Behind him was a Trex, about 8 feet tall and 25 feet in length. Its massive bellowing roar came and scared off the raptors. It was then the Trex grabbed Issei by its mouth and lifted him up. Okay, this isn't any better. Your breath stinks. Issei complained, gagging from the smell. The Trex snorted, obviously laughing at Issei, but it also caused more stench to rise up. Issei quickly faked passing out from the smell, only for another massive shaking of the ground to appear. Issei quickly woke up and saw his Spinosaurus come into view. It ran into the Trex and sent the Trex to the ground, only for the Trex to whine from the headbutt, though it stood up. It was then the Spinosaurus, which was 10 feet tall and 32 feet in length, picked up Issei in its massive clawed hands and roared in its face. You stink too. You smell like fish and meat. He smells like rotting meat. Dang it, you both stink. Issei complained, only to be tossed from the Spino into the soft bushes nearby, which became a cushion. Issei groaned and stood up, only for the raptors to surround him again. Hey no! Last time you did this, I slammed into the rock hard. They continued to approach him, obviously not caring for his words. Oh, so you think because there is a bush behind me it's okay? No, it's not okay. Stop it. Issei complained, running away from the raptors which chased him. The Rex was watching from afar, watching the boy run away from the Dinosaurus. The Spino was laying on its belly, watching as well. It was then the doors opened to the massive enclosure and 2 smiling faces appeared. A male and a female. Dear, it's time for dinner. Can't I stay and play some more? Maybe after dinner. They will be here when you get back. Okay, Mom. Issei said, running back into the house. Issei Hyoudou was a boy of 11, who had chocolate brown hair and chocolate eyes. He was the son of 2 devils from the extra demon house of Hyoudou. The Hyoudou family did not directly work with the underworld government, but they didn't exactly cut all ties either. As a member of Hyoudou, they had the power of bombs. Yes, their power was explosions. It was similar to the power of destruction that Baal had, but it was on a wider scale though less powerful of course. They were a very strong house, if only they weren't so small. The only 3 Hyoudous were Issei and his parents, though his mother was not a Hyoudou to begin with of course. The Hyoudou family had a very interesting occupation though. They were scientists. To be more specific, they worked in Tokyo and the underworld as geneticists. In Tokyo, they were unlocking the hidden past of the human body and making stronger white blood cells, so bodies heal faster. In the underworld though, they worked selfishly. Issei Hyoudou was born a healthy baby, but due to not being in a house of the 72 pillars and especially from being an extra demon, he was often picked on and treated unfairly. As is devil culture. So, as loving parents, they turned to their work to help their son. They had secretly brought back extinct animals, known as dinosaurs. Yes, they used their own work to create and bring back to life animals that lived on Earth many years ago. And from a young age, Issei and the dinosaurs spent life together, so they grew up together and they formed a bond. While they were creatures of instinct and very dangerous, the two parents felt confident in leaving their son in the care of the carnivores. Issei was walking into the enclosure of the dinosaurs and walked into the middle. It was then he was pounced on by a fully grown raptor, the alpha of the 4 raptors. Issei yelped in pain as he fell onto the hard ground, his eyes wide as he stared up into the face of the large raptor. He looked down and spotted the 15-inch claw, razor-sharp and ready to spring into action to slice him up. Issei gulped and heard the call of the raptor on him, who yelped out into the air. Suddenly 3 other raptors appeared and they walked towards Issei hunched like they were ready to pounce. Issei finally felt fear enter his veins and his eyes were wide. He opened his mouth to scream and just as he let out his voice to scream for his parents, he was attacked. The 4 raptors quickly attacked his face with their long rough tongues, liking him playfully. He quit his yell immediately and began to thrash under the weight of the alpha and under the attack of the 4 smelly tongues. His parents had quickly ran into the enclosure with stun guns and tranks as they heard their young 11-year-old son scream for help, but were relieved to only see that he was just being liked to death. They were very amazed that in such a short time since Issei has been away, these creatures were already fully grown. It was then loud footsteps and the quake of the earth was felt, and out of the tree line came the T-Rex and Spino from opposite ends of the clearing. They roared at each other as they were already fully grown as well. They quickly ran at each other, jaws snapping as the Spinosaurus was first to strike, clamping down on the back of the Rex, before twisting his head and slamming the Rex onto his side. With this win and act of dominance, the Spino scared off the raptors and picked up Issei before putting him into his large crocodilian mouth, hiding him completely inside his mouth before shaking around and throwing him into the large pool of water that was newly installed. While there was drinking water with small creeks and rivers in the enclosure, the pond was installed for Issei's benefit and for a good bathing relaxing for the dinosaurs. The Rex whimpered and stood up from the fall before shaking his head. He was bleeding a bit on his back, but it was healing up quick due to his parents giving him a very unique gene, though it was apparent in each dinosaur. They gave them a DNA gene of a phoenix, granting them quick healing powers, though it wasn't nearly as powerful as the phoenix itself, but it did act as a substitute for a phoenix tear if given enough time, generally 10 to 30 seconds, the healing begins. The Rex walked around the enclosure before laying down on his side for a nap on a large smooth rock. The Spino moved into the pond area, taking his nap underwater once Issei left. Issei was now stuck with the 5 rambunctious raptors, who were playing hide and seek with Issei, though the raptors won very quickly and were always hard to find. They blended in very well, due to their own genes. Issei's parents were very smart geneticists who gave these dinosaurs even stronger abilities, making them even more potent than they were before. The raptors were all dark brown bodies, with skin like a crocodile without the overabundance of scales. Well, to be more precise, the skin was a normal skin which was just stronger skin than those of a human's. Underneath the skin was fat. It was thick fat meant for insulation for the winter and they were also good in the summer to keep heat out. Underneath the fat was a layer of armor, like a croc's or a gator's skin. This armor was located on their backs and along the spinal cord. The genes provided for these creatures was crocs for the tough armor along their backs. They were given the gene of a black jaguar for their quiet footsteps for hunting their prey. The Rex was a large sandy-colored creature with green eyes. The T-Rex had genes for a sort of armor, but it was given the genes of the horned lizards, the thorny devil. With this, his back was covered in all sorts of spikes and up his spinal cord. The Rex also had a much more poisonous bite than before. Normally, their bites were poisonous with bacteria, but they took a step further. They added the genes of the oleander plant, which is known to be the most toxic plant in the world. It can kill within minutes, though it's mostly dangerous to children and the ill, but adult humans have to survive the first 24 hours and there is no antidote, but there is treatment for it. Must be treated quickly. It attacks the gastrointestinal system, which causes massive stomach cramps among other problems. It also attacks the heart and the central nervous system, causing irregular heartbeat and sometimes comas. The Spinosaurus also got an armor upgrade, but only for his spine. It was the gene of the turtle. The reason the Spino did not get an upgrade to more of his armor was due to the fact that the phoenix gene was stronger in him than the others. He was also given the genes of the gorilla, giving it superb control over his hands and fingers, enabling him to use it extremely well. He was also given the gene of the platypus, so the claws on his hands and feet produce a poison, which was amped up of course. It's not lethal but can be debilitating if left alone. They all shared genes as well. The pit viper for heat vision, allowing them to switch between normal and infrared vision, allowing them to hunt easily. The two larger predators were given the genes of the raptors, giving them heightened intelligence. While the Spinosaurus was obviously the king of the rest of the dinos, there was only one alpha male of the raptors. Spino preferred to hunt alone. They all shared the genes of the birds of prey, raptors. They had increased vision which gave them the vision to see things more clearly and to see farther out. The parents were happy to see their kid run for their live, so they returned to the command center, where they overlooked the computers and monitors which monitored the habitat and the dinosaurs. When they entered, they were both looking at the same computer which was a devil power monitor. They installed it because when Issei was first brought home from the hospital, his devil power surged when he cried which destroyed several windows and glasses. It hadn't spiked from there then onwards and the doctors looked at him and they said they don't know what caused it. His demonic powers were extremely low. Now though, the monitor was showing demonic powers which was rising heavily in the habitat, circling all around Issei. He wasn't forcing his power outwards, but they detected it from within. They had planted a chip inside of him for medical purposes. Is this monitor right? How is this possible? His father asked. I don't know. This can't be right. He's showing signs of a demonic power equaling a super devil, equaling Surzeka's demonic strength. His mother said, what do we do about this? Should we tell Surzex about this? We do meet up with him every week for tea. He has been very interested in what we do for the community ever since he found out about it. I think we should, but I think we shouldn't tell him everything. Just let him know that our son is a strong demon. If word was found out that he was a super devil, his chances in life would diminish for growth. Yes, of course. What time is it? His mother asked. Crap, it's time. We are late for meeting with Surzex. His father screeched. Okay, let's get Issei. I think he should come with us from now on. We were talking about play dates. Fine. Hurry up. We gotta go. His mother quickly left the room and went into the habitat, and a few minutes later Issei arrived. Do I have to go? I don't want to have a playdate. Issei whined. His father rolled his eyes. You need to get out more and make friends. I have friends, Dad. Those dinosaurs cannot be your only friends. You need to have some devil friends. Hey, you are going to meet with the King Devil? You should feel honored. Only a few get to do this. Issei blinked and looked up at him. Really? I get to meet Surzex? His father grinned. That's right. We have met up with Surzekas for the last few years talking about our research. Of course the dinosaurs are a secret, Issei, so make sure that stays so. Issei nodded rapidly. Wow. I get to meet with the king. Okay, let's go. Issei said, eager. Yes, dear. His mother said, chuckling as they transported using the magic circle. After a few minutes, Issei was in another room with two young women, both 12. One was a long-haired redhead named Rias, while the other was a long-haired brunette named Aquino. They were both really pretty and Issei was slightly flushed from being in close proximity with these two girls. The two girls giggled as they dragged Issei off to the main bedroom in the mansion, taking him to go play. The parents of both Issei and the brother of Rias were sitting in the main living room. They were drinking tea with the white-haired female, Grafia, who was the maid. "So, you seem to have something urgent to talk with me about," Surzex commented. Issei's parents nodded. "There is something with our son," his mother said. "Our son is showing signs of being a very strong devil," his father said proudly. "We were monitoring him today and his demonic power had grown significantly. While I'm sure he doesn't know how to use it, his power to blow stuff up will be amazing." "Really? Well, I am glad to hear it," Surzex said with a smile. "So, is your son okay with the playdates with Rias and Aquino? I think my dear sister's friend is quite of a sadistic one." The father chuckled. "He was very eager to meet you and I told him I thought it was good for him to get some friends. So, I think as long as he gets to talk to you Surzex, he is okay with this. Plus, I think he has a crush on those two girls already," his father said with a jealous sigh. His mother slapped him in the chest. "What are you sighing about? You have me, don't you? Or are you saying it's because he has two women?" "I wasn't saying anything, dear. I swear," his father said, rubbing his chest. "Aha," his mother said, not believing him. Surzex laughed a bit. "I'm very glad to see you two are still married after all these years. So, how is the research going?" Upstairs, Rias and Aquino had Issei in a dress with makeup on. He looked very unhappy now, but he was being held down by the two older women. Okay, well, Aquino held him down while Rias applied the makeup. Issei also had his mouth duct taped closed so he couldn't scream for help, though he did make muffled noises. "Doesn't he look so adorable?" Aquino said, smiling evilly. "Very adorable," Rias said. "Cutest boy I know." Issei growled out them and said something like, "I hate you," but they smiled. "Ah, I love you too," the two women said simultaneously. Issei growled out and began to rock in Aquino's arms, trying to escape. The two women laughed and continued their evil assault as Rias began to do his hair. An hour later. "Well, it was great having this talk again, Mr. and Ms. Hyoudou," Surzex said. "I will see you again tomorrow if that's okay. I think we should definitely meet up more often as friends." The two parents nodded. "Absolutely. Our research is going very well, so we can take some more breaks. Thank you for the invite." "Say, it's time to go home," his mother called out. They heard some crashing above before the thumping of man's steps on the stairs. The two parents, Surzex and Grafia, were stunned at the vision before them. Issei was in a dress and makeup, with curls in his brown hair. His eyes were angry. "Don't ask," Issei said, standing next to his parents who were trying to stifle a laugh. They teleported out of the house quickly. When Rias and Aquino came back, all four of them let out laughter, all enjoying the torment of the poor boy. Back home, his father was laughing at Issei, who was not happy at all. "It's not funny. That's not how I see it." "Ah." His father was leaning against the kitchen counter, trying to calm down. It was then his mother, while stifling some laughter, was poking her husband in the side. "Come on, dear." His mother snorted. "It's not funny." Snort. "We should show some respect." Of course," his father said, calming down though he snorted a bit too in laughter. "Well, sorry to say this, Issei, we are going again tomorrow." "No." 3 years have passed since Issei met up with Rias and Aquino. He had gotten to know Kiba and Kaneko very well during their young years. He met Kaneko and she was very emotionless, and only through him, Rias and Aquino, was she able to act out more. In fact, she had developed a crush on the boy, though Issei never knew. Typical, right? Typical boy never realizes that girls like him. So, 3 hot devil babes like Issei and he never gets it, even though Kaneko sits on his lap and the other 2 girls smother him by hanging off of him. He thought they were just being possessive, especially Kaneko. You would like some sort of story that involved Issei and Kaneko? 2 years ago, Issei was playing in the sandbox with Kaneko, who was not as emotionless as before, but wasn't emotional either. She was in a very interesting state of mind where anything would push her back the way she came or forward towards being more normal. The group of 5 were at the park now: Kiba, Kaneko, Rias, Akino, and Issei. They were the only ones there at the park at 2 o'clock in the spring. It wasn't hot or cold, but it was warm with a gentle breeze. The leaves were finally coming back to life and the sakura blossoms were finally in season, showing off the brilliant pink. Absolutely stunning. Issei had gotten over the event where he was forced into a dress, though it took him a month of not trusting the 2 ladies. After about a month, he got more comfortable hanging around the females and began to treat them like one of the guys. He liked the 2 girls a lot, as best friends, though he never forgot his bestest friends back home. Issei, Akino, and Rias were so close, they actually took baths together, all innocent fun. Well, innocent for Issei. Akino and Rias were quite knowledgeable in the more adult ways, but Issei was obviously very innocent. This was to be expected. So Issei did get along with everyone, but the situation with the dinos was different. Back home, Issei did not hang out as much with the dinos, like he would do for 12 hours a day. Since he made new friends, he spent less and less time with them, but they didn't hate him for it. In fact, Issei had begun to sleep with them in the enclosure, snuggling up to the raptors or the spino, sleeping using one of their soft squishy parts, most likely the tails or the stomach. So, he did spend quality time with everyone and his parents were very happy. They weren't concerned when he began to sleep in the enclosure as they knew for a fact that those dinosaurs meant no harm to him and were his bestest friends. They would protect him like a guard dog with much bigger teeth. They were able to leave him home alone as well at his age, just because they knew he wasn't truly alone or defenseless. Back to the park, Issei was becoming a sandcastle. No, not making a sandcastle, being the sandcastle. Well, Kaneko had forced him onto his back and held him down as she piled sand on top of him. Eventually Issei had given up and laid there as Kaneko built a large sandcastle within the sandbox. Yes, they were 12 and playing with the sand. There are old people who do it for fun. Shut up. Anyways, as Issei laid in the warm sun, he had closed his eyes and let out a big smile with a loud happy sigh. Kaneko was quiet as usual, but she was closest to Issei despite the fact Rias saved her. Issei was really the one who got her out of her shell. Issei was just that awesome of a person. Kaneko finished up her sand castle and Issei opened his eyes, staring at the 4-foot beauty of a castle. It's massive. Thanks. Kaneko said very softly. I'm serious. It's awesome. Kaneko nodded and sat there, looking at her feet. Today is the anniversary, isn't it? Kaneko nodded. You don't have to worry. I will always be here to protect you. No one will harm you ever again. I promise. Forever and ever. Kaneko looked over at him and let out a smile. She got up to give him a hug but then remembered he was buried alive. They both let out a small laugh and Kaneko began to dig him out, though Akino had ended up ruining that by using her magic and dumping water all over Issei, flooding him out of the sandbox. Akino had gotten her sadistic streak ever since the dolly incident, and it had increased daily. Issei had began to fear her, but liked her nonetheless. Kiba was still a grumpy-wumpy person, but he was coming out of it as well. Issei did not know too much about what happened, only that he went through something terrible. During his stay with Rias and her family, as they had many sleepovers at the mansion, Issei had received his evil pieces, directly and personally from Surzex and Ajuka Beelzebub. He had kept them with him and hadn't used them even when he got home. He had no idea what to do. Back of the present. Issei was 14 now and was currently playing with the dinos. He had began to make up play dates with the dinosaurs, so he would spend more time with them since he knew he had been neglecting them the past few years. Of course, they loved him to death but they were lonely. Issei had not used his evil pieces to this day, so he was sitting there with all the pieces but the king, which he was now a king. Issei was playing tag with the raptor packs, though what was really going on was they were making him run away from them, which they would use their superior tactics in cornering the devil and tagging him with a play bite. The Spino was off resting upon the large rock that rested in the much larger pond. His tail would lazily swing in the water. The Rex was off doing Rex things, most likely overwatching Issei like a hawk. The Rex was most likely in the forest, overwatching the clearing. While the Spino was the strongest, he wasn't actively protecting Issei, though if anyone screwed with Issei, the Spino wouldn't be happy. The Spino was by far the laziest of the dinosaurs. The Rex was very protective of Issei, but this was actually a known habit that Issei was breaking the Rex of. The raptors were the most playful, due to their size being in more line with Issei's. They were also well-known pranksters as well, always messing with Issei. One time, and the only time Issei was ever in a sleeping bag, they had slowly nudged him together, doing it slowly, and dunked him into the lake. Due to the fact they didn't roll him and he didn't really feel the movement, he was asleep the whole time. Never again did he use a sleeping bag in the enclosure. And at random times, they would scare him with a loud roar and he would never know it was coming. While they were gifted pranksters, he did get along with them very well. He would always train his body with them, which was another reason why he was running away. He was also training in his strength with the two larger dinos, as the two big ones would bring him large rocks which he would lift up to build his upper body strength or his legs. So, his relationships with the dinos was great. As he was running away, a loud bang was heard and the enclosure shook. The Spino woke up from his lazy nap and looked over towards the entrance to the enclosure and looked towards the glass of the viewing box control box. Using the infrared vision, the Spino watched as 4 figures trapped his parents in the cage only for the mother to disappear completely from the infrared. It was then the intercom turned on while the large door began to open. "Run, Issei!" His father yelled out, only to scream as he disappeared in a flash of light as a light spear entered his chest. Issei had seen the death of his father as his eyes were wide. Tears began to flow out as he stood stock still, in shock at what was happening. After a few seconds he quickly ran towards the doors, but the Rex quickly nabbed Issei in his mouth and began to carry him away. "No! Let me go! I have to save them!" The Rex did nothing but carry him towards the back of the enclosure, towards the cave. The Spino entered the pond and began to travel along the deep river, his eyes the only visible thing above water like a croc. The raptors had spread out in the forest, keeping their eyes on the door. 6 fallen angels entered the enclosure. The leader in the middle was the only one flying in the air. He pointed out in every direction. "Find the runt. He cannot be left alive. The research done here must not be completed. Move." The fallen angels all spread out as the leader flew off over the river and above the pond before moving into the back of the forest, towards the cave area which was sealed off now with a large door that looked like a rock. One of the fallen angels, the only female, was flying around in the forest, zipping low along the ground as she held her spear out for light through high thick jungle. She quickly stopped and turned her head as she heard a rustling in the bushes. She moved over to the bush and shoved her spear into it, and it connected with something soft which yelped out. She grinned and opened the bush, only to find a goat. She blinked and furrowed her brows, only to turn around only to let out a scream as she was pounced upon by a flash of brown. The female screamed in pain and death, loud enough for the whole enclosure to hear. After a few seconds of screaming, her voice was cut off by a large claw in her heart. There was then a loud calling by one of the raptors, letting the other dinos know one was down. "All right. The boy is hostile and armed. Watch yourself." The leader yelled out. 3 fallen angels had grouped up together finally, searching through the forest like it was a grid search. They stood only 10 yards apart and searched every inch of the forest as they moved about. There was a blur of brown and the right fallen angel was taken out instantly, not even a chance to scream though he was choking on his own blood. The fallen angel in the middle let out a yell as he noticed the fallen angel on his right was gone, only to turn around as the left one was gone as well. The fallen angel's eyes went wide as he rushed away, flying towards the center of the enclosure, only to come upon a clearing. He gulped. "Sir, I think the boy isn't the one doing this. There is something out here. Something big." The fallen angel yelled out. "What? All right, we are coming," the leader said, and the whooshes was heard. When the leader arrived, the fallen angel was gone. The only thing different was 6 bubbles on the pond were visible and popping when they arrived. When the leader looked into the pond, his eyes went wide as the fallen angel's body floated to the top, ripping into 2 pieces. I'm getting out of here. Burn this place to the ground. The leader roared, flying out quickly towards the entrance. The other fallen angel blinked and quickly chased, but a quick blur from the right and he was screaming as he was having his stomach devoured. The leader never looked back and exited the entire facility. He turned around and opened up a magic circle. 5 seconds later, the entire facility began to burn, with the flames spreading to the enclosure last. The leader quickly flew away, heading back to the fallen angel's realm of the underworld. Issei was taken far away through the cave system, to a portal at the end. When the Rex exited, Issei was greeted with a large clearing that was so similar to the enclosure, it was like the enclosure was a duplicate. Which it was. The Rex placed Issei on the clearing before the raptors appeared very suddenly, obviously having sprinted through. They quickly surrounded Issei before spreading out in all directions around the forest, performing a quick defensive search of the area. About a minute later, the Spino appeared and his tail smashed the portal and destroyed it just as the flames began to come out. The Spino quickly formed a circle with his body and the Rex pushed Issei into the middle of it, before the raptors came and entered the circle, snuggling up with Issei. Issei's eyes were wide and red with tears, and he was just staring emotionlessly into the night. About 5 hours later, in the mansion of the underworld, Rias, Akino, Kiba and Kaneko were watching the evening news like they do every night. However, each and every one of them were staring wide-eyed and devastated as the coverage of the burning of Issei's house and the discovering of the deaths of his parents, due to some ashes left behind. It was also assumed that Issei died in the fire, due to some charred remains in what was the enclosure of the facility. The remains were not identifiable due to the flames, yet his parents were. Very strange. No. Everyone said at once as tears began to flow. The next day followed since the tragic death of his parents. Issei was carried away by the mother Rex, which was oddly one of 2 females of the group. The other female was one of the raptors in the pack, but not the leader. The Spino and the raptors stayed back and killed off most of the fallen angels, all but one who escaped and burned the place to the ground. They were giving Issei enough time to get out safely. Despite the fact they are extinct animals, these animals were given much smarter brains than before. Larger ones too for their cranial size at the cost of reducing how thick the bones of the skull was, but they were reinforced by the genes of other animals so they were just as strong if not stronger than the original skulls. Due to this increased brain power, they all were able to communicate with each other with simple growls and such, making complex plans and such. As such, one of the plans was a contingency plan if Issei was ever put into mortal danger and if his parents were incapacitated. So they had enacted the plan. With the raptor's speed and the fact Spino could operate in water and other locations, not to mention being stronger than the Rex at fighting, even though the Rex still had a much stronger bite force, the Rex was to get Issei to safety at all times, while the Spino and raptors kept the enemies at bay using their superior hunting skills. The raptors would lay traps, trick their opponents or otherwise, while the Spino would just rip things apart. Back in the enclosure, the raptors and Spino worked together as the raptors pushed one of the fallen angels towards the lake, only to be taken under by a massive croc-like creature, ergo the Spino. They had other plans of course which included following up with the contingency plan. Keeping Issei alive. This was especially important as he was still a child and important as he was traumatized. The Dinos missed the older devils, but they were not close to them at all, only to Issei, but that was the plan of the parents after all. So, with Issei not in a condition to fend for himself, the Dinos would do so for him. The raptors did search the surrounding woods for any signs of trouble or dangers, while the Spino and Rex were the defensive ones. Afterwards, the Rex and raptors would go out hunting for meat for Issei, since the Spino was closer to Issei than the Rex. Of course the raptors played with Issei more so he was closer to them, but the Spino was not far behind. The Rex was not a stranger to Issei and Issei made every attempt to play with her, but playing with the larger creatures was not easy since one misstep would end his life or at least maim him. So the Spino would stay on guard duty. The Dinos knew that Issei was going through hard times, so they weren't surprised to see that his routine was sleep, eat, stare blankly into the distance, eat, stare some more, eat, and then sleep. He would spend a lot of time sleeping in the warmth of the large Spinosaurus, But this was okay to them. They would eventually help him along, but he needed time to himself. A week had passed since the death of his parents, and Issei was no longer staring blankly. He was now always deep in thought, and he was left alone by the large reptiles. The reptiles were very happy to see he was no longer in his deep funk, but they were curious about what he was thinking about. Would he leave them to go on his own? Commit suicide? Who knows, but all the bad ideas did run through their head as they worried for their young friend. 2 weeks had passed and Issei was finally out and walking. It was then he turned around and looked at the reptiles who gathered before him. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for protecting me, keeping me alive and safe. Issei said, a small tear exiting his right eye. The alpha raptor was next to him, gently nuzzling his cheek as he chirped to the boy. Issei smiled and patted the other side of the raptor's head as he hugged him tightly to him. I'm all right, but I know my parents would not want me to be like this. My father told me to always be strong. So, I want to get strong in order to protect anyone I care about, including you. I don't always want to have to rely on you, despite the fact I love you guys. I would never think about abandoning you, but I cannot allow myself to be weak like I am now. My parents told me that I had a large abundance of magical power, and when I was a child I scared them. They secretly told me that I rivaled Surzex in terms of magical power. I think it's time that I learned how to harness my power instead of playing games with my friends. A few chirps from the other raptors and a few growls from the larger ones told Issei their thoughts. No, I am not saying that things cannot be like they were, but I cannot just sit here and only play. I must work and train to become stronger. I will never ever not want to play with you guys, and I want to be with you guys forever. Which is why. Issei said slowly, reaching into his pocket and pulling out 8 pawn pieces, a queen and a rook. I want to make you into my peerage, at least the beginning of it. Would you guys have me as your king? The dinos all chirped or growled in response, agreeing to being Issei's servants. They were his friends and would stand by his side. With a tear running down his cheek and a smile, he walked around and began giving out the pieces. He was so happy and cried a bit as he knew he was in good hands. Each of the raptors accepted a pawn piece each. He was going to use 2, but luckily they only took 1. He gave the Spino his queen and the Rex his rook. He would always want the Spino by his side, as he was the greatest protector of them all. The Rex was also a great choice for Rook, as the increase to defense helped him since all he had was his teeth, but then the extra strength on his jaws? Absolutely monstrous. With loud roars, the Rex and Spino roared into the night, scaring off the birds and other creatures in a 3-mile radius. The raptors began to call out to each other, telling the others that they accepted Issei as their pack leader, though the alpha was still a pack leader as well. Unknown to Issei and his crew, those roars were heard all the way back at the mansion, though Rias and Aquino thought they were just animals nearby. They were still bedridden from depression. 6 months later, Issei was sitting on a rock, visualizing on using his magic. He was still on the basics, as he was still quite the puny one. He had amazing potential, but it was not able to be controlled. After an incident in the forest, which left a good half-mile going up the mountain desolate, he knew he needed to control his magic, so he started to work on the basics that he read about in a book. Issei did not know what exactly his power was until the incident, but after it happened he knew that he got lucky. He could have wiped out miles all around him. 2 years have passed and Issei was 16 now. He was now able to use his magic a lot better. He was currently blowing rocks up with well-timed magic attacks, all of his own style, all in rapid succession. His magic is a variation of his parents', a type of explosion but on a different level. While he wasn't using his full potential, he still had some more growth to go before he could control the massive magical energy in his body. A year ago, Issei was done with the visualization basics and began to focus more on the small efforts of using his magic to make tiny explosions. He was blowing apart twigs, not trees, twigs, turning them into nothingness. Complete destruction. He could do so much more, but this was his training. 6 months ago, he gained more control over his magic, blowing apart rocks and trees into pieces or complete disintegration, depending on the size of the target. This was done one at a time, very slowly and carefully. Issei finally turned. A year has passed and he had complete control over his magic, turning him into an ultimate class devil, if magic was the only thing for it. He had a very poor body for a devil. He had quite the baby fat on him still and he didn't really have any muscles, but he wasn't bad to look at either. He was actually quite handsome and with his shirt on, he looked like a normal average teenager. Looking behind him, in a 3-mile radius of the clearing they trained in, the forest was completely flattened. A mile around, there was no trees or rocks. The ground was completely incinerated like the rocks and trees. The other 2 miles was completely flattened into nothing but dust or wood chips. The farther out from the middle, the less damage was caused, as even 5 miles out, trees were bent or crooked, some were missing leaves, some were uprooted, but it wasn't as bad 3 miles from the circle. Anyways, as he was 17 now, he sighed and rubbed his hair. He had learned how to wield his powers and he knew he was finally ready to move back into society. He was going to try and continue his parents' life work, despite having to start from fresh. He promised himself he would complete his task for the world. Issei turned to his friends and smiled. "We are going to move to a town in Japan called Kuro. My parents have a research facility there that should still be there. It would be needing some touch-ups, but that's why we got magic, right? There is a large enclosure there, as I think that is where you guys were born before you were moved here. I think I will expand the enclosure as well and possibly just remodel the place, but let's try and make it homey," Issei said, forming a magic circle under himself before taking only himself into town. He transported himself next to the facility, only to smile. It was still standing, but it was covered in vines and foliage. It was on the outskirts of town in the mountains and forest, so it was a secret and would easily allow him to expand. He entered the facility through the unlocked door, chuckling. His parents had complete faith in the world, so they kept doors and windows unlocked as it was just easier on them to enter or exit. He frowned as he knew that was their downfall too. He clenched his fists as anger flowed through his veins, but he ignored it and sighed, moving through the house towards the laboratory. He entered the large lab and turned on a light switch. Slowly but surely, the large fluorescent lamps in the lab turned on and lit the room up in a glow like it was a hospital. There was egg incubators, a ton of DNA crap and other tools. He had finally traveled to the beginning of his friends. After gently touching up on his beginning, he knew he would have time in the future to reminiscence. For now, he had work to do. He quickly summoned his friends into the enclosure and met up with them, but he told them that he was going to begin life again, so he would end up going back to school, going to high school in this town. He was going to hack into the school mainframe and put himself as a transfer student tonight, but he wouldn't be able to attend school for a few more days since it is a Friday. It may be morning, but it wouldn't take effect for a few days anyway. So for the rest of the day, he would use the computer and review his parents' work before working around the house and getting it cleaned up, which would what he would be doing all weekend besides shopping for clothes. He was going to go to school and get college help before continuing their work. Luckily, all their work was not destroyed as it was backed up to the internet and sent here to this facility. So, Issei was 17 now, going to school in a few days as a second year, all the while planning for his future. He may not know it, but his friends also knew he had plans for revenge as well, plans to find the one who sent those fallen angels after his parents and make them pay, but the dinos were also thirsty for their blood. Soon all of his enemies will be the extinct ones. On Saturday, Issei spent the day preparing for school. He had traveled to the local mall where he got all of his school supplies, which was a backpack, several notebooks, an army of pens and pencils, and a few other items. He also had to pick up the school uniform at the school itself, where he met with a member of the student council, Asaji Genshiro, who was the school treasurer. After a small talk and a thank you, Issei went back home through a magic circle where he sat on a computer all day and night, learning more and more about what his family did for a living. All their secrets and such. He also planned for school more by researching colleges and such for his future. It was finally Saturday night at about 2 in the morning when Issei hit the bed and passed out. He was exhausted by his research and didn't see what the time was until it was too late. Upon falling asleep, Issei's usual nightmare never appeared. What appeared was fire. Hot fire. Issei was sweaty upon waking up surrounded by the flames, and he was panicking as he saw no way out. It was then a deep voice was heard. I have deemed it time we meet, boy. You have finally grown up and moved on from your depression, so I decided to finally make my appearance. While I usually talk to those who are my partners early on, I decided to do a different approach this time and wait until the time was right to appear before you. Who are you? What do you want with me? Issei cried, looking for the source of the voice. It was then a large red western dragon appeared from beyond the flames and towered over the area. Two large paws appeared in the flames and he looked down at the boy. I am the Welsh dragon Drake. I am also known as the Red Dragon Emperor. It is a pleasure to meet you, Issei Hyoudou. The boosted gear in my dream? Well, I suppose this is quite a good let-up from the nightmares, I suppose. Issei laughed out before looking up at the dragon. So, how can I help you? This is not a dream, young one. I am not some sort of illusion. I am your partner and you are mine. Sorry, but I'm not human, so that's not possible. You are a half-human and half-devil. So yes, it is possible. Not possible. I'm a full-blooded devil. Wait, why am I even arguing with a dream? Issei said, face-palming. Drake sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose with a paw. I suppose this is to be expected. They never told you. Well, you will find out soon enough that I am real. I'm sure. Issei laughed as the fire and dragon disappeared into the black before Issei began to have his nightmare again, reliving the death of his parents, though it kept rewinding to the beginning, emphasizing on the fact he never did a thing and let them die. About 6 hours later of the bad dreams, Issei woke up in a sweat but grabbed the towel next to his bed and wiped his brow. He rubbed his temple before sighing, sitting up at the edge of his bed as he looked at his hands, breathing a bit harder than a normal person would. These dreams, are you trying to repent for not doing anything for your parents? What could you have done, kid? You had no fighting experience. Plus, they were so quick that by the time you ran to get to your parents, they would be dead. And sure, your peerage could have killed them like they did back then, but what is going to stop them from killing you first, as it was their mission? You were a little child. Don't be so hard on yourself, plus you can still avenge them, said a voice in Issei's head. Issei's eyes went wide and he quickly looked around the room, seeing if anyone else was in his house. No, child. As I said in your dream, I am no dream. I am real and we are partners. How is this possible? I'm a full-blooded devil. Your parents lied to you, obviously to protect you. My guess is, because you were looked down upon by a lot of devil families for being mixed blood, they wanted to tell you it was because you were from an extra demon family. Your family is actually very popular in the devil world for your family's research projects, but the reason that you were picked on was because you are half-human. I don't know who was the human, but one of your parents was a human, or at least was a human when conceiving you. Issei looked at the wall and shook his head. I can't believe it. He said out loud. My parents lied to me. To protect you. I know, and it would have made me feel better. Now I'm not so happy with the devil world, seeing how they treat people. Issei said, shaking his head in disappointment. So, I'm half-human, huh? As I said before, you are a half-human, half-devil. A mixed breed. Drake said before, laughing heartily. What's so funny? Your existence is a joke. As a devil, your power is already on par with a god. Well, if you went all out. Your normal power, you are on par with ultimate-class devils. Then you are a human, and you are possessed by one of the Longinus, the boosted gear. You are by far the strongest Red Dragon Emperor the world has ever seen, and you will be the best there ever will be. A joke, huh? I don't mean it badly, but the fact that you are so unbelievably powerful, this world is yours for the taking. I have no interest in world domination. You also have the power to change the world. That is what I would like to do, change the world. Make it better. I have no right to change it to my image. I am not a tyrant, but I can nudge it along. Indeed. You do understand what your future will hold, right? Battling with the White Dragon Emperor? Sounds fun, actually. Issei said with a grin. You enjoy fighting? I enjoy fighting very much so. Especially between rivals. I see. Well, I can't say that I don't enjoy fighting. I am a dragon after all. I know. Perhaps it was you and the sacred gear who got me to be a fighter, but it might also be because I grew up with creatures known for bloodshed. I'd say both would be at fault. You were raised by ancient reptiles that were extinct millions of years ago. I will say that I am very impressed with what your parents did. They treated you very well. Thanks. I loved my parents. They were great to me. They never pushed me to become the head of the household either. They wanted me to have fun. I don't know what kind of future they wanted me to have though. They would have wanted you to shape your own future, not be preset into joining the family as a researcher. They enjoyed their work, but I doubt you would. You need to find a future for yourself. You know, for a dragon you are quite wise. Funny, you little brat. Dragons are known to be wise as they are violent. Is that so? I thought they were quite dumb actually, considering they act all primitive. xDoug chuckled at the boy. You are lucky I know you are messing with me. What could you have done if I wasn't? You're stuck with me. I could never speak to you again. And that's a bad thing? Issei said with a grin. Funny. I try. Issei said as he finished getting dressed. He looked himself in the mirror and sighed, rubbing his head. What is my next step? Continue with what you planned. Learning that you are the Red Dragon Emperor should change nothing. Do what you want to do. I think it might be best if I hide the aura of my dragon. Unless you actually use the sacred gear, no one would actually know you are the Red Dragon Emperor. Well, that helps. So a sacred gear, with my knowledge of them, I know that subspecies have came forth and changes that never happened before has occurred. I wonder if I can make different things happen with my sacred gear and evolve. I have had other users who have evolved as you put it. They used their own powers and enhanced it with a dragon. I had one user who was a master summoner, and would transfer the power of my Red Dragon Emperor to his creations and make uber monsters. He was actually one of the strongest I've had. However, he was killed in his sleep by an ex-lover. Well, I think it would be fun to work on my sacred gear and become even more powerful. I look forward to it. Alright. Well, I think I will look into my family's history for a while, find out which one of my parents was human, maybe they put it on the computer. It's possible. Good luck, kid. I will be here if you need me. Not a talker? My users have never really wanted to talk to me. That's boring. I'd rather have someone to talk to as well. We could learn from each other. xDoug chuckled. You are definitely the brightest of any of my users. Thank you. So, what do you want to do today? Perhaps I can help. How about you teach me more about sacred gears and such, and how to use what I have? I would be glad to. For 2 hours, Issei and xDoug talked about sacred gears and what you could do with them. Issei didn't get any knowledge about them, so he had a limited knowledge. He did know that they reacted to feelings and they could change and gain abilities, though it was rare they did so. Only those strong enough or bright enough were able to gain new abilities or change their sacred gear altogether. For 10 hours after that, Issei summoned his sacred gear in the basement. He had enhanced the entire area with magic spells which allowed him to train at will without worry of damaging anything. So he trained for 10 hours, learning how to use his sacred gear properly, though he knew he could improve and get better, but that would come with time. Now it was sleepy time. It was Monday morning and Issei was already at school at 7:30, though school didn't start for another half hour. He arrived early and got in his classes, so he was sitting in a seat. He had claimed this seat as his and it will always be his. Class started and went smoothly. Issei was introduced by the teacher. Issei introduced himself further and a lot of the females in the class began to fawn over him for his looks and personality. Lunch arrived and it was well received by Issei. If there was one thing all men like, it's food. Everyone needs foods to eat, but no, men love to eat. Anyways, Issei ate his lunch surrounded by the females of his class and he talked to them with smiles. He was a very sweet boy obviously, so the girls just loved him. He had heard he was the second school prince, which was kind of a weird thing. For him, OTB called that. Who was the king of the school? The queen? Plus, what did it mean? He thought about that for a minute or two, but Issei paid no mind to it and left his table to put his tray back. He had said goodbye to the group of females at his table as he was going to return to class, despite the groans from the females. They wanted to spend more time with him. It was now time for people to return to class as they had a 10-minute break between classes, but also one right after the second lunch party. As Issei was making his way through the halls, he spotted something. A white-haired female. Issei's eyes went wide and he quickly made his way through the crowd and tapped on the shoulder of a nearby female. Who is that white-haired girl? That would be Kaneko Tuju. She is very reserved though and doesn't talk much to others. The men in the school say she's the school mascot. Thank you very much, Issei said with a big smile. His smile was from ear to ear. He had found one of the girls from his past. He quickly made his way through the hall, catching up to the female. He quickly wrapped his arms around Kaneko and began to open his mouth when he found an elbow in his gut, a foot in his shin and backhand to the nose, sending him flying back into a locker. Issei was now bleeding from his nose and his shin hurt like hell. Issei was now wheezing as the air had left his lungs from the elbow. His vision swirled for a moment. He didn't have the aura on from his powers, so he felt the full power of Kaneko, who used a lot of strength. Obviously not enough to kill a human, but it would still hurt a lot. Everyone stood stunned as the second school prince had hugged the mascot from behind and was sent flying. No one had any idea how to react to this situation, so they just watched onward. This all happened in the middle of a hallway. Kaneko turned around and her eyes widened visibly as she saw the person on the ground. She then heard the whispers about how the mascot had violently rejected affection from the school prince. She quickly moved towards Issei and tears began to build up in her eyes. She had hurt him. Issei Hyoudou, the boy who returned. Issei smiled a bit at seeing Kaneko rush to his side, but his smile disappeared when he saw her beginning to tear up. Despite the lack of air in his lungs, Issei sat up and wiped away her eyes before giving her a gentle smile. He shook his head at her, telling her no tears. Kaneko nodded and quickly hugged Issei around his neck, in which he responded with another hug. This brought upon ahs and ohs from the crowd, but they ignored it. Kaneko released her grasp of Issei before pulling him up to his feet quickly and dragging him off. She was aiming to take him somewhere quiet and private, but the warning bell rang and Kaneko stopped. She turned around and looked up at Issei, who had grown quite a lot since she last saw him. Meet me at the bulletin board at the front of the school after school, Kaneko demanded, walking away albeit reluctantly. Issei rubbed his head a bit, not really sure what just happened. He didn't exactly expect this kind of warm welcome from a friend from long ago, but he shrugged. He decided to ignore it as it was just a bad timing kind of thing. He smiled and went back to class. At the end of the day, Issei was leaning against the bulletin board of the school when Kaneko appeared at his side without him noticing. With a visible jump in surprise, Issei quickly recovered. Kaneko grabbed his hand and dragged him off again, taking him towards the old school building, which Issei thought was like a storage building. He was released at the front doors and she looked up at him. Come with me in a few minutes. I can't come now? No, Kaneko said bluntly. Oh, all right, Issei said, confused a bit, scratching his head. 5 minutes sharp, Kaneko said, walking back into the building. Issei looked extremely confused and tried to understand the girl. He never really understood Kaneko sometimes, though it was because she was different than the others. He liked her nonetheless, but it was still difficult sometimes to understand the white-haired devil. Issei sighed and opened the front door at 5 minutes. Already finding out he was going to be late as he had to find the room Kaneko was in. After another 3 minutes of searching the large building, Issei came upon a set of large double doors. As he was about to open the door, he heard voices. Come now, my dear. Riser has come all this way just to greet his fiancée. There is no need to be so feisty. I will say it once again, Riser, I have no interest in marrying you, Rias said. Issei's eyes went wide as he recognized her voice. It was Rias, his long-lost friend Rias. He was going to get back together with the gang. Issei was giddy and was very happy inside. He was going to reunite with his old friends. He quickly pinched himself harshly, in which he said out very quietly and rubbed his arm. Not a dream. He was getting very excited now as he thought about when he entered the room, he would get the bestest welcome back ever. Issei was looking like a child with $20 at a candy shop. Riser did not come all this way just to hear no. You don't get a choice, Rias. Your father, brother and your entire clan has set this marriage up for the good of the devils. You can be difficult all you want, but you will be coming onto that altar with me. Got it? Riser said, sounding very arrogant as usual. Issei blinked and looked at the door, not very happy with what he had heard. Rias, being forced into a marriage she doesn't want? What kind of world does that sort of thing? He clenched his fists angrily at the thought of Rias with a guy she hated, especially one that would not be very nice to her. Issei heard a slight struggle. Riser had obviously grabbed onto Rias, most likely her arm, and she was struggling to pull away. I think it's time you face the facts. You are marrying me and there is nothing you can do to stop it. Riser said. Actually, Issei said loudly, opening the door and stepping through it, glaring at the man holding onto his friend roughly. There will be no marriage. Issei? Rias and Aquino exclaimed, both of them staring at their long-lost friend with wide eyes. Rias yanked herself from Riser's grasp and rushed with Aquino over to Issei. Issei quickly dodged the affectionate hugs, not deeming it an appropriate time. He walked over towards Riser, crossing his arms. Who the F are you? Riser asked. How dare you get in my way? How dare I? Laughed a bit. No, how dare you? I will not allow some arrogant prick to marry one of my friends. If she is going to marry anyone, it's going to be someone like me, who will treat her nicely and with respect. You would do neither. You are only interested in the political power you would receive from such a union. Issei spat. You think you are owed her, don't you? How pathetic. If you ever lay your hands on Rias again, I will personally put you in your place. Got that? Who the F, do you think you are talking to Riser like that? I will burn you into dust, you insolent little sheet. Riser said as fire began to cover his body. A sudden flash of white light and Graphia appeared. There will be no fighting in the human world. Do I make myself clear? Riser quickly felt fear enter his veins and quickly doused his flame. Of course. Issei looked over at Graphia and smirked. Graphia turned to Issei and bowed. It is good to see you are not dead after all, but I'm not here to greet you. I am here with a proposal from my master. If Rias refuses to go along with what was decided, then Riser must be defeated in a raiding game. I accept the terms. Issei said quickly, staring at Riser. Riser laughed. It's supposed to be a raiding game between Rias and I. You are not involved, little boy. Sounds like someone is a bit afraid of losing and you call yourself a man? What was that? I challenged you to a raiding game. You think you are manly by trying to fight against someone who obviously has never done one? You are pathetic, Riser Phoenix. What? How dare you? You keep on saying that, but it never fails to amuse me. So, are you going to accept the challenge or not? Riser accepts, but if you lose, Rias will belong to me and you must stay out of it. Fine. Issei said, looking at Riser. I accept. Graphia nodded. The raiding game will be next Saturday, as this week is a school week. Fine, both of the men said. Graphia disappeared into a magic circle. Riser began to disappear into his own but smirked. You will die on that battlefield, boy. All deaths in raiding games are accidents. Ha! Riser laughed out loud before disappearing. Issei sighed and slicked back his hair before turning towards the females. He gave them a small grin. Rias was looking at Issei with disbelief and many other emotions running over her face. Aquino was as well, while Kaneko was sitting on her couch, looking at him with a few other emotions. Kiba was sitting next to Kaneko, looking at Issei with happiness on his face. Hi! The girls began to surround Issei now, well, more like Aquino and Rias. They looked at him with worry, concern, happiness, and shock. They began to hammer him with questions. Where have you been? Are you okay? What happened? Are you okay? Did you miss us? How did you find us? Why did you come back just now? Are you okay? I missed you. Where have you been? Issei's eyes went wide as his fists began to clench as he backed up into a wall, as he was beginning to get overwhelmed with the constant questions from the two girls and Kiba, who decided to jump in as well. He began to look like a deer caught in the headlights and his mind was swirling. Are you okay? I missed you. Where have you been? What happened? Are you okay? How did you find us? Are you okay? Where have you been? Are you okay? Say something, Issei. Where have you been? Issei, talk to me. I missed you. Why did you come back just now? Where have you been? Are you okay? I missed you. After being hammered for a good 3 minutes with questions from the over-eager girls, Issei quickly teleported himself out of the room, teleporting himself back to his house, appearing in the laboratory. Just as he appeared, he quickly sat himself down in the large rolling recliner that was completely cushioned leather. Once he sat down, the green gem from his boosted gear appeared on his right arm. That was completely cowardly, you know that, right? I know. Kid, you just saw your friends after so long, and you ran away. I know. So, what's the plan for dealing with this? I don't know. Focus on the rating game that I got myself put into? Speaking of that, what were you thinking? I didn't want her to marry someone like him. You would rather her marry you, eh? I never said that. Drake chuckled. Come now, you would rather her marry someone like you, right? Of course. I'm not like that a-hole. She doesn't even like him. She at least likes me. Oh, what makes you think she likes you like that? You know what I meant, Drake. Damn it, you are an a-hole too. Good, now we are finally getting to know each other. I'm an a-hole and you're a coward. I know I am, but I didn't know what else to do. They just kept hammering me with questions and I panicked. Okay. I know I'm despicable. Well, don't worry about it now, kid. You can make it up to them by beating the Phoenix in a rating game, which again, do you have any idea what the hell you are going to do? Use my peerage? And if they fail? The Phoenix can keep regenerating, which is where your Dino friends got their regeneration from. I didn't get that far. Use my magic? Didn't you want to keep that hidden from the public for a while? Yes, and the fact I am the Red Dragon Emperor too. Then what is the plan? Use my magic still, just refrain from using that. Well, I suppose it could work. Just keep hammering at him and he will fall eventually, just avoid getting burnt to a crisp. You do understand you will be held back because you don't have a decent body, right? Even my powers would be mostly useless to you until you got some strength. I know. That's what. I'm going to be skipping school this week and work on something. You are not going to get a body sufficient enough in time for this rating game. Au contraire, my dear friend. Drake narrowed his eyes in the boosted gear and Issei knew he was doing it too. I wonder what you have cooked up, boy. I eagerly await. Back in the ORC clubroom, Rias and Aquino were taken aback when Issei suddenly disappeared. Did he just walk out on me? Rias asked incredulously. He just walked out on me, he left me again. Aquino said, her eyes becoming slightly hollow. Only because you guys are idiots. Kaneko said from the couch, sipping some tea. What? Rias turned and looked at her rook. You guys pressured the guy into a corner and you expected him to what? Answer all those questions while he couldn't even speak? He caved and had to leave because it was too much for him. Not a lot of people could handle that kind of pressure. He just got back in town and he is already scared of you girls once again. Scared of us? Why would he ever be scared of us? Aquino asked. Do I really need to bring up the makeup incident that happened multiple times back in the underworld? The two girls blushed and Kiba chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I guess we did kind of screw up the reunion. Kiba said. I did nothing of the sort. Don't lump me in the same group as you three. So, I guess we see him tomorrow. Rias said. If he shows up. Kiba replied. I won't be surprised if he skips school this week. He already has to do battle with Riser and he doesn't need the pressure from you guys on top of that. Speaking of the bird, does he stand a chance? Kaneko asked. I don't know. Rias said, her face getting a bit worried, even frightened. Aquino smiled softly. I'm sure Issei can win. We have to believe in our childhood Vic friend. Aquino said, smirking at her purposeful slip-up. Kaneko rolled her eyes. Oh, what wonders await his return. She said much more dryly than usual. Back in the lab, Issei was on the large supercomputer and was looking up the gene's DNA within the laboratory stores. He was pulling data from the animals and plant life, putting what he wanted into a separate folder. After an hour of separating data, he was in the folder now, searching through the data banks. You couldn't be doing what I think you are doing. Issei grinned and made a new folder, moving the must-have data into the folder. This included the data on the dung beetle, the hummingbird, the golden eagle, the great gray owl, the African elephant, the norovirus stand though now safe, cyanide which was made safe by his parents, and a bunch of different smaller chemicals. Issei smiled and began to bring up the program that would bring to fruition his plans. The dinosaurs, though it was only the raptors, were currently outside the house in the forest, capturing a bunch of rabbits from the forest and bringing them back to the house and dropping them into a large cage before picking up some more for Issei. The two larger creatures were simply resting either on a rock or somewhere in the forest. As the program was working, Issei went to bed. He had food in the cage for the rabbits, a bunch of lettuce and carrots. There was also plenty of room for moving around for the 40 rabbits that were needed for the project. As Issei laid in bed, he looked up at the dark ceiling and thought about what the future would hold for him now that he returned to the land of the devils and returned to his friends, albeit he was hiding from them now. What future awaited him? Would he be happy? Would he get a girlfriend? Wife? Children? Would he become super important in the world? Who knows, but he hoped he would make it somewhere. So, you are really going to go through with this crazy plan? There is nothing crazy about it. I'm a scientist. We always do these things. You are a kid who found your parents' chemistry set? Shut up. Hey, I look forward to the results of this, my friend. I am excited to see what happens. Either way, I back you up even though I think you are crazy. Thanks, Drake. Don't worry though. I do plan on eventually bringing you into the spotlight, but I want to wait for the right moment, a big show. Hey, no worries. It would be nice if it was to show off to the white one, you suddenly appearing as a red dragon emperor and no one had any idea. That would be great. That actually sounds like a good plan to me if it came around. Alright, good night, kid. Tomorrow, we begin to try out this crazy plan. The next morning came and Issei quickly took a shower, got dressed and ate a quick breakfast before rushing into the lab, checking the computer. Issei smiled at the results and told the computer to begin his plan. With loud whirs throughout the laboratory, Issei brought in 10 rabbits, placing them in smaller cages though big enough to move around in comfortably. Issei placed a needle into his arm and began to draw blood from himself, filling up a large plastic bag with 8 cups of blood. When the bag was filled, Issei stood up only to fall against the table as his body went woozy. He quickly pulled himself into a chair before he passed out from giving up too much blood. 5 hours later, he awoke and smiled. The bag of blood was placed within many beakers and the computer was already injecting the beakers of blood with different liquids and he eagerly awaited to see the results. He watched half of them completely fail as the blood either solidified, the blood exploded violently, or the blood turned black. Computer, with the rest of the blood, find which ones are still usable. Issei ordered. The computer whirred and began to place needles into the beakers, skin blood up from the ones that looked good from the naked eye. Issei looked at the computer screen and nodded. Out of the 200 beakers, only 10 remained. Isolate the compounds that were placed in those beakers. It's time for some live tests. Issei said and watched the computer quickly whir around. He turned his head to the right as the 4 raptors appeared in the lab and began to walk around, curious to what Issei was doing. Hey guys. I know it's been a while since I've played with you, but I ran into my old friends, you know the girls? I got myself into a bind. Let me begin the live tests and I will talk to all of you, okay? The raptors chirped in response and returned through the door and went back to the large open field. Issei sighed and turned, watching the rabbits get injected one by one with different chemicals. Issei nodded to himself and went into the large field. Issei entered the large clearing and waited for everyone to surround him. It took about 5 minutes, but everyone was here. The Rex was sitting on a large rock formation, which was about 10 feet high. The Spino was laying on a rock that was in the large lake while the raptors were laying in various locations in the area. I know it's been a while since I've played with you guys, But I just met up with Rias, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko. You know those friends I told you about? The raptors chirped and Issei glared at them. Oi, we don't speak of what they did to me. That wasn't funny. A chirp later and Issei growled. Okay, back to my situation. Rias was in a bind. She was being forced to marry somebody she didn't want to. It was akin to RP. I stepped in and now I have to fight for her to get out of this marriage, and I mean, fight a battle. I need all of you at my side in order to win. I am confident that with just you guys we can win, but I need to get stronger too, which is what I am doing in the lab. Please forgive me for now playing with you. The Spino let out a small growl and Rex replied with his own, and Issei looked at the raptors who chirped with their own response, which was quite rude. Issei smiled happily. Thank you. Yes, I know I should have known you guys would be by my side, but still. I had to ask. Well, once we finish with this battle, I think we can start playing more. Maybe my friends could finally get to meet you. How does that sound? With chirps and growls in response, Issei's happiness went through the roof and Issei quickly went back to the lab, ready to finish up for Saturday. Friday came along and Issei was currently walking through the town of Ku, heading towards a small cafe that he heard had great drinks and sweets. For over 4 days, he worked day in and day out, working on his experiments, trying to perfect the formula. While he was unable to do so, as he had limited amount of time, the formula was good enough for the time being. He figured out Thursday night that the DNA he has chosen for the first batch of formula was not good enough for perfection. He knew he could have improved, but he didn't think about it until too late. So, Thursday night, he spent the night with the dinos. As usual, he didn't sleep in a bed but slept in the enclosure with his reptilian brethren. He always did this. He also played with them Thursday night as he decided he was going nowhere with the formula perfection and needed to relax. Issei entered the cafe and took a seat at a corner booth, looking at the menu. He had decided to spend the day relaxing, going to the cafe for drinks and food, while either going to the arcade or going to watch a movie. He didn't have too much planned out for a relaxing day, but he was going to do his best before tomorrow's raiding game. As Issei was looking at the menu, he heard a voice that he didn't really want to hear today. Riser is surprised to see you still looking so frail. Riser would have thought you would have gotten at least some stronger for the raiding game. Issei looked down at his menu and looked at the trio before him. There was Riser, a blonde-haired girl that was his sister obviously as they looked quite alike, and then there was a tall girl. She had short like brown hair and gray eyes. Her hair had red highlights, just 3 little stripes running downward. She had a white mask that covered the right side of her face. She wore a black jacket that had wide shoulders and a wide collar. The jacket was slightly open and Issei could see that she had rather large B and it was giving off quite a bit of cleavage. It was also cut at her midriff. She had matching jeans that had a section cut off on the thigh revealing her creamy thighs and a nice butt. On both jacket and jeans, she had 3 leather straps on both arms, on her calves, below the ankles and 2 extra straps to keep the jeans on the right leg in place. She had black boots and fighting gloves. Funny, I could say the same thing to you. Issei said without missing a beat. Riser growled at Issei for his tongue. So, what do you want, Riser? Riser was merely just escorting his sister to this cafe she wanted to try out. Riser has no interest in meeting you. The feeling is mutual. Now, you can take a seat at my table and order something or go away. Issei said, directing this to the sister and the other girl. With a snobby attitude that was so easily detected, the sister, who was maybe a year or 2 younger than Issei, took a seat opposite of Issei while the other girl sat next to her. Riser raised a brow at the two and looked at Issei. Don't you dare hurt my little sister, boy, or Riser will have to kill you. I have no interest in hurting your sister, Riser. I just have an interest in beating you in the raiding game. Issei said calmly, not angrily. He was keeping calm and collected. Whatever, boy. Riser said, walking away. Issei returned to his menu for only a few seconds before someone decided to talk to him. So what kind of lunatic would willingly ask for a raiding game against a phoenix? Surely you know of our accomplishments. Issei put down the menu and looked to his right as the waitress appeared. Need a few more minutes? She asked. Issei smiled sweetly. Yes, please. Thanks. The waitress walked away with a smile and Issei turned to the sister. The name is Issei Hyoudou. That's the lunatic that you so kindly pointed out that is going to go against your brother. Hyoudou? The other girl asked. I thought the family line was dead. Issei put on a somber face, not happy that the subject was brought up. I'm the only survivor of my family. While I'm supposed to be dead, I survived. My parents died before my eyes and I went into hiding. I am very sorry for your loss. Forgive me for prying. It's quite all right. Sob story aside, you do realize you are outmatched, right? The sister asked. She was very rude and was such a snob. Rudeness aside, you do realize looks aren't everything, right? Tisit, looks show quite a lot and you look weak. I see. Well, my main strength lies within my servants and you are all going to fight out firsthand what my servants can do. You will see that they are monsters. Monsters? What a joke. The girl scoffed. Please forgive my master sister. She has hung around him quite a lot and gained his arrogance. The other girl said. Ravel was a short girl with long blonde hair tied up into two drill twin tails. She had pretty blue eyes. She was wearing a pretty pink dress with a red bow tie. It's all right, I wouldn't have allowed her to sit here if I couldn't take it. Issei said. Before we talk anymore, please pick something to order. It's quite rude to our waitress to keep her waiting. Issei said with a smile. 5 minutes later, their orders were taken and Issei looked at the two of them. So, you know my name. Can I have the honors to know yours? He asked the both of them. He was brought up to be polite and courteous, especially to females. While he was known to be hot-headed at times, it was mainly during stressful times and battle. He was one to think on his feet a lot as well, but wasn't great at leading a group. He knew he would need to improve. I am Isabella. I am a rook. The girl said. Issei bowed his head to her politely. My name is Ravel Phoenix. You can kiss my feet if you wish. It's nice to meet both of you, said with a smile. So, why are you going against my brother anyway? Ravel asked curiously. She lost a lot of her attitude for the question. Well, I have no interest in hurting your brother, to be honest. The reason I threw myself into this raiding game was because he was trying to marry one of my friends. Rias Gremery. You may not know this, but Rias and I are childhood friends. We played together, bathed together, slept together, and we were pretty inseparable until that fated night. But Rias has no interest in marrying Riser. She doesn't like him like that, and that upsets me that Riser is trying to push something on my friend. She needs to get with the program and understand that this is for the good of the devil world. Good of the devil world? Issei asked. Have you been hiding under a rock? I know you are a commoner, but still. Issei sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose, a bit annoyed. Isabella decided to speak up. In the last war, we lost all our devil kings and all but 3 of the 72 pillars. Now I understand. We are running out of pure bloods. Issei said, sighing. Yes, the marriage is important for all devils, so this is why this marriage must go on. While I feel for the plight of the devils as a man, I cannot allow my friend to suffer through something like this, and this means I'm going to have to beat you guys in a raiding game and I will not lose. I will be bringing my all to this game and you will see that what you see before you will only be a phantom tomorrow. You are confident in your abilities. I am impressed that a commoner could be such in face of our nobility and power. Little girl, I am not a commoner. While I may not be nobility like you or Rias, my family had quite an influence on the devil world. We were on the level of Ajuka in terms of our research and may have even surpassed him. Even Surzex recognized my parents' work and they were great friends with the Devil King. So no, I am not a commoner and I would appreciate if you would stop calling me that. You are beginning to really aggravate me, Issei said, warning her with stern eyes. Ravel was taken aback by his tone and was slightly blushing. No one has ever talked to her that way, not even her parents. Someone just stood up to her and she liked it. She shook her head from the thoughts that began to invade her mind and just humphed, looking away. Issei finished up his cake and his tea before standing up and paying the money on the table with a tip. He also paid for the other 2 at his table. Isabella saw this and smiled at Issei, who smiled back. Would you guys like to accompany me today? I plan on watching a movie or two, or attending an arcade before I prepare for tomorrow. We would be honored to come, Isabella said. Ravel just scoffed but followed Issei down the streets of Ku. Isabella was walking to the right of Issei while Ravel followed up behind. So, how strong are you, Isabella? Second strongest out of the pieces except the king. I might be tied with the queen, but we haven't tested that yet. Well, since you told me that, my queen is my strongest but the rook is about equal. The queen usually wins in fights but the rook has won once or twice against him. Isabella nodded. Any good fist fighters? Issei grinned. That I would like to keep secret, but I do promise you will get a good fight. I look forward to it, Isabella said, grinning back at Issei. After 2 movies, it was dinner time as Issei had only a box of popcorn and some cotton candy for lunch for the 2 long movies. Issei looked at the 2 girls. Would you girls like to accompany me to dinner, or is it time for you 2 to go? I'm afraid we have to leave as Riser will be quite worried. We stayed out longer than we should have. Ah, well, I wish you luck in tomorrow's game. I mean it, Issei said, waving goodbye as he turned around and began to walk home. I wish you luck as well, Isabella said. Goodbye. Upon arriving home, Issei made his way into the lab and accessed the computer. Quickly typing in a command, the machines began to whir. In the middle of the lab, a large metal coffin-like machine appeared out of the floor and opened up. Issei typed in a few more commands and pressed the enter button to activate the protocols. He undressed into only his underwear and climbed into the coffin, laying his back against the cold metal. A few seconds later, the machine whirred and large arms appeared out of the ground. 2 arms had 2 large pads that contained 10 large needles each, while 8 arms appeared with a thin strip of pads but had 10 needles each as well. There was another arm that appeared with another large pad with 10 needles. The arms began to move around and align themselves with Issei's body, and he closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, the arms moved into position and the needles were forcefully sent into his body, and Issei groaned in pain as the large needles went into upper arms, lower arms, outer thighs and lower legs. The 3 large pads went into both of his pectoral muscles while 1 went into his abdomen. He heard the machine whir and liquid pumping as he felt the foreign liquid enter his body. With all the liquid into his body, the machine quickly removed the arms and the coffin began to close on Issei, sealing him in an airtight box. With the coffin sealed, 4 large lamps in the room turned on and was all pointed at the coffin, which began to heat up the coffin quickly. As the metal heated up, Issei began to sweat, but he was yelling in pain as he felt his body tear up from the inside. The lamps were emitted harmless radiation, but it was accelerating the process to minimize the pain for Issei. After a full minute of excruciating pain, the coffin opened up and Issei was panting. Issei was no longer a chubby boy, but turned into a very strong and muscular man. His pecs were much larger and there was a 6-pack as well. His arms were well-toned as well as his legs, and he looked so much sexier as well. He just used science to make his body stronger. After a few minutes of resting, Issei walked out of the coffin and his stomach roared in pain. He was starving. Running off to the kitchen, Issei began to raid the fridge of 6 eggs, 10 slices of bacon, 2 pieces of toast, a humongous cup of orange juice and an apple. As he began to eat his meal after cooking it, Drake finally made an appearance. You actually did it, you crazy BSDRD. I'm not crazy, my mother had me tested. No more TV for you. Issei grinned as he munched on some toast. Like my parents, I am also smart and I can do science stuff. I'm pretty sure saying science stuff isn't something smart people say. Funny. So, what do you think? I am still analyzing your body, but I am absolutely amazed. This is the first time this happened, so I am in shock, but after what I have currently analyzed, you have grown so much stronger that you can wield my power with ease. Great job. Thanks. I am ready for the rating game. Saturday game, and Issei walked through the magic circle. Once he arrived, he quickly cast his own magic, which disappeared in an instant. He smirked as he knew that what he cast already took effect. The rating game location was a copy of Kuo Academy, but only the school building and grounds. There was also the old school building. However, surrounding the school on all sides was a dense forest. There was 2 large lakes on the east and west of the school with a river that ran in a circle along the entire field. Issei smiled as he knew that this was a dream come true. The field itself was perfect for Issei and his peerage, and he knew now that victory was assured. Within a private viewing room, Rias and her peerage, accompanied by her brother, father and Grafia, all looked at the screens. Rias scratched her head and looked at the left screens. Why are all screens involving Issei and his peerage completely blacked out? She asked. I do not know, but the system detects no cheating. It's probably a bug or something. If Issei decided to cheat, the system would recognize it and he would have to forfeit. Even if he affected the system like this, it's not giving him an advantage in the game, so it doesn't matter, I suppose. Grafia said. Rias sighed and took a seat on a chair next to her brother, worry plastered all over her face. Today was the day she might lose everything. Greetings everyone. I am Grafia and I will be the arbiter for this match. In the old school building, Issei Hyoudou and his peerage, and located in the mountains in the far north, Riser and his peerage. He is in the cave system. This is a randomly generated rating game field and one of our largest. Due to the size of this map, we have limited the game to 6 hours. Please do your best. Start. Spoke a random computer-generated voice. Issei watched as his raptors dashed like the devil was on their heel, right into the forest to the west. He smiled and watched as the Spino headed into the east, obviously going for the water. While the Spino operated equally on land, the Spino knew in the water he had an advantage over opponents. Issei was currently walking calmly to the school, taking his time. The Rex was in the east forest as well but was waiting on the edge to make his move. Issei leaned on against the brick of the gym, waiting for his first opponent, hoping it was Isabella. He did promise her a good fist fight, despite Issei not having any combat experience, but he could fight it out in a brawl. He has brawled before. One of Riser's pawns, retired. Grafia said. Issei smiled as he knew that a raptor just took one out. Up in the viewing room, everyone jumped as they watched from the perspective of one of the pawns from Riser. Coming out of the bush was a mouthful of teeth and claws, and it just took out a pawn in a second. It was over so quickly, they didn't even see much of what happened. What was that? Surzex asked. It was so fast. I don't know. Ria said, shocked. Akino, Kiba and Kaneko were sitting on a couch. Riser blinked in surprise at hearing this and he growled. Everyone deploy. Riser expects to crush this puny commoner with ease. He has only 6 pieces. This will be easy. Crush him. Riser demanded. With that, everyone was deployed. 2 bishops, 1 rook, 1 queen, and 4 pawns have been deployed. One of Riser's rooks, retired. Issei looked up and around. Was that Isabella? I hope not. In the viewing room, they watched as the rook was walking along the riverbed. It was a girl in a Chinese dress. There was a shadow moving closer in the water, but none of them paid any attention to it. A large splash of water covered the camera so they couldn't see anything. In the 2 seconds it occurred, the rook was gone and defeated. All they could see was blood appeared in the water. What is going on? Why are we unable to see what's happening? Rias asked. Surzex was calm, but he was now smiling. So this is the power of Issei's peerage. I do wonder what he had made into his servants. It's great to see him again, and especially in this way. Issei sighed. He was bored but knew better than to move too far away from his base. It was then he heard a voice. So, you been waiting long? Isabella asked. Issei turned his head and looked at Isabella, who was crossing the field with Ravel. Yeah, it's been boring. My servants are having fun with your comrades. I can see that. I am interested to see what you have in store. Isabella said, only to stop 10 feet away. What are you? She shocked. Me? I am a devil. Issei said, removing his shirt and showing off his powerful muscles. Up in the viewing room, Rias and her peerage all stood up in shock at seeing Issei. It was then the camera-covered Issei was uncovered and they watched. What's the matter, Rias? There is no way that is possible. Issei did not have a body like that 5 days ago. Rias said, unable to comprehend what was going on. Xerxes looked over and saw the other members were equally shocked. With this in mind, Xerxes was now intrigued. How did you gain a body like that in a day? Simple. My parents were geneticists. They have a lab within the city, one of their earliest laboratories. Using what they had in the lab and running many tests, I have created a serum that turned me into what you see before you. Issei said, grinning as he got into a fight stance. 4 of Riser's pawns. Retired. In the viewing room, Rias was only watching the camera on Issei, but in her peripheral vision she watched as 4 brown blurs due to speed take out 4 pawns within seconds. She turned and rewinded the cameras, everyone watching in shock as in one camera, they saw reptilian eyes and a large foot-long claw. That was the only thing they could make out. What is that? Rias said. A claw. Kaneko said, stating the obvious. Rias was then struck. Issei had taken out 6 of 15 pieces and his pieces were uninjured. Issei was winning. Isabella got into a fight stance and smiled. This is very interesting, Issei. I intend to see just how strong you are. Issei smiled and they began to circle each other. What about Ravel over there? She just likes to watch. She doesn't fight. Ah, sounds good to me. I won't have my pieces interfering, though one of them is watching you right now. He is there just to make sure no one interrupts us. Sounds good to me that I am interested in seeing what your peerage is, but I rather fight you first. Isabella yelled out as she charged at Issei. Issei charged back at her and they collided with each other, with Issei using his superior weight in the tackle, taking her to the ground. Rias and her peerage were watching Issei and Isabella having a free-for-all fist fight, but Issei was at a disadvantage. His combat experience was showing and he was taking more hits than Isabella was and wasn't landing as many as Isabella was. His mouth was already bleeding, but Issei wasn't giving up. 3 pawns, 2 knights and 1 bishop, Riser, retired. Isabella spat out some blood after a brutal uppercut from Issei before charging back into Issei. Issei surprised her and ducked, throwing her over his shoulder onto the ground before he delivered 3 powerful punches into her nose before she did a twirl kick and kicked him away. She picked him up by his leg and tossed him into a wall before charging right at him. Issei looked up and ducked under a punch before twirling around her and slamming her head into the brick, making a second hole. Her fist made a hole and was lodged in the bridge, so Issei took his chance. He held the back of her head and repeatedly slammed her face into the brick, moving her head in different locations so she was making more holes and it was doing more damage to her. Issei was faster than Isabella in terms of reactions but were equal in fighting speed. They were evenly matched with power, but Issei had quite more stamina for taking hits. He was still at a disadvantage overall, but he was actually winning now with his latest attack. With her arm finally removed, Isabella swung behind her, trying to clothesline Issei, but Issei ducked under her arm. He sent a quick punch into her side before grabbing her Bearthus and swinging her around before tossing her away. Isabella didn't complain about the familiar grab as she knew it wasn't to be a pervert. It was a fight. She, however, stopped as she heard 2 familiar screams, a yell of surprise from Ravel and loud footsteps. She turned to the east and watched as the Spino and Rex came from the forest, the last bishop and the last queen in their mouths, their bodies pinned and bleeding from the teeth embedded in their tiny lithe bodies. Isabella had her mouth wide open as she looked up into the reptilian eyes of the Spinosaurus and the Tyrannosaurus Rex and watched as the bodies in her mouths disappear. 1 queen and 1 bishop. Retired. The only pieces remaining are a rook and the king. The bishop is not considered to be a fighting piece. Graphia said. Isabella turned to Issei, who let out a big smile at her, moving his arms wide as if he was showing off his achievements. It was then 4 raptors appeared from the west, chirping as they dashed around Isabella and Issei, before standing on the sidelines with the 2 larger dinos. In the viewing room, all cameras appeared and everyone was standing up in shock. They had wide eyes with disbelief as they saw 6 extinct dinosaurs, alive and kicking as devil servants. No words could escape their mouths as they just stared wide-eyed. Graphia was also shocked but was calm. Riser was flying over the school, his eyes wide in disbelief. His peerage was taken out within 45 minutes and all he had left was his rook, who was fighting a one-on-one, which was the only reason she was still here. What the F, Hyoudou? Who the F are you? Riser demanded, roaring in fury as he charged at Issei in a large firebird form. He was acting irrationally now. Issei quickly rolled out of the way, looking at Riser, who crashed into the building. I am Issei Hyoudou. My family are geneticists. Using their technology, they created these animals and I raised them from eggs with my parents. When I was kid, I was unable to make friends because I wasn't a pure blood devil and I was also just part of the extra demons. I wasn't part of the 72 pillars. Everyone made fun of me and treated me like trash, despite my family's accomplishments. So, they created these dinosaurs to be my friends. Now they are my servants. Riser Phoenix, you have lost. Issei said, crossing his arms. Either give up now, or I will have to take you down myself and show you what kind of power I have. Issei said, looking at Riser, who was flying with 2 wings of fire. I will never surrender. I will scorch all of your servants and you into dust. Riser roared as he threw a humongous fireball at Issei, who quickly dashed away. Get the 2 girls and move out of the way. Issei said to his friends. The dinos quickly snatched the 2 Gersel and placed them on their backs, moving a few yards away. Issei quickly dodged another fireball as Riser was just throwing them wildly. He was laughing maniacally. Issei tossed up a large barrier around the dinos and then threw a green magic circle at the barrier, which strengthened it. Turning to Riser, who began to cover himself in flame, ready to do another firebird attack, Issei summoned a large green magic circle in the sky. Riser flew from the sky and ran parallel on the ground, heading to burn Issei. Issei stood his ground and waited. With Riser finally in position, a humongous shock wave appeared from the magic circle and struck Riser in the back and sent him into the ground. The shock wave struck the ground. Dirt and rock flew up into the air as the shock wave destroyed the earth in its path, before it stopped and reversed itself and went back into the sky, sending dirt and rock flying in the air. With the dirt clear, the devastation was evident. There was a gash 50 yards in length with a good 20 yards in width with 30 yards in depth. Issei's show of power was immense. Surzex was sitting down, but he clenched his seat. So this is what you meant by his power being amazing. I can sense it from here. Issei is a super devil and isn't even using his full power. I know he is on my level. Riser began to reform his body as his entire body was pulverized into nothing from the massive shock wave. Issei had 2 magic circles, 1 on each palm, and was acting like he was going to shoot a Kamehameha. Between the 2 magic circles, everyone was able to see that the shock wave that appeared was being condensed into a small ball, so its destructive power was going to be so absolute, Riser might die. With wide eyes, Ravel flew out of the barrier and put herself in between Riser, who was panting and on his knees, and Issei, who was about to shoot his magic. Don't hurt him. Out of the way, little girl, unless you want to be next. He won't give up unless I defeat him. Now move. No. He lost. He lost when he challenged you. Please don't hurt him. It was then the raiding game field disappeared, with the servants disappearing into particles, but Issei was now falling through the sky. His eyes were wide as he was in the underworld, falling to the ground at a rapid pace. Issei was caught by Rias, who held him to her chest. You saved me. I told you I would. Issei said, hugging Rias tightly with his head buried in her nice chest. Rias smiled and quickly kissed Issei on the lips, giving him his first kiss and her own. Issei had wide eyes at this and fell limp, unable to respond in any other way. Upon arriving on the ground, Surzex, Grafia, Rias, Aquino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Isabella all surrounded Issei. They began to hammer him with questions and began to congratulate him that he began to get overwhelmed. Like a coward, he quickly disappeared in a magic circle heading home. Upon arriving in the large field, Draig let out a loud sigh. Seriously? Even after winning and getting a kiss from your girlfriend, you still ran like a coward. Did you seriously just turn a great moment into this? What can I say? I know how to make an entrance. That was an exit, and you are terrible. Sunday morning came around and Issei awoke at about 7 in the morning. He got up in his underwear, scratched his butt and went downstairs for breakfast. With the bowl of cereal before him and him gently prodding it, Drake decided to speak up as Issei was still waking up. So, what is the plan today, kid? Dunno. Drake could hear how tired he sounded even in his thoughts. Drake chuckled and decided to help him by activating his power. Boost X3. Ah, thanks Drake. No problem, kid. Now, what do you plan for the day? What's with the sudden intrigue in my day? Issei asked this time out loud. Because you got work to do. It's Sunday. No, I don't. You are an idiot and I will not allow you to continue being stupid like this. You are going to visit Rias and her group today and have that FING reunion that you screwed up with you running away. That's not work. Kid, you're right. Drake said. He was going to reply with his own wisdom, but decided to just agree with Issei and let Issei see how much work he has in for him today. Issei grinned at his win over the dragon and ate his cereal in silence before heading to the shower. He knew that after the raiding game, he was a bit funky. With the shower completed in 10 minutes of water wasting and soul-searching, Issei was walking through the town in a black t-shirt that had a giant snake on it with black shorts. Issei made his way to the old schoolhouse and entered, heading towards the room that Kaneko showed him before. He opened the door quickly and let out a big smile. Hi honey, I'm home. Issei sang out to the room. It was like time froze. Issei was stiff as a board and his eyes were wide. In the room was Akino, Rias and Kaneko, all in various states of undress. They were getting dressed into some casual clothes for Sunday, but Issei caught them while they were changing. With Issei appearing out of the blue, the three girls stopped changing. Rias was currently wearing only her black lace bra and black lace panties, both of which did very little covering up. It was legal but only barely. She was preparing to put on a red frilly dress that would look great on her and it wouldn't reveal much of anything. Not that it did anything to hide the fact that she had fantastic curves and a great chest. Akino was completely naked and Issei could see just how trim she was down there. She wasn't shaven but there was a small strip of curly black hair that led to the honey pot that even Winnie wouldn't only be dipping his paws into. She was putting on a black kimono, which was not revealing either, but again, with her body type it did nothing to hide the fact she was deliciously attractive. Kaneko was only wearing her white cat print panties, making her adorable. She had a flat chest, but Issei liked them too as biris were biris, and since it was Kaneko, they fit her so well. She was putting on a white t-shirt with a cat face on it and a small pair of white shorts that would hug her tight rump just right. Time unfroze and the three girls continued to get dressed, not caring at all about the fact Issei saw them in various states of undress. Issei's eyes were so bug-eyed that there was an exterminator outside the window ready to kill Issei for being a pest. When Issei was able to find his jaw from the floor, he quickly closed his eyes and began to stutter. I'm so sorry. I forgot to knock. Issei stated, trying to apologize, but alas, since he got the complete eyeful of the three women, his apology shouldn't have meant much, but the three girls enjoyed it nonetheless as he at least tried to be more of a gentleman than a horny teenager. Akino chuckled behind her head. Era Issei. You saw me in quite a predicament. You will take responsibility, won't you? If you tell anyone about what you saw, I'll kill you. Spoke the white-haired female, Kaneko. Issei, you didn't tell us you were coming over. We would have loved to be dressed up for you. Rias said, smiling sweetly. Well, I'd thought I would make a surprise entrance. Issei said, smiling timidly while rubbing the back of his neck. It sure was a surprise for you, wasn't it? Akino said, giggling. Oh, I didn't see a melon's thing. Issei said, trying to deny that he was surprised. He was trying to have them not hate him for getting quite the show. Errara, quite the slip up there, Issei. Such a naughty boy. I am not. Stop teasing me. Teasing you? Why would I be teasing you? I'm only stating the facts. Akino said, acting coy. You saw me naked, this would make you a naughty boy. Akino said, now liking her lips as she began to approach her prey. Issei needs a punishment for being such a bad boy. Issei began to backpedal from Akino's advancement, but by doing so he was actually moving away from the door and into the room more. Rias, grinning evilly as well, approached Issei from another direction. Issei saw me when I was such a mess. I'm so embarrassed. I hope you will take responsibility. Rias said, acting all hurt and shy. I didn't mean to see you like that. I swear. It wasn't on purpose. Issei said, still backpedaling as he was trying to defend himself. He was backpedaling to one of the couches, unaware of what was behind him. Akino looked at Rias and put out her lower lip like a pout. Akino was so good at acting all hurt like a maiden. Rias, he saw me so much more of a state. He should be the one to marry me only. Why not marry us both? He has to take responsibility. Rias said, looking at Akino with sadness, also able to play this game. A marriage? I'm too young for this. But you have to take responsibility for seeing us naked, it's only proper. You wouldn't be a coward, would you, and not take responsibility like a man, right? Akino asked, a predatory look in her eyes, despite her face acting all shy and sad. She was still approaching from the left while Rias was coming from the right, both of their walks slow like a spider who knows that the fly is caught in their trap. The back of Issei's legs struck the couch and he fell downwards, only for his head to land into the softest pillows he has ever laid his head upon. Looking up, he saw the pretty face of Kaneko. Take responsibility. No. Not you too. Issei cried out. You girls are still so evil. He yelled out to the world. 10 minutes later, Issei was sitting on a couch with a cup of tea in his hands while Akino and Rias were standing up before him, glaring at him. It's time you talked. Rias said, hands on her hips as she demanded an explanation. Yes, it's time we heard where you have been. We were worried sick. Issei gulped and looked up at the two older females who were acting like moms scolding their children who were late from school. Well, I was hiding. Issei said a bit timidly. The two girls' faces softened at this and they looked at him concerned. That's right, you lost your parents. What happened that night, Issei? Issei turned serious and angry. He looked at the floor and clenched his fists. Fallen angels attacked my home and killed my mother and father while I was playing with my friends. Before they died, they told me to run and I heard them scream as they were exterminated. My raptors and my Spino stayed back and slaughtered 4 of the 5 that came, but 1 escaped. I was taken into a forest on top of a mountain, northwest of the city, and from there I recovered. With the help of my friends, I trained in my magic and well, here I am. Rias smiled a bit and a tear fell down her face. She quickly pulled Issei into her chest and hugged him tight. Oh Issei, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Issei said, which was muffled by her BRSS. Are you all right? I am fine. I am here now and I am happy with my life. I found my old friends again and I don't want to be away from you guys ever again. Oh Issei. Rias said, smiling happily as she hugged him tightly. It was then Akino yanked Issei away into her chest, hugging her tightly. Don't forget about my Issei. We got a lot of catching up to do. We haven't played in so long. Akino said, putting emphasis in the word played. Issei's eyes grew wide and fear entered his soul while cold shivers were sent down his spine. Akino was quite the SDST back then, and while he knew she would never purposely hurt him, she still hurt him slightly and made his life hell, not that it was a bad thing. Issei felt a small weight on his right leg, so he pried himself away from Akino's ample bosom and looked down. Kaneko was hugging him tightly while looking up at him. Issei gave Kaneko a big smile. It was lonely without you. Kaneko said, smiling at Issei. I've missed you too. Issei replied, picking up Kaneko and giving her a tight hug which was reciprocated. Akino and Rias both hugged Issei too, and it turned into a massive group hug which left Issei breathless. Well, it seems everyone is getting along, said a voice. It was then Surzex appeared through the magic circle. Brother, what are you doing here? Why else would I be here for? It's for Issei. It's good to see you again, Surzex. Issei said, not showing him respect like the other people would to the great Devil King. It was more of the respect for a friend. Surzex smiled happily. As it is you, Issei. I can see you are quite healthy for being away from us for such a long time. I took care of myself. I can still see you are the Devil King. I hope you are doing well with Graphia. Of course. So, Rias, I told you 2 years ago what my original plan was with Issei. Rias's eyes grew wide in shock. Brother, he has too many. Surzex chuckled. That's true, but we could easily just switch it around, yes? Well, yeah, but wouldn't that ruin everything? Surzex scratched his head and shook it as well. I don't think so. Issei was confused, so he spoke up. Surzex, please tell me what is going on. Stop talking like I shouldn't know. This isn't some comedy anime, you know. Surzex laughed a bit and nodded. All right. Well, when your parents first came to me with this playdate thing, we watched you get along with my dear sister and her servants. Well, your parents and I actually wanted you to actually marry Rias since you were getting along very well with my sister. I do know about the cheek kisses you gave each other back then. With saying this, both Issei, Akino, Rias and Kaneko were red-faced. It was obvious that the kisses Issei got was gotten from the other two and he gave them kisses as well. Marriage? But we don't like each other like that. Surzex chuckled and waved his hand. No worries, it's decided that marriage can wait for a long time. Anyways, we wanted you to join her peerage as well as her servant. Oh, that wouldn't have been so bad. Issei admitted, scratching the back of his head. My thoughts exactly. Well, with the way things are now, it can't happen and I don't think you would want to anymore. Issei shook his head. You're right. I can't bear to part with my friends. So, I was thinking she could join your peerage. And my peerage? Why would she do that? She would lose her name. Come now, Issei, we both know that Rias would be the real king. Her name wouldn't be sullied and it wouldn't be strengthened. I would be the king. I have the peace. Issei said, a bit offended. Ignoring his pleas, Surzex continued. So Rias, would you join him? I would have to talk with Akino, Kiba and Kaneko. Actually, I'm all for it. Kiba said, coming through the double doors now. Akino giggled. Of course I would. I would love to. Sounds like a lot of fun. Akino said before looking at Issei with the eyes of a predator. I could be such a good servant to Issei. Akino said, putting a stuck emphasis on the word servant which got Issei to gulp in fear and arousal. I'd be okay with it. Nothing would change. Kaneko said. Rias smiled and nodded at Surzex. Then I am okay with it. As Kaneko said, nothing would really change. Excellent. All right, I will get everything handled paperwork-wise and get it noted in the devil world. Farewell. Surzex said. All of this was done with Issei unable to respond. The girls and Kiba all turned to Issei who began to back away. Hey now? I never agreed to this. Shouldn't I get a say in this? No, spoke the three girls at once. It was all simultaneously. Kiba just smiled and waved. Issei was defeated by the collective power of the females and gave in. 20 minutes later, Issei had given Kaneko his rook, Akino and Rias 2 pawns and Kiba a knight. With this done, Issei had 1 knight and 2 pawns remaining as pieces. Issei's life as he knew it was going to change and he had no control over anything. Issei was walking with his new servants, though it didn't feel like it. Rias was leading the pack acting like the true noble king she was. She was a princess after all. So with Issei being the official king, though he knew deep down that it was only for the paperwork, he had only 4 pawns and 1 knight remaining to fill up his peerage. Rias was walking towards Issei's house in the mountains once he told them where he was living. Everyone, minus Issei, were excited to see where Issei was living. They would get to meet the dinosaurs, see where he got his muscles at in the lab, and what kind of things his parents used to do. Not even Issei knew what they were doing, but he didn't really go and look for such data. He had no interest in following his parents' footsteps and instead only making his own path. He would still use the lab but just go in a different direction. Perhaps it would be only for selfish uses, but that was okay. Issei didn't know what his plans were for his life, but he was taking it 1 step at a time for the moment. I can't wait to see what my new servants are like. Rias said with a grin. Akino looked at Rias as she was walking alongside her. I as well. It would be interesting to see what new play toys I could have. Rias chuckled. I thought Issei was your only play toy. The more the merrier is the saying, right? Akino giggled out before looking behind as Issei with a predatory smile. She liked her top lip. Don't worry, Issei, You are my favorite plaything. Joy. Issei deadpanned. Issei had given up already. He knew that he was only the king on the paperwork, but everyone would know that Rias was the boss of the house. Issei did wonder why the females of the Gremory house were the ones in control, and now he figured it out. Grafia owned Surzex and Venelana owned her husband. Now he was owned and he was only friends with Rias. At least he had his dinosaur friends to think of him as the true king. Upon arriving at the house, Issei opened up the doors and led the group inside, taking them to the back where the large glass dome was at. When he pressed the button for the large metal doors to slide open, Rias and the others pushed past him into the humid tropical rainforest. They were able to see a large path that obviously led to the center, where there was most likely a clearing. They also could hear running water, including a waterfall. They heard the chirps and croaks of other animals, but could not hear the dinosaurs. Issei walked through the path and arrived at the clearing with his friends, when he heard the stomps. The Rex appeared from the forest with the raptors by his feet, where the Spino came from the river. They all looked at Issei, then Rias and the others. Issei cleared his throat. So, it seems that we have gotten more people into my peerage. Rias, Aquino, Kiba and Kaneko are all my servants now. Issei said with a smile. So, treat them kindly. It only took 10 seconds, but Issei watched as each and every one of the dinosaurs knelt before Rias, as servants to a king. Issei's eyes went wide in shock. You're all traitors! Issei exclaimed. His dinosaurs have betrayed him. It was then the Alpha Raptor looked back and grinned at Issei, showing that the dinos were only effing with him. Issei narrowed his eyes as threatened the creature with his eyes only for the raptor to look away as Rias and the gang were petting the creatures on their heads. Wow, they are so well behaved. Rias said. Are they potty trained? Aquino teased. A snort from the large Rex knocked her on her but this didn't hurt her. In fact it only made her put on a trademark predatory grin, looking at the large dinosaur. She was going to have to push the big monstrous creature. After 20 minutes of the introductions, Issei went back into the main building and into the kitchen. He wanted to get a drink from dealing with his traitorous companions. It was then Rias appeared from behind and chuckled. You're making that wrong. Rias said sweetly, pressing her chest to his back and taking his hands into her own where she emptied the cup and began to show Issei how to make the tea properly. Issei blushed at the NTMT contact, but somehow felt his man card was at stake because this was something a man should be doing to a female. It was then a hologram appeared at the dining room table and a sweet voice was heard. Excuse me, is Rias here? Oh, Lady Phoenix, how do you do? Rias said with a dignified smile and a small bow. I am quite well. Yourself? Wonderful actually. So, what is the honor of your visit? I would like to offer a trade. Lady Phoenix said with a smile. Issei looked over and noticed that the girl looked like an older Ravel. Down to even the eye color. I do apologize, but I am no longer a king. Rias said, being honest. Oh, I am well aware of this fact, but you still control the pieces. So, I would like to trade you 2 pawns for 2 of my own. Issei rolled his eyes at his luck. Oh, who might they be? My daughter and Isabella. With Ravel wanting out of her brother's peerage, Isabella decided to follow to protect Ravel. That was the nature of their relationship long ago anyway. I don't see why not. I am well aware that Ravel doesn't fight, but having a rook like Isabella would be a nice addition. Yes, my thoughts exactly. Though I do have to ask, why did you ask us? It was because my dear daughter asked to be part of Issei's peerage. She said sweetly. You could hear in the background a loud "mo," which Rias and Ravel's mother giggled at. Issei sighed and continued to sip his tea while staying out of view. Oh, is Issei there? Yes. Issei, come great Lady Phoenix. Issei ducked behind the counters, hiding from Rias's vision too. Issei. Rias scolded. No response. Rias looked at Ravel's mother and gave her an apologetic smile. Hold on one moment. Rias got up and went behind the counter, and a few seconds later, Issei was shoved into the seat and was rubbing his ear after saying ow. Hello. Hello there. So you would be the famous young man who has a peerage of extinct reptiles who defeated a phoenix easily. Why yes. It's an honor to meet you. So will you take Ravel in? Not like I have a choice. Rias is controlling my entire peerage now. I meant as a man, would you? I want you to look after my daughter and keep weird pests away from her. I guess so. Issei said, scratching his head. With a clap of her hands, Ravel's mother gave a big smile. Wonderful. They are already at your doorstep. Ding dong. Issei blinked, and when he turned around to accuse Ravel's mother, she was gone. Issei narrowed his eyes and began to walk to the front door. It seemed Ravel's mother knew that Issei would take Ravel in, so she sent them ahead of time. When Issei opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Ravel with her arms crossed over her chest and Isabella with an apologetic look on her face. About time. Ravel said, acting like it's Sundra. We were standing here forever. It's a big house. Takes a while to cross over. Should have ran. Ravel said, walking in past Issei, who was pushed out the way by the little girl. Issei turned to Isabella, who chuckled. I'm sorry about that. She doesn't hate you. It's hard to tell, but I know. Issei said with a sigh. May I come in? Might as well. The person you are escorting decided to push her way inside. Issei said with a chuckle, walking into the house with Isabella. Issei took Isabella and Ravel into the large glass dome, letting the dinosaurs meet up with the two new peerage additions. The girls looked up at the large dinosaurs, as even the raptors were at least 10 feet tall. Big. Isabella said. That's what she said. Issei said quickly. Rias smacked him in the back of the head for the comment. Issei rubbed his head, then coughed, fiddling through his pocket for his pieces. It was then he noticed that they were gone, but Rias had them in her hand. Issei blinked and looked confused, only to growl a bit. Rias had taken his pieces too, not even letting him have the privilege of putting the pieces into the people he was going to take in. It shouldn't even be possible to have someone else do it, but for some fing reason, Rias was able to. Issei chalked it up to the karma gods. It was his punishment for being away from the girls for so long. Issei said if it and walked out of the dome, letting Rias handle the peerage while he went out on the town. He had enough of the shenanigans of his life, so he decided to go attend a movie. There was a movie coming out that he wanted to see for the longest time. It was a monster movie about a large reptilian creature like 400 feet tall, with spines out of his back. He also could shoot a large radiation heat beam from his mouth. It looked awesome. As Issei was making his way to the movie theater, his name was called out and he froze up in fear. Hey Issei. It's been so long. Issei turned around slowly and his fears were met. His oldest childhood friend was there, though he only knew her for a few months before she moved off to another country. Irina Shidu. He quickly put on a confused look. My name is Nick. Not Issei, you have the wrong person. Irina was with another girl who had blue hair with a green fringe. She decided to speak up. You are Japanese, not American. The girl said, narrowing her eyes in anger. They were exorcists and could tell he was a devil. Irina ran over to Issei and quickly gave him a big hug, smothering him with her awesome hyperness. Issei was shivering in fear from the female, and when he was released he quickly backed away. I gotta go. Issei said, walking away quickly. He was stopped by the other girl who stood in front of him. We have business to speak of with you and your master, so you aren't getting away from us. Why would you run away from me? Didn't you miss me? You tortured me every week. Issei accused. What? You don't remember? I remember that I bought you ice cream every Monday and then you took me to the mall. Well, yeah, I remember that. So many shoes, so many shoes. Issei said, holding his head like it was in pain. Irina looked confused and looked at him weirdly but giggled anyway. You're so silly, Issei. Irina said, taking his arm into her own before escorting him up the mountain to his home. Issei looked behind him at the movie theater and whined, as he really wanted to see that movie. Upon arriving back at home, the two girls were surrounded by so many devils that it was quite scary. So, you wanted to speak with me? Rias asked. Yes, we are here on business and we want you to stay out of it. Zenobia put it bluntly. I see. What business do you have here? That is none of your business. Zenobia, we are trying to make nice with these devils. Now be nice. I am only stating facts. You make it so difficult sometimes. Irina said before looking at Rias. Kokabeel and Valper Galilei has stolen a lot of our Excalibur from our churches. And you want to fight him alone? Rias asked, confused. You're going to die. We're well aware of our chances. Zenobia said. You both are idiots. I thought you were smarter than this, Irina. Issei said, crossing his arms and looking at his old friend Tormentor. I have a job to do. Irina defended. Idiot. All right, I will offer my help then. Issei said. Rias shook her head. We can't do that, Issei. It could cause a war. How? We aren't attacking the angels, just helping them. We would be fighting against Kokabeel. And they aren't? They will cause a war if they don't, and Kokabeel is a warmonger. That guy is trying to start a war. Zenobia nodded. This is true, but we don't need help from devils. Zenobia said with a glare. Especially one who is afraid to go shopping. Excuse me? Issei challenged, glaring at her. You heard me. We don't need cowardly devil scum like you on our side. Alright, I think it's time we play a game to see how many hits does it take to get to the center of an exorcist. Issei said, clenching his fists. Zenobia stared at him and grinned, ready to fight. Issei turned and looked around the room for a moment, only to see Kiba staring murderously at Zenobia, but it was more at the swords. It was then Irina spoke up. Oh, I remember something else that the church told us. Kokabeel also was responsible for the death of a family of devil researchers like 7 years ago. Issei's eyes went wide, which included all of the devils in the room including Kiba. Issei clenched his fists extremely hard. Rias. Issei said, seething. Rias sighed and nodded. I can't stop you even if I say it's a bad idea. Plus, I'm angry too. Aquino giggled and liked her finger. I think it sounds like fun bringing the pain to a leader class. Irina and Zenobia looked confused. Issei, what are you talking about? When we were kids, Irina, you thought I was a human. That's wrong. I was with my family on a business trip and I met you in a park. I asked my father if I could stay longer, so we stayed in the human realm for longer. Irina, I was always a devil. Oh, but I don't understand. I'm not finished. Irina, the researcher family that Kokabeel had killed, that was my family. Issei said, sadness entering his eyes. He had my mother and father killed and my parents' work burned to the ground. Only I survived. Oh, Issei. Irina said, jumping up and giving Issei a big hug, who gave it back. So, now that I know, I will be taking the fight to Kokabeel, and I will end his life. I will squeeze the life out of him with my own 2 hands. Issei said, walking out of the dining room to the glass dome, obviously to make his plans. Rias nodded and looked at the 2 exorcists. You can help us if you wish, but I will have to help Issei get through this, and this includes helping you, Kiba. We are going to get revenge for your comrades. Rias said with a big smile. Kiba looked at Rias with shock. I didn't forget about your plight, and with Issei going to fight Kokabeel. You can kill Valper. Rias. Thank you. Don't thank me. If it wasn't for Issei, I wouldn't have went against Kokabeel. Kiba nodded quickly and happily. In the glass dome, Issei was surrounded by his dinosaur friends. I found those responsible for my parents' deaths. The dinosaurs looked all shocked and happy at the same time. I know who is responsible, and he is in this town. I am going to fight and kill him and everyone that is working with the fallen angel. Do you guys want to come with me and help me? They all looked at him like he's an idiot. Sorry. I should have known better. Issei said with a sheepish grin. Alright, good. Dinner will be on them tonight, or will be them. Issei corrected himself. The day was so quick from start to finish. First thing in the morning, he was tortured by his friends, had his peerage taken over by Rias. Ravel and Isabella joined up in the peerage as well as Rias's pawns, though it should be his. Then Irina came back into his life and now he has to fight Kokabeel. Issei had a lot more trouble ahead of him, as women were always causing trouble, but these troubles are usually good, as Issei would find out tonight. It was about 10 o'clock at night when Issei went into the elevator and traveled down 6 stories to where the bath was. His parents had designed this house to be a mansion but upside down. You know, with the main lobby and lab being on the first floor and the floor below. The entire building was built underground so it would remain inconspicuous to anyone who would snoop. The actual building above ground was just a simple building with a glass dome out back, which resembled a greenhouse. It's all it was officially anyway. The first floor was the kitchen, living room, and dining room. Second floor was the laboratory and the entrance to the glass dome from within the house. There was one large steel double door on one side of the glass dome, but it was rarely if ever used. The third floor was a movie theater and the fourth floor was a swimming pool. The fifth floor had all of the bedrooms, including the guest rooms. While the sixth floor had the bathhouse, which was a natural hot spring, which in turn allowed the fifth floor to get hot air in the winter if it was ever needed, but it never is. The rooms are naturally warm, so air conditioning is a must pretty much year-round. Issei entered the bath alone and placed his new change of clothes on a bench while tossing his current ones into the hamper near the elevator. With a sigh, he climbed into the bath and ummed out loudly in pleasure, enjoying the feel of the warm water caressing his aching body. On the first floor, Ravel and Isabella had finally returned to the house with all of her belongings that she took with her. They returned to the underworld to the Phoenix household to retrieve their items, so it took a few hours to get everything. With that settled, Isabella took both of their belongings to the bedrooms, as Issei had shown them the floor plans to the house. Ravel decided to take a new change of clothes and went to the elevator for a bath. Issei laid his head back, looking up at the natural rock ceiling, and his thoughts dwelled on a conversation he had with Irina a few hours ago. "Irina, can I talk to you for a moment?" "Sure, Issei," Irina said with a big smile while they walked over to a secluded room. Zenobia had followed them out of curiosity. "Issei, is something the matter?" Irina asked, now concerned for the boy. "How did you guys learn about Kokobile killing the researchers? And how do you know it was him?" "Issei, why are you asking all of a sudden? I'm condemning him to death, and I want to make sure I'm not putting an innocent man to death for a crime he didn't commit." "Issei, that man is not innocent, he is trying to start a war." "How did you know he killed my parents?" Issei asked, not responding to her. "We were told by the church." "How did they find out?" "I don't know. I didn't ask." "God damn it, Irina," Issei said, ignoring the flash of pain that entered his head. Both girls could see the headache that he took, but he didn't respond to it but a small twitch of his right eye. "I want to know who killed my parents. Who was responsible? I have to avenge them." "I get that, Issei, but yelling at me won't help. I could go and find out from the church if you really want me to." Issei took a deep breath. "No, it's fine. Forget this conversation ever happened," Issei said, leaving. He wasn't angry at Irina, but he was just angry because now he was unsure how he is going to handle Kokobile. Will he still kill him even if he didn't cause his parents to die? "This Esikas," Issei muttered to himself. "If that is what you wish." A voice was heard and Issei just woke up from his thoughts. When his eyes focused due to the steam and the sudden movement of his head, his eyes were wide at the sight of a naked Ravel, not trying to hide herself. She then went to her knees within the bath right before Issei, gripping his manhood with her right hand. "I've never done this before, so please help me if I am doing it wrong." "Whoa, Ravel W-. I know," was all she said before she leaned forward. Her lips touched his D gently, giving it a soft and gentle kiss. "This is what you wanted, so even if it's troublesome, I will perform to the best of my abilities," she said, her tsundere personality showing off once again. Before Issei could respond to what she was saying or doing, he let in a sharp intake of air, gasping as he felt himself enter the warm expanse of her mouth. Issei let out as the younger member of his peerage began to see him off dutifully, her head bobbing back and forth at an even and relaxed pace. However, at hearing his pleased her face increased and she began to lick the underside of his pee-pee every few strokes. He lightly placed his hands in her hair, which for 2 seconds she stopped in surprise, but went back to her activities, which she began to slurp a bit loudly now, her saliva coating him and making a mess. Ravel was enjoying herself unexpectedly, as she began to perform a duty she knew she would have to, as she was now a servant of someone else. She knew that her brother's peerage performed this duty quite often, as she intruded on a few, though never on purpose, and she quickly left, so she figured that this was her duty as well, and it only helped that she actually liked the man she was blowing. Issei was a strong man and wasn't arrogant. He was a calm and collect person, she could tell, but also had immense passion which could be seen by anyone if they paid attention to him. He wasn't anything like her brother, who she used to idolize. Her brother was strong, true, but he was so arrogant and stuck up that she got infected by her brother, and she knew she did. She respected Issei because he beat her brother, but also because he stood up against his brother for someone else and not for a selfish reason. This was a man she could do this forever for. She also figured that with the other girls in the peerage and the fact 3 of them were childhood friends, she didn't really have a chance at marrying him, but she could still be in his love life if he would have her. Even if she was only a toy he would use when he wasn't using his wife or the other 2 mistresses. This was her logic, and it was quite solid, even if it wasn't really what Issei would think of her. So good. Issei stuttered out, groaning in pleasure. With the praise from her man, she devoted every ounce of her being to him, using her tongue to massage his tip every now and then. She would even remove him from her mouth and just lick his D up and down, like it was a lollipop, while giving gentle kisses once in a while to random spots. His D was slightly salty, but it wasn't bad. She heard from the other peerage, minus Isabella, who was somehow immune to being part of the harem, that her brother tasted nasty, so she was satisfied with this salty taste. She was also pleasantly surprised at his size, and she could feel her wetness growing in between her legs. Ravel began to wonder if Issei would take her chastity after this, but it wouldn't matter either way. She knew that she would give it up to him if he would just ask, or even if he just took it. She liked him a lot and possibly loved him, despite the short time knowing him. She was also surprised that the strong man that she was skiing off wasn't getting rough with her. She felt his hands in her hair, but it was only soothing. He was just petting her and gently rubbing through her hair, obviously telling her she was doing a good job. She wasn't disappointed he wasn't getting rough with her, but sometimes a girl did like to get rough. It was then suddenly, as she took him back into her mouth, the elevator was heard opening and she heard a voice she enjoyed. "Well, looks like someone is having fun on their first day here," Isabella said with a laugh. "I'm quite disappointed I wasn't invited to this party." Issei wasn't paying any attention as Ravel continued to SCK him off, despite Isabella walking in. Ravel gently looked over to Isabella with Issei's D in her mouth, rubbing it against her cheek as she looked at Isabella. She then turned back to Issei and continued her duties, only until Isabella appeared at her side, kneeling as well. "I'm quite surprised you are doing this, Lady Ravel," Isabella said, removing Ravel from Issei's pee-pee before enveloping Issei into her own mouth. Issei let out a loud as he felt the alien mouth around his D-, so he quickly looked down and his eyes were wide. He slightly staggered back, but Isabella held his waist with her arms, keeping him steady as she gently SEK on the tip of his pages. "Not bad tasting," she said around him, giving him a small grin before she began to bob her head up and down his, tasting Issei and Ravel together. Isabella also respected Issei heavily, just like Ravel did. She pretty much felt the exact same way about Issei, but Isabella never respected Riser. She hated the overly cocky douchebag he was, and she never agreed with the forced marriage, but she didn't have a say. So, she was quite happy that Ravel had started this party, as now she could join up. Ravel huffed at Isabella removing Issei from her, as Ravel was enjoying herself. She growled and attached her lips to Issei's left nut, very gently rolling it around in her mouth with her tongue as she SE on the vulnerable skin. She hummed once she heard Isabella hum around Issei, and Issei quickly held both of their heads, holding Isabella and Ravel steady. Ravel could feel him slightly bucking as Issei cummed deep into Isabella's awaiting mouth. Isabella groaned in pleasure at feeling the hot warmth enter her, and she waited until he was spent. With a mouth full of cum, she turned to Ravel and quickly kissed the daughter of the House of Phoenix, depositing half of Issei's semen into Ravel's mouth. With Ravel turned to Issei as did Isabella, opening their mouths to him, showing off what he gave them. With a swallow, both of them opened their mouths once more and showed that they drank his fluid, and this was all it took for Issei to pass out in shock and surprise. It was about 3.5 hours after the fun in the bath that Issei woke up. He felt an immense pressure, higher than that of riser. He looked over at the alarm clock, which read 2 a.m. He sighed and stood up, walking over to the window, in which he opened up the curtains only to see a fallen angel with 10 black wings. He had pointed ears and a wicked grin. Red eyes. The eyes of a crazed murderer. He stared up at the fallen angel, who grinned as he looked upon Issei. "It is a pleasure to meet you, daughter of the House of Gremery." The man spoke, looking down one floor below Issei. Rias was standing on the porch that they had. "I am Kokabile. The pleasure is mine, but you can call me Rias. Daughter of the House of Gremery is long-winded, and I prefer people call me Rias. It's nice to make a face with a name. So you are the leader of the fallen. Your red hair is absolutely breathtaking. Reminds me of the crimson-haired leader, Xerxes. Even your facial expressions are similar. It makes me absolutely sick to my stomach." "Well, thank you. So, are you here for something, or are you just here to judge a beauty contest?" Rias asked. "Not that I'm rushing you or anything, but I was about to head to sleep." "Oh yes. I almost forgot what I wanted to do here. I was thinking of having a little fun here. Starting with that institution of yours. I think it's a good night for a war, don't you think?" Rias turned serious and her eyes narrowed while sharpening. "You want to start a war?" "Yes. Yes, of course I do. It's so boring right now. Azazel and Shamhaza are being so FING passive right now about when the next one will come, and it makes me so infuriated. It's so effing boring. So, I've decided to start a war today. Wanna hear how I plan on doing it?" "I'm sure you are going to tell me anyway." "Well, at first, I decided to steal the DMN Excaliburs, but Michael just sent me some pathetic priests and 2 lowly holy sword users. Oh yeah, I forgot, a present." Kokabile grinned and dropped 2 bodies to the ground, in which Issei was out first, catching them both as he landed on the ground. Zenobia and Irina were both barely conscious, but they were badly wounded. Not fatal, but wounded nonetheless. Issei's eyes sharpened immensely, and Kokabile felt the intense killing power. "Oh, your eyes are glaring at me like you want to kill me. This is interesting, and who might you be?" "Your effing nightmare, you prick." "Oh, how cute. Well, anyway, back to the story. You see, since Michael didn't come after me, I have to find a new plan. Well, I now have it. I'm going to kill the daughters of Seraphal Leviathan and Xerxes Lucifer. Isn't that grand? Surely after murdering one of the 2 daughters, one of them will come after me, right? Wouldn't that start a war there and then?" "Aha. You are a war-crazed monster." "Obviously. Well, I await you at the school, Rias. I hope you can entertain me before I remove your head." "Ah," Kokabile said, disappearing in a flash of light. Issei glared at the spot that Kokabile was before he walked back at his house, placing both Zenobia and Irina onto the bed, and looked down at them as the ORC gathered in his bedroom. "Say, are you all right? I'm going to kill him, Rias." "He messed with Irina." "I thought you hated Irina?" Aquino asked. Issei shook his head. "No. She is a valuable friend to me, even if I did not enjoy the mall or shopping. No men does, we do it for our women, but she is a valuable friend to me nonetheless. He almost killed her, even Zenobia is injured badly. For that, he will pay. Will you stop me, Rias?" "No. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't stop you. You are as stubborn as you are strong." Issei smiled. "But when this is done, you and I need to have a talk," Issei said, walking out of the room to go find his friends down in the large enclosure. 20 minutes later, Issei and the ORC walked into the school's outdoor sports fields. Waiting for them was Kokabile, Fried Selzen, who was a priest, and Valper Galilei. Valper was the one who started the Holy Sword Project. "Welcome, Rias Gremery. Welcome, devils. Isn't it a lovely night for a war?" Kokabile grinned, snapping his fingers as fire began to erupt under his feet, revealing 2 large 3-headed dogs. Cerberus and his wife. Rias exclaimed, a bit frightened. The guardians of hell. Exactly. I brought them out to play. They haven't tasted devil flesh in such a long time. Issei walked ahead, leaving Rias behind. Kiba, you can handle Valper in any way you please. However, Kokabeel, tell me something. Did you kill my parents? Your parents? You should probably refresh my memory. Eve killed so many devils in my time. My parents? They were researchers. Scientists. They were killed by fallen angels before my very eyes and burned down my home. Oh, you must be from the Hyoudou family. Well, I wasn't the one who killed your parents, but I did orchestrate it. Issei's eyes sharpened and widened in absolute fury, only for his anger to heighten at hearing what Kokabeel followed up with. You see, your parents were doing some experiments that I was told by Azazel would shake the world if they ever came into fruition. I knew I couldn't let the devils get any stronger than they are, so I had your parents murdered. You were supposed to die as well, but apparently your family put traps in and killed most of the fallen I sent after you. I should have handled it myself, but I guess I can rectify my mistake tonight, couldn't I? Haha. Issei bared his teeth as he glared up at Kokabeel. What's wrong, boy? You going to kill me? You want to kill me, don't you? I don't want to kill you, Issei admitted, surprising Kokabeel and the ORC. Issei smirked and looked up at Kokabeel, his grin malicious. But I want you dead, so I'm going to let my friends do that? Your friends? Your friends are not even strong enough to oppose my toenail. Plus I have these nice, lovely doggies to protect me. Do tell what you expect to do against them. Feed them to my friends, Issei said, whistling a sharp whistle which 1 second later, the earth began to shake with a loud boom. Kokabeel looked over towards Issei and then his friends, confusion on his face. What are you planning, boy? Your doggies? They are about to become a 5-course meal for my friends. Everyone turned around, except Kokabeel, who looked over Rias and them. His eyes slightly widened as 2 large creatures, extinct dinosaurs, appeared and walked over the ORC, roaring at the Cerberus. Issei grinned and spread his hands wide. These are the friends I was talking about, Kokabeel. The experiments of my family. The one to my left is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His name is Rex. Yes, it's a little corny, but I like that. Sounds fierce. And to my right? Spinosaurus aegyptiacus, or more commonly known as Spinosaurus. His name is Hannibal, and both of them are going to turn your pets into meals. Just as Issei finished talking, both of the large carnivores charged with a roar, right into the Cerberus. The Rex struck first with a bite upon the back of the Cerberus, effectively snapping the spine in 2, which immediately disabled the Cerberus, rendering it dead. The son, which was the smaller of the 2, was pretty much dead on his feet. Issei smiled as the Spinosaurus engaged the father and turned to look up at Kokabeel. And now, it's your turn to die? Oh, Kokabeel said, grinning after he was surprised at Issei's friends. Those creatures aren't tall enough, nor can they jump to get to me. So do tell how you plan on killing me, little boy. And how do you plan on stopping me from blowing your precious friends apart? Well, that is simple, as you have made several mistakes. What? You attacked Irina and Zenobia and made them suffer for your petty boredom. 2. You killed my parents. 3. You assume that these are the only experiments that my parents did. Would you like to know the last one, which will seal your doom? Kokabeel laughed and grinned, looking around in the skies, seeing nothing. Sure. Enlighten me. You're too close to the roof, Issei said, following up with the double whistle. Within a second, Kokabeel was struck in the back by something climbing on him before he screamed in pain as he crashed into the ground. It was the Alpha Raptor, embedding his claw into the spine of the fallen angel leader. Blurs ran around the ORC as the 3 raptors immediately attacked, ripping off chunks with quick lightning attack and run strikes. Kokabeel's wings were all being ripped off within seconds, his screams filling the night sky while his light spears were thrown in all directions, trying to hit his attackers only to fail as they only exploded against the ground, in the sky, or blocked by Rias and Sona, who came over after hearing the roars of the massive dinosaurs. Kokabeel was on his knees, panting and bleeding from his back. His wings were all gone and his powers were diminished. He could even be killed by Akino or Rias. Issei walked over to Kokobile, who looked up at Issei, fear in his eyes. You just met the real deadly creatures of my friends. Velociraptors. Well, technically, they are Utah raptors due to their size, but they are commonly mistaken for velociraptors. The one who struck you first was the Alpha Raptor. I call him Charlie. Then you have Zulu, Whiskey, and Tango. Issei said before turning to his side and motioning to the T-Rex and the Spino. They were both feasting upon the carcasses of the pair of Cerberus. As I said, they were going to be meals. You made the mistake of coming here today, Kokobile, and now you will become a meal as well. Don't do this. Issei whistled as he walked back to the ORC, and the screams of Kokobile died out within seconds as the raptors fed upon a fallen angel. Issei walked towards the ORC and then walked through a gap in their ranks. Rias reached out for Issei, but he brushed his hand away. Not right now, Rias, please. Not right now. Issei said solemnly. Issei just killed his first person. He just sentenced someone to death, and as his first, it weighed heavily on his soul. Rias, Akino, and everyone in the ORC has killed someone before, and they went through the same thing as he was going through. He just needed someone to talk to, and they knew that, but first he needs to be left alone. As the dinosaurs finished up their meals, they ate everything including the calcium-filled bones, leaving nothing behind except blood stains. Sona, her peerage, and the ORC finished up with cleanup. The raptors also ate Valper's body, though Freed had escaped earlier. The school was fixed and would be open on school day. Issei went to bed and fell asleep in the enclosure. He made a bed from the leaves of the forest within upon a very smooth rock. Using multiple leaves as a pillow, he fell asleep quickly, though his dreams were filled with misery. This was not going to be the end of his misery as soon. Issei will become someone who will have to kill a lot more to save the world. Issei woke up about 9 a.m. due to the enclosure not having a sun-screened roof. Basically, when the sun is up, it shines down into the forest canopy, and since he's in a clearing, he gets the full brunt of it. This is not a bad thing for the enclosure, as it gives the dinosaurs a chance to heat up in the enclosure, which was a bit colder at night, but it still woke him up a lot earlier than he wanted since he was up late last night dealing with Kokobile. As he woke up, he found himself surrounded by his friends. He was in the crook of the Spinosaurus arm and shoulder, like a bed would be. His skin and muscles were softer than the leaf pillows at least. The Trex was nearby on a rock ledge nearby that led up towards the cliffs. Between the Spino and the Rex was the large pond that the Spino used to swim in and catch his fish. The raptors were on the cliff itself, watching from the large perch they had, overwatching their best friend and master. As he shuffled around, the Spinosaurus woke up and let out a growl, which awoke the rest of the carnivores from their slumber. The raptors leapt down from the cliff onto the Rex and then to the floor, in which all of them surrounded their friend. I know what you guys are here about. I killed my first person. My first living, breathing, thinking person. I just don't know what to think. He was a bad man and deserved to die, but was it right for me to dispense that sort of justice? I'm a kid. I'm 17 for sake. What do I know about justice? I willingly let you guys eat him. I killed someone. What am I supposed to do now? Issei cried, holding his head between his legs. He began to breathe in and out slowly, while his friends stayed quiet. Not even a sound. They have to let him come to a decision without their own feelings or thoughts forcing his hand. I only have two choices. I either own up that I have power to change the world and that I use it without mercy, or I back down and repent for my actions. Or I suffer, but that's not an option. I'm really willing to kill everyone who is bad and opposes peace. Immediately, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Irina, and Zenobia passed through his head. They were all beheaded by shadows. Stood aside and let them freely die. I will not let my friends suffer either. If I have to, I will kill everyone who threatens the safety of my friends. It's my duty as a man. Issei said, clenching his fists. I have this extremely powerful power. I can use it for good, even if I have to get my hands bloody. Issei said, standing up and keeping firm. Issei smiled and kissed each of his Dino friends on the nose before walking out of the enclosure, heading up the elevator to the main floor where the kitchen was. Upon entering the kitchen, the only one there was Zenobia herself, sipping a cup of coffee. She was a bit chilly, so she had a blanket over her body as her eyes were very baggy thanks to lack of sleep. Issei eyed her up and raised a brow. "What are you doing here in my house?" Zenobia only responded with showing her 2 devil wings before putting them away and sipping some coffee. "Of course she did, once again undermining me. I'm getting really angry with this lack of respect." Issei growled out, grabbing an apple and walking back to the elevator, heading down to the floor that had the gym. After devouring the apple, he began to work out once more, wanting to blow off some steam. He was getting sick and tired of everyone in his life, minus his Dino friends, treating him like a low life. While yes, by extension, Rias and them aren't necessarily bullying him like the kids before would since he was not of the 72 pillars, he was still nonetheless not getting the respect he wants. The girls were not looking at him like a king. They were using and abusing the fact that he had powerful friends. The Dinos did once mess with him by kneeling to Rias, but he knew that they would never ever follow her as their king. He was the king and their best friend. All he was doing was punching at the bag, aiming for the large red dot that was about a baseball in size with each punch. After about 5 minutes of blowing off steam, he took a small towel and wiped the sweat from his neck and forehead before heading to the elevator for a bath. He went down to the bath and quickly undressed himself, using magic to summon forth a set of clothes which he placed upon the rack near the door. He relaxed in the bath, laying out flat as he put his head back and closed his eyes. He began to think hard about how he wanted to handle this with the girls. He wanted respect. He needed to talk to Rias. Mano y mano. After about 20 minutes of resting his eyes, which actually turned into a small nap, the sound of the elevator dinging which meant someone was down with him, he opened his eyes to a blushing naked Ravel. "Ravel," Issei said nonchalantly, taking one look at her naked body before laying her head back. "Master," Ravel replied, blushing as she climbed into the bath. "Issei." "Huh?" she asked, surprised he said something. "The name is Issei. I do not like the term master in this context. You are my equal even if you are my servant, plus wouldn't Rias be the king?" Issei said and asked, the last part with venom though not towards her. "No. You are the king even if Rias is pushing to be the current king. Are you upset with her?" "Gee, how did you know?" he asked sarcastically. However, he sighed and shook his head. "No, that's not right. I have no reason to get mad at you. It's Rias and the others that I have issues with. Not you or Isabella." Ravel smiled. "Apology accepted. So, Ravel, about last night? I'm sorry for making you do such indecent things. I really did not mean for it to go that far, but I got lost in the pleasure. For someone who wields such great power, you sure are very humble." "Humble? It's the truth. I never wanted to make you do that. I did it on my own accord, and while I guess I misread the situation, I do not regret it. I admittedly enjoyed it," Ravel said with a blush. Issei blushed as well, scratching the back of his head. "And, as my master, if you ever so willed it, I would do it again, and even more than that," she said, blushing heavily. Issei blushed as well but coughed to clear up the air. "I will keep that in mind," Issei replied, his eyes still closed. "Are you not happy with my body? Can we please not continue with this topic? I'm uncomfortable." "You've never had a girl come on to you before, have you?" Ravel said, getting a smirk on her face. Usually she acts high and mighty, but she had no reason to be high and mighty to Issei. Issei was an Adonis to her. Extremely strong, handsome, had unimaginable resources. She respects what the Hyoudou family does. She understands that while they may not be of the 72 pillars like her prestigious and more popular family is, but the Hyoudous had a lot of power in politics due to being researchers. She understood a lot. "My personal life with girls is not up for discussion," Issei replied. He was blushing madly and knew that Ravel would not stop this. Ravel grinned. "Aversion," she commented, smirking. "You're one to talk." Ravel snorted. And what makes you think I'm a virgin? I've had more men than you can even guess. Slut. Ravel puffed her cheeks out at the way he said that. He just said it like it was just a matter of fact. Nothing serious. He just said, slut. I am not a slut. I am the daughter of the House of Phoenix. There's nothing wrong with being a virgin, Ravel. I am a virgin and I'm okay with being one. Losing my virginity will happen one day. There's no reason to rush getting your virginity taken. You should always lose it to someone you love. Issei said, looking up and giving the girl a smile. But to answer your question, I do in fact enjoy your body. Very much so. Issei looked at her melons for about 5 seconds before laying his head back, relaxing. You pervert. Ravel said jokingly. She had no reason to call him that, since she did what she did with her new king. Perks of being the king. I get to do whatever I want. Issei said with a shrug. They now both sat in silence for about half an hour before Issei stood up, unashamedly not covering himself, and dried off. Do you have any suggestions about how to deal with my current situation of not being respected? Talk to them. Tell them that you will not take this disrespect from them. They have no right to treat you like this, Issei. Even I know this. Issei nodded and got dressed in the Sunday outfit he chose. It was a pair of gray cargo shorts, a gray t-shirt with snake on the BRST, and his socks with brown shoes. He rubbed his hair as he rode the elevator up to the main floor. He exited the elevator after taking a deep breath and walked into the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he spotted everyone. Isabella, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Zenobia and Kiba. They were all at the table eating their breakfast, though Zenobia was at the counter just drinking coffee. Issei, there you are. You know where Ravel is? Yeah. She was in the bath with me. We had a good conversation. She was in the bath with you? Rias asked, glaring a bit at him. Pray tell what this conversation was about. Issei stared at Rias and raised a brow. What is it to you what I talk about with one of my servants? I have a right to know as your dash. As my what? Issei asked, his tone dangerous. Pray tell what you are to me that you have a right to know what I speak about with others. Senior? She asked. She knew she crossed a line big time now. They never really thought he would mind not being the real king, but they were wrong. Nice try, Rias. All of you, minus Irina, Zenobia and Isabella, you all treat me like I'm inferior to you. Why? Rias gulped and looked up at him. It wasn't that I want you to feel inferior, it's just, you don't have experience as a king. I thought this was the best option since we originally were gonna have you join my peerage, but with you having so many members to start. So you thought you could come in and take over? Just because I don't have experience? How else am I going to get experience if I don't learn to be a king? It's not fair to me, and to be frank, you would have never have control over my friends in the enclosure. I grew up with them ever since I could remember. I love them and they love me. They respect me. They bowed to you to screw with me like a best friend would, but they would have never followed you even if I joined your peerage. Will you all please look at me as your king and not as a servant? I deserve a chance to be a king. I deserve it. Aquino smiled and stood up. As you wish, master. Oi, it's Issei. No matter what I am to any of you. It's Issei. In public, you would need to be called a proper name. Rias said. It's politics. Issei sighed. Fine. Master will do in public. Nevertheless, you are my equals. I do not look down upon you. I just want to be the one to make decisions, including the one with new servants. He said, looking over at the back of Zenobia. Oh, I'm sorry, Issei. I thought she would be a good addition. You were distracted, but Valper kind of revealed that God is dead. Rias said. Issei didn't know about that. Really? God is dead. That's surprising. Must be a strong angel up there keeping the peace. Issei said, shrugging. You don't seem to care much. Not really. God has done nothing for me. Whether or not he's dead, it doesn't affect me. As for Zenobia, please make my home your home. If you need anything, Rias, Aquino or Ravel will help you out. Actually, anyone would help you out, but those three are the second in commands. At least, that what it is for the moment. I'll figure something out. As for everyone else, thank you for respecting me. I really appreciate it. It means a lot that you all didn't think of me as inferior. Akino smiled. Of course we didn't. We all liked you back then and we like you now. So I am more than happy to be your servant, Issei. I'm glad. Issei smiled and looked at everyone, minus Sinovia, who nodded in agreement. You have a summons. I took the liberty of also being the one who handled the summoning. Oh, well that's quite all right. It's only right to help your master. So, who is summoning me? Well, it's unknown. Just says that he or she wants you and you only. The devil law says you can ignore anonymous summons. I'll go to it. I have no reason not to. I got nothing to do today. Issei said while stretching. Does it say a time? Anytime. Just knock on the door. Alright, I'll be back later. Issei said, teleporting out. Issei teleported to the address, though he teleported into an alleyway. He walked up to the door and knocked on it. After about 10 seconds, the door opened to reveal a black-haired with golden bangs man. He had a smirk on his face which screamed bad boy. Issei smiled at him. You summoned a devil? I did indeed. Come on in, devil boy. The man said, walking into the house which Issei followed. Upon entering, Issei discreetly activated some magic behind his back. Issei had a bad feeling about this man and he was going to be prepared. The man came back from the kitchen with 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. Want a drink? As an underage person, I should say no, but I really don't care about that. Hit me up. Issei said. The man nodded and poured the bottle into the 2 shot glasses and handed one to Issei. Issei took a sip and was taken aback by how strong it was. Can't handle your alcohol, can you? I'm fine. So, what is it you wanted to summon me for? Simple. I want to chat. Oh, with me and only me? What could we possibly chat about? Well, for starters, I wish to know about the fight you had with Kokobile. Issei's eyes widened and they both stood up. Issei whistled a low tone while the man smiled and his 12 wings unfolded. I am Azazel, governor of the fallen angels. Issei stood up and stared at Azazel, though behind him were 2 reptilian faces very familiar. You don't seem scared. This is surprising. Though I suppose the one who killed Kokobile has nothing to fear, does he? Incorrect. I'm not scared because I have no reason to be. You aren't a threat to me, but I wasn't the one who killed Kokobile. Oh, you aren't scared of me? Azazel asked, smiling happily at the brave devil. Of course not. You also made the same mistake as Kokobile. You kept your back turned to danger. What? Azazel said, looking over his shoulder only for his eyes to widen for a bit before he turned and his smile widened. Very impressive. I never even felt their presence. That's a very scary prospect. So, are you going to kill me like you did Kokobile? Feed me to them? I am pretty much at your mercy. Issei shook his head. No. They are there just in case, as I knew that this was suspicious. Issei said, snapping his fingers, letting both of them disappear. I have already deemed you not a threat, or you would have killed me while I was drinking whiskey. You just wish to talk about Kokobile, right? That is correct. I also wish to study you. I also have heard that you beat a phoenix so fast that it surprised a lot of the higher-up devils. I have a very powerful power thanks to my family, though you can call my power a mutation. Azazel nodded and both of the men took a seat. So, why did you kill Kokobile? Why not let him live in incarceration? There was no guarantee he was going to be locked away forever. I couldn't take the chance. Though that's not the real reason. That's just something I just came up with. I was angry. He killed my parents, he threatened the safety of my friends, and he hurt someone I care about. He deserved death. Fair enough. Were you worried about the blowback from such an act? Such as the fallen angels declaring war? Not at the time. And I suppose right now I'm not concerned either. I really never thought about it. If they fallen angels are mad at me, then they can come after me. I will gladly take as many out with me as I can, but it seems to me he didn't act with your authority, so you would like me to sweep it under the rug and not really complain. That is true. Kokabeel was a rogue, and I would definitely like for you not to think badly of the fallen angels for the actions of one warmonger. Azazel responded, "Don't worry about it. The way I see it, justice was dispensed. He had it coming, and I am also glad to see that you all feel the same way." Azazel nodded. "However, due to these events, there will be a peace summit tomorrow since it's a school holiday. The three powers will be meeting." Issei raised a brow. "That's kind of cool, I guess, though this means I have to join, don't I?" "You are the king that took down Kokabeel." "That's true. Well, I will not be bringing my friends along as I wish for them to stay mostly in the shadows until needed." "Fair enough. I don't even know all the details, except that Kokabeel was eaten by something and so were the two Cerberus. Though since I just saw the two creatures you brought along, I got a fair idea. So, I think that is all. Any questions for me?" "Just one. Is it true that God is dead?" Azazel raised a brow. "Why would you think that? Answer the question. Is he dead or not?" Azazel hummed and shrugged. "Yeah, he's dead." So Valper was being honest. "All right, fair enough. Doesn't bother you?" "Why would it? None of my concern." "Fair enough. Well, that should be it then. I will let you go back to your friends." "What about my payment?" "All devils need payment after their services." "Right. Ooh." Azazel grabbed a couple gold coins that did not look like they were from Japan. "Those are Greek coins called Danik. Old Egyptian coins that were and still are used to pay for the ferryman to Hades." "Oh shit. Really? Dude, I love the Greek mythology. Are you saying they are real?" "All mythologies are real. Greek, Norse, Hindu, Japanese, Egyptian. All of them. This is a big world you are stepping into, kid." "Awesome. Alright, well, I'll see you tomorrow, Azazel." "Thanks," Issei said, teleporting back home. Issei arrived at home shortly after meeting up with Azazel, appearing in the living room which was connected to the kitchen. Upon arrival, Rias looked up from her book and smiled. "You're back early. How did the contract go?" Rias asked, smiling at him kindly. Issei smiled a bit at how much she actually cared. "Well, actually, Azazel was very kind and gave me these awesome coins," Issei said, placing the old Greek coins on the table. The mention of Azazel forced Rias to drop her book, and she stood up. "Azazel? You mean the leader of the fallen angels?" she asked, running over to him and checking for wounds. "Rias, stop that," Issei said, squirming as he delicate and soft hands moved his face and body around. "I'm all right. Let me talk." Rias blushed intensely and backed away. "Sorry, it's just that he's the enemy." Issei smiled. "I understand. I'm not angry, but you are actually mistaken. He's actually a very good man. He was the one who called for the peace summit." "Peace summit?" "Yes, indeed, Rias," spoke another deeper voice. Cerzex appeared in a flash of red. "Issei is correct. Azazel is the one who called forth the peace summit." Issei nodded. He also had nothing to do with Kokabeel. His only mistake was not reining him in quicker. "I trust Azazel, Rias. He's not a bad man. Just a bit mischievous." Cerzex nodded. "There is a peace summit tomorrow since school is out for holiday. I wanted to come to tell you in person, but it seems Issei beat me to it. All of you must come due to your fight with Kokabeel." Issei nodded. "We are well aware of that." Cerzex smiled. "So you are the king now, Issei? You seem to be the one answering these questions." "Yes. We all decided that it's only fair that I become the one true king. Not Rias. It's not fair to me to treat me like an inferior." "Fair enough. I hope you become strong, Issei." Issei nodded. "I will become a great king, but I am already strong." "Yes, that's what I meant. Well, see you later, Rias." "Take care, Issei," Cerzex said before teleporting away. Issei smiled at Rias and took a seat on the couch. "So, how does it feel not being a king now since you were one before?" "Different. I'm used to being the one to call the shots, but this is a good experience to know. Most people treat me like a princess, like a king. It's a good experience to feel like the other side." "I understand. I never was really treated like an equal. Everyone bullied me because I'm not of the 72 pillars. I'm an extra. The only thing they liked was my parents' research. My name caused me a lot of sorrow and pain. I didn't have any friends, so they made me my dinosaurs, and I had friends finally. I understand, it's just how a lot of devils see it. If you aren't in the social ladder, like the Gremmaries, Citries, or Phoenixes, you don't get respect. You are treated as an inferior, but there are those who don't see it that way, as you can guess. You and Sona have been nothing but kind. I thank you for that. Rias nodded and returned to her book. Issei smiled and stood up, heading out of the living room and grabbing a banana. He ate the delicious fruit as he went into the elevator and decided to watch a movie within the theater they had installed here. Rias had upgraded his house immensely while she was the acting king. The theater was empty, so he calmly took a seat in the very back, smack in the middle. He selected a movie from the tablet next to him and waited patiently for the movie to start. Just as the movie began, a small magic circle appeared in his lap and a letter appeared. It was a letter from Aquino to meet her up at the shrine. A frown appeared on his face at the interruption, but he smiled as it was from Aquino afterwards. He paused the movie from the tablet and teleported himself to the base of the shrine within the trees, so he wasn't visibly teleporting in front of someone. He began to walk up the stone steps that was at least half a mile, if not more, to the top. As he began his walk, halfway up a smiling Aquino appeared wearing a shrine maiden's outfit. Thanks for coming, Issei. Of course. Anything for you, Aquino. Issei said with a big smile. Aquino giggled. You say the sweetest things, she said as she began to walk alongside Issei up to the top of the shrine. So, why are we meeting at a shrine? Wouldn't a devil like me being here be taboo? Normally, a devil wouldn't be able to enter without some sort of damage, but due to the meeting, we have an agreement under the table. Oh, I see. That's good. So, what's with the outfit? It looks really nice on you. Issei said with a smile. Aquino blushed. My family used to be shrine maidens, so it's just something in my family. Wow, that's amazing, Aquino. I never knew you had shrine maiden blood in you. Aquino giggled. Well, there's a lot of things you don't know about me, and things you don't know that I want in me. Yeah? Issei asked, blushing a bit heatedly at the innuendo. Aquino giggled. Your reactions are so cute. Makes me want to tease you more. Issei blushed and rubbed the back of his head as they finally finished the climb. Upon their arrival, a voice came from the sky. So, is this the boy who defeated Kokobile? A bright golden light appeared and a man with 12 golden wings floated down to the ground. An angel, Issei said with a smirk. I'm popular today. I am Michael Issei Hyoudou. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Michael. You have been doing good working keeping heaven working. So you are aware of the absence of our creator? Yes, it is true. I've been running heaven. Well, keep it up. So, how can I help you today, Michael? Let us go inside. Your friend and I have been working hard today, and it is with the fruits of our labor that I had you come today. I see. Issei said, yawning a bit from his lack of sleep. Well, shall we? Issei said, opening up the shrine door. Michael walked in with a thank you and Aquino winked at him and smiled. Floating in the middle of what looks like a living room was a sword. It was not very flashy, but Issei felt the dangerous aura that came from it. A dragon slayer. I'm sure you already know. This is a holy sword, but it also goes by another name. Dragon Slayer. I wanted to give this to you as a gift for your work against Kokobile. He was a dangerous man. I don't need a gift. Thank you anyway, though. Michael smiled. I really wanted to thank you. Thought. Your thanks is more than enough, plus. I'm not a swords person. More of a fist or knife kind of guy. I understand. Perhaps one of you friends can use it. I'm sure that's easy enough to do. If that is the case, then I accept your gift. Would be rude of me not to. Michael smiled. Well, with that, I will be taking my leave. See you tomorrow. Michael said as he disappeared in a flash of golden light. Issei nodded and stretched his body. All right, I guess I shall also take my leave. Issei, wait. Aquino said as Issei formed his magic circle. Issei stopped his magic circle and tilted his head. What's up? Can't we talk? Absolutely. Issei replied. He took a seat across from Akino. Akino frowned and immediately pulled down the back of her maiden outfit, revealing a lot of cleavage. She turned her back to him and immediately her wings appeared. It was one wing of a fallen angel and a wing of a devil. Issei gasped, completely surprised and shocked by this. I wanted to tell you this for so long. Akino said, her voice breaking up as she was tearing up. He knew she was. I am the mix of a human and a fallen angel. Issei nodded and looked down at his feet, listening to her. I hated my father. He left my mother to die, so I jumped at the chance to join the devils when Rias offered it to me. Just to spite father. So, consider it irony, but the result is a mix of my heritage and the fact I'm a devil. A mixed-matched plumage. I've wanted to tell you for so long. You hate fallen angels, don't you? They were the cause of so much pain for you. It's not hard to guess your feelings towards them. Issei frowned. You're right. I do not like fallen angels. They killed my parents and left me homeless. Made me an orphan. These words turned Akino's expression down into the dumps, depression. But there is more to you than who your father is. You're just saying that. There is no way you are convincing me that you are a bad person, Akino. Oh, but it's true. I'm a terrible woman. That is bullshit. Issei said, standing up and looking Akino in the eyes. As far as I am concerned, you are one of the most awesome women a guy like me could ever meet. You're smart, beautiful, talented, powerful. You have great hair and you got an amazing body. You are an extremely nice person as well. There is no way you are a bad person. It's true that I do not like fallen angels, but learning what your heritage is doesn't change anything. It only makes me respect you even more for coming out and admitting it. Issei said firmly. Akino began to cry. You are a terrific woman and you are great at being one. Do not think for one moment that you are a bad person. You are a great person, and I mean that. Issei noticed her tears and he immediately began to panic. Hey, it's okay. Please don't cry. Akino shook her head. It's tears of joy, you said all the right things. With such sweet words, what is a girl to do? She said. She quickly closed the cap and laid her lips onto his own, kissing him with passion as she held his arms tenderly. The kiss wasn't rough or harsh, it was kind, gentle and tender. Issei responded with his own kiss, before she pulled away smiling. Akino, that was my first kiss, Issei. You were my first. Akino, I understand. I put you into a bad position. I know that it's not fair to you, but I am okay with sharing. Sharing. Issei gulped and looked at the sweet girl before him. Akino nodded. You have a lot to learn, Issei, about the devil world. I don't understand. This is confusing. Issei said. His mind was numb and heavy. Akino giggled. That's all right. I apologize for making you confused. Akino said. She quickly activated her magic and placed a circle on his head. She erased his memory of the kiss, smiling softly. I was too brash about this. That wasn't fair to him. She said to herself, while Issei was knocked out. She giggled happily. But I am satisfied knowing I gave him my first kiss. It was the next morning when Issei woke up. He found himself in his bed and Akino walked into the room. Good morning, sleepyhead. You slept for almost the entire day and night. You must have been tired. What happened? Last thing I remember, I was in the shrine and we had a talk. Oh. You ended up passing out from exhaustion. I took you home and put you to bed. Oh, thank you. So, when is this meeting? In about 10 minutes. So please get up and get dressed. Akino said sweetly, walking away. Issei quickly jumped out of bed though he tripped on his blanket. He kicked away the blankets and began to put on his clothes in a hurry. Damn it, Issei. You just had to fall asleep and sleep for like 16 hours. You idiot. Issei groaned and quickly ran out the room, heading downstairs and grabbing an apple. Just in time, Issei. Rias said, her magic circle prepped. Sorry. I slept in, Issei said, quickly munching on the fruit. Rias chuckled, and with that, they teleported. They all arrived outside the large meeting room within the school. Rias knocked on the door and Surzex called them in. Upon entering, Issei noticed that Irina was with Michael, Serafal was with Surzex, and a tall girl with long dark silver hair and light blue eyes stood behind Azazel. She had a smirk on her face and she wore black leather combat pants, a gray plain t-shirt and a black vest on top. She was about as tall as Issei, so around 6 feet, and her t-shirt and vest revealed a lot of her cleavage. She had beards about the size of Isabella, and her butt was similar too. They had the same fighter's build. She took a look at Issei and smirked. She was very beautiful, but Issei did not trust her. Something about her screamed dangerous. This here is my sister and her new peerage. She joined her childhood friend's peerage earlier, so she is now the servant. I see. Welcome Issei and his peerage, Michael said. Likewise, Azazel replied. So, I guess we should start. Issei, care to report on Kokabeel? Surzex asked. Do I need to give a speech or? Issei asked. Not sure what the proper response is in these meetings. Just tell us what happened. Michael replied with a smile. Kokabeel was the one who killed my parents. He sent lackeys in his stead and killed the Hyoudou family. I'm the only survivor. Years later, he came to this town and tried to start a war by killing Sona or Rias to draw out one of the two kings. I intervened and Kokabeel is now dead. Any questions? Issei asked. Rias sighed. Not very polite, Issei. I was polite. I just don't want to give them the presidential address. That is quite fine, Issei. Michael said. I however do have a question. How did you kill him? The reports said nothing could be found except blood stains. Simple. I let one of my peerage eat him. Eat him? Cannibalism? Michael asked, curious. He was the only one of the leader who does not know of Issei's power. These are not my full peerage. However, the other members are not here today due to I want to keep them secret. Let's consider it my trump card. I see, Michael said, frowning. But he's not a threat, Lord Michael. Irina stated, smiling. Issei is a good boy and won't do any harm to ruin this. Michael smiled. Fair enough. All right, my questions are done. Surzex nodded. Anyone want to add anything? Issei raised his hand. Not to be rude, but can we just get on with this meeting and make peace already? I kind of don't want to be here. Surzex smirked, Azazel chuckled, and Michael smiled. Issei, you need to learn how to handle these politics. That is what being a king is all about. Rias scolded. But it's so boring. These meetings are pointless when it drones on. Just do what you intended to do from the start and let people get on with their lives. Issei retorted. Issei, do not make me redash. No. It's quite alright actually. He's quite right. Let's make peace and be done with it. Azazel said. As he said, this meeting is boring, isn't it? Surely we can find better ways to handle this. Surzex nodded. Fair enough. The meeting that didn't involve Issei droned on as the four leaders began to talk about the state of the world and so on and so forth. It was only when Azazel began to speak about Issei and the girl behind him that Issei woke up. Issei asked. He was busy drawing on a piece of paper. Just doodling. What is it you want? Azazel asked. A cheeseburger sounds nice right about now. Issei said, his stomach beginning to grumble. Immediately after that, Rias smacked him in the back of HT head. Oh, what was that for? Answer his question seriously. I was serious. I want a FNG cheeseburger. You don't need to hit. Oh. Rias raised her hand and began to put her aura of destruction on it, promising much more pain. Zizel laughed, as did Surzex and Michael. Issei, what is it you would like to do in this world? Have a FING cheeseburger. I would like to have a cheeseburger in this world. Issei said, smiling back at Rias with a I win smirk. He actually answered the question correctly, but it was not the response she was looking for. She narrowed her eyes and growled. But, in all seriousness, I just want to live in peace. Sure, a good fight now and again, but I've lost enough loved ones. I don't want to lose anyone else. Good answer. Azazel smiled. So we are all in accordance? Before anyone could answer, the room exploded in a flash of light. It was only thanks to the quick reaction of the leaders that no one was injured. Terrorists, xDoug said with distaste. I figured they would attack today. Azazel said, watching as all their troops were teleported out of the area. Issei looked over at them and watched as they began to open fire on the shield that the leaders put up. Valley? Azazel asked, looking over his shoulder. Oh, my turn now. All right, could be fun. Wait, Issei said. Everyone looked over at Issei. I will handle this alone. Have you ever wondered what my full power would be? xDoug raised a brow. I was always interested. I knew you were holding back by far with Riser. Are you sure you can handle everyone here? Quite, however, all of you need to put up a large shield. I mean it. Even you, Vala. Issei said, taking off his shirt as he flexed his shoulders. But keep this in mind. The reason I held back is simple. If I used my full power, Riser would be dead. Issei said, jumping down from the building to the ground. Hey magicians. You have 5 seconds to surrender now peacefully. If you do not surrender now, you will be dealt with using lethal force. Do not make me do this. Issei said, summoning a green magic circle this time, which summoned a baseball-sized green ball of energy which hummed with inert power. The magicians all laughed and began to shoot at Issei with their magical light beams, though Issei blocked with a magic circle. So be it. Issei said. All right, time for a history lesson. On August 6, 1945 at 8:16 a.m., the United States dropped a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. The explosive power was 15 kilotons of TNT. Today, you are about to witness what it was like on that day in Hiroshima. Good night, Issei said. It was after he spoke the magicians all began to look scared. xDoug's eyes widened as the green ball began to SCK up energy from the magic circle below it, having it swirl around. Brace for impact. xDoug roared, putting everything he had into the shield. Everyone including Vala pitched in. The shield encompassed the entire building, while it also made a secondary shield which covered the entire ground. Basically, it was a bubble within a bubble, keeping any damage within the bubble. Detonate. Issei spoke as she snapped. The green ball exploded in a bright flash of light, immediately blinding everyone looking at the ball of light. Instantly, temperatures reached 100 million degrees Fahrenheit. Everything within the radius, minus Issei who was immune to his own power lucky, were vaporized. Every magician was instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace. The shock wave struck the bubble and cracked it almost to the point of breaking. The mushroom cloud was visible to everyone now. Azazel and the rest opened their eyes after the blinding light, looking at the mushroom cloud. The ground was blackened from the immense heat released, meaning the dirt was charred. Issei quickly activated a magic circle, sking in all of the heat and the dirt cloud in the area, clearing the entire field. The leaders put the shield down and they all looked outside. It was then a magic circle appeared above Issei and out came someone. Ivory Dash. It was a girl who stopped as she looked around. Where is all my magicians? A spear of light was thrown into her skull, killing her instantly. Azazel laughed. Well, this was easier than expected. Well, guess you can never hire good help, eh? Azazel spoke before he was shoved outside of the building by an explosion against his back. Azazel got out of the crater in the ground. Hey, Bad Valley. That's not very nice. Sorry, Azazel. Valley replied, flying in the sky. It looked much more fun on this side. I was offered to fight the Asgard. How could I say no to that? I should have figured you would do this, but it was my mistake to let it go this long. Azazel sighed. So tell me, Valley, you remember Shemhaza, right? The vice governor. Well, he informed of this new terrorist group that's been gathering strong members. Chaos Brigade, I believe? So, who is the one leading you? If I had to guess, it's Ophis, the infinite dragon god. Yes. It's true. I have sided with Ophis, but believe me, neither one of us wants to dominate the world. That would be another part of the Chaos Brigade. All I desire is to use my power and fight strong opponents. I figured as much. So, Issei Hyoudou was it? You seem to be a very interesting person. I wonder if you are perhaps able to give me a fight. Why would I fight you? I have no reason to. Well, I do. I wish to test my power against you. I have no interest. Issei responded casually. Well, if you have no interest now, I will make you interested. The female spoke, throwing a ball of dragon energy at Irina and Zenobia, who stood out in the open. Zenobia and Irina screamed as their death was coming, but when they opened their eyes, Issei with a red gauntlet stood in their way, steam coming from his body. Issei? Irina asked. What is that on your arm? Issei smirked and everyone looked at him completely shocked. You are the Red Dragon Emperor? Valley asked in astonishment. I have looked all over the world for you. Well, here I am. I didn't want to reveal this so soon to everyone, but it is true. I am the Welsh Dragon Emperor. At last, my rival is here. This sounds like fun. Fun? You just threaten my friends you beach. It won't be very fun for long. Issei growled. Balance break. Welsh Dragon, balance breaker. Spoke the gauntlet. Issei stood in his red armor, though there was green spiderweb markings all over his body. He instantly rushed into the air and decked Valley in her helmet, shattering it instantly. His speed was faster than she expected. Finally, an opponent worthy of my time. Valley exclaimed, her helmet repaired. But you are not worthy of my own. Issei spoke, dashing forward and grabbing the leg of Valley before swinging her round and around before tossing her to the ground. Issei followed up with a dragon shot, striking her in the back immediately as she hit the ground. With the explosion, she was sent skidding across the grounds. What is this power? Albion demanded. This is not the normal power of the Red Dragon Emperor. This is not normal. Ha! I know, right, White One. My partner's power is more explosive and dangerous than ever before. That can't be safe, Draig. It's not safe. It's why he can't hold this form for very long, or he will go into something I like to call a meltdown, but there is more than enough time to defeat you today. As if my partner will be triumphant. Your partner lacks experience. Albion exclaimed. And right he was. Vala charged into Issei and dodged a wild haymaker. She delivered a knee up into his gut, forcing him to bend forwards as he was struck by her knee. She delivered a powerful elbow down into his back, cracking his armor. She threw him down and shoved him against the school wall. Immediately she began to punch, knee and kick him, moving aside all of his extremities as she began to wail upon the boy's armor, cracking and breaking his armored scales one by one. Partner, you need to get away. You can't beat her hand to hand. Hand to hand? Then I want fight hand to hand. Issei exclaimed. Issei headbutt Valley, stunning the beautiful girl before 4 scales in the center of his chest. A large satellite-looking piece glowed green and it shot a large green beam right into Valley, shattering her armor and forcing her to fly across the field towards the beam. Issei quickly kicked off of the wall of the school building. His fist ped back as he was ready to decapitate her with a single punch. However, his armor immediately shut down and he was unarmored. Sorry, partner, but you were approaching critical overload. Damn it. I was going to win. You still won. Look. Valley looked over at Issei. Her shirt was torn and her nipples could be seen if it wasn't for her holding her chest. She was injured. You are something else, Issei Hyoudou. Never before has a Red Dragon Emperor ever had that kind of power you have. Thanks, but you still have to die. Issei said, clenching his fist as he picked up a sharp stick and approached her. Well, not if I have anything to say about it. Spoke another voice. A monkey-looking man appeared from the sky and smacked a large pole stick thing right at Issei, who barely dodged. Biko, what are you doing here? Saving your butt, but it's also time to leave. Oh, I see. Well, thank you. See you next time, Issei. Spoke Valley, who was blushing for some odd reason. Issei collapsed to his butt, taking deep breaths as his body was exhausted. Rias and the others quickly ran over to him and helped him to his feet. Thank you guys. Can I go to bed now? I'm tired. Issei said. Using his extreme powers, especially the nuclear explosive power he had, drained him really quickly. Rias smiled. Yes, Issei, you can go to sleep? Thank you for doing all of this. Issei nodded and put his thumbs up as he placed his head on Rias's shoulder and passed out. The adrenaline he had during the fight was gone, and he immediately was knocked out. The only ones who stayed behind were Serafal, Surzex, Michael, and Azazel. They all gathered in a circle. So, this was an interesting experience. Michael said. Yes. Azazel replied. This is definitely something we need to watch. That power of his is dangerous. Mainly to himself. I detected a lot of residual energy during his balance breaker. I think if he kept up his armor for a long time, he would end up dying. I see. Surzex said, his lips turning into a frown. Any ideas? Not yet. Azazel replied. But I can see if I can help out with him as their new trainer. Surzex nodded. That is much appreciated. Michael smiled. Well, I suppose the next time we meet, we will discuss countermeasures for the Cows Brigade. For now, I will return to heaven and get to work on the favor you asked of me, Surzex. Farewell. Michael said, disappearing in a flash of golden light. Azazel smiled and walked away. Have a good night, Surzex. I will keep a watch over the boy. Surzex nodded and disappeared with Serafal and Graphia in a flash of red light. When Rias put Issei to bed, she climbed into bed with him and snuggled up against his side and fell asleep. Shortly after, Aquino joined them, then Kaneko, then Ravel, then Isabella. Eventually, his big butt bed was beginning to get crowded. It was from there on out that Issei's life was going to get more interesting as the Cows Brigade was now coming into play. How will Issei's explosive powers handle the new state of the world? How about when a god decides to come to play? Will Issei survive, or will he completely annihilate everyone in his path? Issei woke up about 6 a.m., yawning and stretching awake, only to stop mid-yawn as his hands hit something very soft and squishy. He blinked and squeezed the soft object, only to hear two M's coming from above his head. He blinked and sat up, raising a brow at the fact Aquino and Rias were sleeping in his bed. He then looked down and noticed Ravel, Isabella and Kaneko were also in his bed but below him. Kaneko was using his right thigh while in between his legs, Ravel was cuddling his left thigh, and Isabella was just resting against the wall, not touching him. Issei smiled a bit, blushing as he rubbed the back of his head, but he sighed afterwards. These girls? Why surround me of all people? Why not Kiba? Surely he's better looking. He said under his breath. He slowly placed Kaneko under a pillow and slowly climbed out of bed, not touching the other girls as he walked out of his room quietly. He shook his head as he passed Kiba's room and went down to the kitchen to get his breakfast. He began to make his breakfast only to look at the calendar. Summer break was coming. This put a big smile on his face as he cheered silently. Awesome. Summer break. Time for the beach. He said to himself, kind of loud whispering. Not quiet talking but not whispering either. He sat down with his bowl of cereal and began to eat it, giggling happily to himself. About 20 minutes later, as he was watching some cartoons by himself, Rias came down the stairs with a yawn and walked to the back of his chair. Issei, can we talk? Issei muted his TV and smiled. Sure, Rias. Summer break is coming, so I'm excited. About that? I was hoping you wouldn't mind going to the underworld and visiting my family. I had planned this trip before we met up again. Issei smiled, faltered a bit, and he thought about it for a few seconds. Alright, that sounds nice actually. Sure, I'm more than happy to go. Rias smiled and hugged Issei to her bosom. Thank you, Issei. You are amazing. Thank you, though I'm not sure why I'm amazing. Issei said with a sigh as he turned back on his TV. Rias looked down at Issei and frowned. She nodded to herself, understanding he might be a bit slow when it comes to the feelings of the female. She smiled and began to make her own breakfast as well. About 4 hours later, Rias came over and tapped Issei. Could you go pack up, please? Issei nodded and quickly leapt over the couch and ran to the elevator to head to his floor. He quickly rushed like a man and packed up 2 weeks' worth of clothing and his grooming supplies before coming down with his backpack. All done. Rias shook her head and smiled. All right, I'll prepare the magic circle to take us to the train station. Can we just teleport straight to the underworld? I'd prefer that. All right. They will blame you anyway, Rias said, prepping the magic circle. Everyone gathered round and she teleported them to her house. Upon arrival, Grafia was already waiting and there was maids on each side of the large driveway walkway. Welcome home, Lady Gremory. Welcome, Lord Issei. Lord? That sounds kinda cool, but for you, Grafia, it's just Issei. We've known each other for a long time. I think we can converse as friends, no? As you wish. The servants will take all your bags and take them to your rooms. Come, let's go inside. Grafia replied. Everyone was ushered in and Issei immediately disappeared from everyone because he made a right while everyone went left, and he ended up on his own walking. Rias finally looked behind her as she was walking with Grafia, only to blink. Where's Issei? Rias asked. Everyone shrugged. Damn it. Rias sighed. I should have figured he would do this. Ah well. Rias said, shaking her head. Grafia smiled. Issei is a very terrible king in a political standpoint. He has no grace for a devil, but he's fun. He's an interesting spirit and perhaps the world needs someone like him. Rias smiled. That is a very accurate description of him, but I honestly wouldn't have it any other way. While they may look down upon me for allowing him to be this way, the world is going to change with him. His power is immense. Indeed. Azazel will be coming over later tonight. Apparently he's been assigned as your new trainer for the group. Of course he was. Rias said with a sigh. At least Issei trusts him. As do most of us. He's a good man, though he might be a bit mischievous. Fair enough. All right, well, I'm going to see Mother. As you wish. Grafia said. With that, everyone went off to go find Rias's mother. Issei himself was wandering the castle, remembering everything from back when he was a kid. He decided to head to the large hot springs that were outside, teleporting one of the towels he packed into his hand before he rushed outside. He quickly undressed, then redressed it only his shorts, no underwear before climbing into the hot springs and relaxing. Uff, so nice. He smiled and happily relaxed, though a voice interrupted his relaxation. So you also know of the legendary Gremory hot springs? Spoke Azazel, who was in the corner. Issei did not see him. Issei groaned a bit. What? Are you saying you aren't interested in seeing me? Seeing you means that I'm going to end up suffering. I just know it. Azazel grinned. Suffering? I think of it more as improving. I hate you. Issei said with a smile, laying his head back on the concrete. I love you too. Azazel said with amusement. The silence lasted for about 5 minutes before Issei spoke up. So, what kind of training did you have in mind for me? Experience training. Combat training really. You need to learn to fight. Sounds fun. Some kind of martial arts. More of human military training. They have a very effective combat efficiency. So, I hired a human that is ex-military that deals with devils a lot. So, I'll be heading to the human realm for how long? About 3 to 4 months. I will fetch you if we need you here. Fair enough. When do we start? Whenever you are ready. I should probably say goodbye to the others. Up to you. I'll wait till around dinner time. I'm assuming everyone is invited. Quite. You will be missing an underworld party, I think, though maybe I will pull you for it. Issei shrugged and just relaxed in the pool. Do you really think that the terrorists are going to be a big issue? Azazel sighed. Unfortunately, I do. There are a lot of scary people out there. Scary strong, but you are also scary strong. I have been thinking of deploying you and your peerage as an attack force. You know, like we take the fight to them. With your powers as the Red Dragon Emperor and the fact you also have the power of a nuclear bomb, which is scary as it is, we have a serious threat to them. Oh, and not to mention the amount of teeth we can deploy upon them. I see. Sounds interesting, but I think it's a nice plan. I've made my peace out killing. If I have to become a bad man in order to kill the bad men, then it's worth the sacrifice. Azazel nodded. Very admirable, but this is not like the human world. Killing is very much a part of life for the supernatural. People will generally look over death. So no worries too much about people looking down on you. Issei hummed in response and relaxed. For hours later, Issei arrived in the dining hall and took a seat next to Ravel and Kaneko. Issei smiled at them and began eating with the rest of them. Now that we are all here. Greetings everyone. Since you are our guests and friends of Rias, please, think of this place as your home away from home. Issei nodded and continued to eat, which he was eating not completely like a proper noble, but not a pig either. He ate quietly and slowly, neatly and gently. No unneeded mess, but he did have his elbows on the table. Sit. I would like you to know that you are a part of this family. From now on, I would like of you to think of Mai as my own father. Issei began to choke on his steak, before thumping on his chest to get it to go down. Excuse me? Is this some kind of sick joke? My parents are... Issei paused and looked at Rias, who was blushing. You wouldn't be. Are you trying to say Rias and I are betrothed now? Well, Nadash, her father started, but Issei put his hand up. Let me interrupt your train of thought. I do not accept this. Who I marry is my choice, and it's neither fair to me or Rias that we are forced into a marriage. Now, if by some miracle Rias likes me enough to date me and I date her, then sure, maybe looking into marriage would be acceptable. However, I do not have any sort of relationship other than friendship with your daughter. Furthermore, it is her choice and her choice alone who she marries. I interrupted one marriage, and I will say this to you. She will only marry when she is ready. Not because your high noble devil society deems it so. Do I make myself clear? Issei asked, his right eye turning into a radioactive green as he stared at Rias's father. Crystal? I was only looking out for her. No, you weren't. Don't lie to me or anyone in this room. This has nothing to do with looking out for your daughter. This has to do with the fact pure-blooded devils are in decline. Keeping the bloodline alive is your priority. I do actually think that's a noble feat. However, you already have a grandchild, and Surzex and Graphia are very much still eligible to have more children. Furthermore, all three families of the pillars that remain are very much still in power. They all have children, one or more. So, the need to force your daughter in a marriage is unneeded. So, you can let her fall in love and marry the one she loves when she is ready. Not to mention, marriage is a long ways off. I am not angry with you guys. But I am looking out for Rias. As her master, but even more so as her friend. Venerana and Zeoticus both smiled, looking at Issei. We will keep out of her love life. The man said, bowing his head. Thank you, but now that this topic is still in the air, why me? What makes me such a valuable asset? I'm not a pure blood. That is true, but it wouldn't really matter. The pure bloodline will still continue, but you have a power that devils have never seen before. You are more than qualified to marry pretty much anyone in the devil world. Even Seraphal? Issei asked, though his tone was very amusing and he laughed a bit at the end. Actually, yes. Your power is on par with our son, and he is a very strong man. Almost in the top 10 strongest beings in the world, so it's only natural that you could marry any female really in the world. Wait, you are saying I am within the top 10? Your magical power alone, though perhaps if it got refined and made into an instant bomb out of nowhere, yes, you would be within the top 10. You are at least close to the 10th position, at least in my opinion. Even Surzex is wary of the destructive force behind your nuclear power. Issei hummed a bit and went back to his food. It took about 20 minutes, but everyone was pretty much finished with their food. Issei cleared his throat and looked around. He had noticed that Kaneko was a bit down in the dumps, but said nothing as she didn't want to be bothered, as her look stated. I have an announcement. I am leaving tonight after this dinner to the human world. Azazel has set up my training partner. It is a human ex-military operative that deals with devils all the time. I will be training with him the entire summer. I may or may not be here in a month for the underworld party. I do apologize for any inconvenience. Ria smiled. That's great, Issei. Please be safe and come back to us. Akino smiled. Just what Rias said. Please come back safe. Kiba waved bye to him. Goodbye, Issei. Come back safe. Everyone wished him a goodbye, and Issei immediately teleported to the location Azazel sent for him. Upon arrival, he immediately caught a fist that came from the side, holding the fist away from his face. It was an inch away. Good. You have good reflexes, spoke the man. It was a Russian who spoke Japanese very well. I'm assuming you are to train me? Yes. Azazel hired me to train you. He told me how strong you were, and it makes me very proud to train the strongest person that I've ever had to train. The man spoke. He sounded very gentle and happy. Not like a stereotypical Russian who sounded mean. I am Issei Hyoudou. Nikolai Teslov. Spetsnaz, though I've also trained with the Navy SEALs and the Israeli Special Forces. You will be trained to fight hand-to-hand only, as gunfighting is not the style of the devils. The training I offer is brutal, but it will turn you into a warrior beyond all others. I can take it. Oh, we will see, my boy. Spetsnaz train ourselves to not react to pain. So, let us begin. Nikolai said as he pressed a button. Issei was immediately struck by electricity that ran through the ground under him. He was on a giant copper plate. Issei was currently on his knees. A fist was on the right side of his cheek before a fist struck him in the face upon the left. Issei was bloody beyond belief. His shirt was torn and missing, his back and chest were marred with cuts, bruises and dried blood. His lips were split and swollen and his right eye was closed shut. Punch, punch, punch. The punches came without end and he took them all without a cry of pain. Nikolai smiled down at Issei. I've been at this for 6 weeks. I've starved you, I've dehydrated you, I've beaten you and broken your bones. I've cut into your ball sack, I deprived you of sleep, I've done everything I could to make you break and tell me the secrets you hold. You've done neither. You are a very quick study and learner. I am very proud. You show no signs of pain or breaking. I believe it's time you learn to fight now. Issei looked up at Nikolai with a glare, staring up at him. Oh yes. The hatred you have for me is understandable. I've done evil things, but I assure you, I will not kill you or keep you from your friends. I am only here to train you to be the best. I will no longer have a need to keep beating up on you or torture you. All I now desire is to teach you hand-to-hand combat, but first, you needed to learn how to take pain. It improves your stamina and your willpower. You will not be easy to break by your opponent, and that is good. Do you still hate me? No. Issei coughed out with some blood. Fair enough. I will release the spell I've put on this place. You may rest for a day to repair yourself. I'm sure you noticed you feel exponentially weak. Well, there is a spell I put in place to force people to become human upon entering my compound. Makes them heal like a human, take pain like a human, and just be a human. I have now released it, so go repair for the day. Tomorrow I will teach you how to fight hand-to-hand. If you wish to attend that underworld party in a week, you better make some good progress. Issei nodded and limped to his bedroom, falling onto the bed and passing out. Nikolai answered the magic circle of Azazel, who appeared in a hologram. How goes the training? Excellent. The boy is a magnificent devil. He would make an excellent addition to the Spetsnaz if he was a human. If this is any indication, he will be able to attend the underworld party with a pretty good idea on how to fight hand-to-hand. The training time you gave me should be more than enough to make him a very strong addition to the underworld. That is very good. I knew I could count on you like always to turn people into fighting machines. Nikolai nodded. Of course. However, I do have to ask. He has a very high radiation reading within his body. It's not lethal to the outside, but it's lethal levels within. That would be because he has the power to use nuclear bombs. Basically, his entire body is a nuclear bomb and he can make explosions. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I would advise keeping him safe then, would be a powerful asset to you guys. I already know that. Thank you, Nikolai. They'll check in near the party time. Farewell. Nikolai said. The transmission cut off shortly. The next day came and Issei yawned loudly and stretched, looking over at the clock. He went to sleep around 5 p.m., having a very small dinner. It was 7 a.m. now and he was fully refreshed. He stood up and went to the mirror and his body was back to normal. He was no longer injured, it looked like. She smiled and popped his neck and his shoulders before heading out to the cafeteria. They were in a military base, most likely abandoned as he only saw Nikolai here. As he entered the cafeteria, Nikolai was already eating his meal, drinking his coffee and reading a book. The 40-year-old Russian looked up, waved at Issei slightly and went back to reading. 2 minutes later, Issei returned with the oatmeal and took a seat across from Nikolai. Have a good night rest? Nikolai asked calmly. Yes. Better than I've had since I got here. Fair enough. Well, I won't be doing any more of that. Now it's just hand-to-hand combat. Learning how to fight. It's not martial arts per se, but kind of like brawling. Learning how to predict an attack, block it or redirect it away and deliver a counter-strike. Even learning how to punch properly and take down your opponents quickly. I hear you have opponents who wear body armor, so I will teach you to power punch. Speed, precision, power. That is the keys. No fancy movements like kung fu, but pure combat. When you finish your breakfast, take a break and get some stretching and then we can begin. All right. Good. Nikolai said with a smile, returning to his meal. A week had passed since Issei began his hand-to-hand combat training. Nikolai and Issei were standing before Azazel's holographic face who smiled. You look like you have improved your physique again, Issei. Azazel said with pride. Yes. Training in hand-to-hand for 14 hours a day will do that to you. Issei replied. 14 hours? Wow, impressive. Nikolai is SLV driver though. Results means constant training. Nikolai said defensively. Azazel chuckled. Of course. So, how well do you think he is doing? If we train for another month, I think he will be able to take me on. He is very close to my own level. He does not give up or surrender and he keeps fighting like he has something to fight for. Does he have a girlfriend? He has a harem. I do not. Azazel chuckled and smiled. Of course. Would you say he's earned a party? Hell, that party should be thrown in his honor. I've never had a student as hard-working as this one. He has never once asked for a break during my sessions, except the first day of hand-to-hand when he drank so much water that he needed to use the bathroom. Was quite hilarious watching him waddle away, but other than that, he's been my best student. I don't want to imagine what he will be like when his devil powers return to him. Disorienting probably. You kept that spell up on him for so long, he will probably feel woozy returning, but that's normal. Well, Issei, you ready to come see your friends? Issei shook his head. I think I should continue training. Oh, well, if that's what you want, but I thought you should know, Kaneko collapsed last night. What? Where is she? Is she okay? Azazel smiled. She is quite all right. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. No. I want to come see her. But I thought training meant more? Meant more than a party. My friend's well-being is more important than anything. Issei replied. Fair enough. Well then, I'll come pick you up. Thank you, Nikolai. I'll bring him back later tonight or tomorrow sometime. Take your time. I'm going to go do laundry. The Russian said, walking off. Issei teleported himself on Azazel's magic circle, appearing before the large fallen angel. Morning, Issei. How you feeling? Sore and my head hurts, but other than that, I am okay. Where is Kaneko? She is in bed right now. Rias confined her to her quarters until she was not going to go off and overdo her training again. I see. Why is she training so hard that she overdid herself? Well, long ago, Kaneko has an older sister. This sister killed her master and ran off. Fearing that Kaneko would do the same, they tried to execute Kaneko. Surzex saved her life and she was Rias's rook ever since. That sounds vague. Why did the older sister do such a thing? That's the question you can only ask the older sister if she was ever found again. No one knows the true reason behind it because we only speculate. However, the speculation is she got drunk on her power. Kaneko and her sister Kuroka have the power of senjutsu. It takes in the malice of the world. It's an extremely strong power but dangerous. Kaneko refuses to use this power, probably because she doesn't wanna end up like her sister. I see. Well, thanks Azazel. I will go see her. Go ahead my friend. Issei ran off to find Kaneko, running through the halls of the Gremoi mansion. As he ran around a corner, he had to skid to a stop as Rias was right there and he scared the sheet out of her. Oh, sit. You're back. Rias said, giving him a hug which he reciprocated. Yes. I returned due to the news that Kaneko collapsed. Is she all right? Rias frowned a bit. She's all right now, but mentally, she's having it rough. So I heard. She feels weak, doesn't she? Yes. She feels like she is being left behind. I can understand her feelings, or at least, I can try to. Being left behind hurts. Can I go see her? Sure. I think seeing you should make her feel better. Rias said, walking with him to her room. He knocked gently as Rias walked away and he entered in quietly. Issei. Kaneko gasped out in surprise. Surprise? Issei said with a weak smile. He approached the girl as he took in her appearance. She had 2 cat ears and a nice fluffy tail, which was surprising to him, but he thought it made her look even cuter. What are you doing back? She asked. As if you have to ask. When I heard you got her, I rushed here immediately. I only found out today, so here I am. Are you all right? Kaneko shook her head. No. I'm getting left behind by everyone. Everyone is getting stronger, but I am still the same. How can a rook be the weakest? She cried out, tears falling down her cheek and into her lap. Issei nodded as she cried. I'm not sure what to say in this situation, but... Issei turned to her and gently wiped her tears from her eyes, smiling at her. Tears don't suit you. Kaneko smiled weakly and gently nuzzled into his hand. So, I hear that you have the power of senjutsu, and you are attempting to use it. Kaneko weakly looked up at him and nodded. Do you really wish to use your senjutsu? Kaneko shook her head no. I don't want to end up like my sister. Oh, and what makes you think you will? She got drunk on her power of senjutsu, and I will too. I know I will. Says who? Me. Well, you are wrong. Issei said, looking down at her. What? Kaneko asked, sniffling a bit. Tell me something. What is the difference between your sister and yourself? I have white hair? Kaneko said, not sure of the answer. You have friends, and someone willing to keep you safe. Your sister was all alone and had no one to keep her from going wild. That is the difference, Kaneko. If I am around, you will never go insane. I will keep you grounded. I promise. Kaneko looked up at him with wide eyes, before she blushed. She quickly hugged him tightly, burying her face into his chest as she began to sob. Issei cooed gently and rubbed the back of her head, sitting on her bed with her. They stayed like this for an hour, though she stopped crying after 5 minutes, but they stayed embracing each other as Kaneko took a nap in his arms. He gently pet her the entire time until Akino arrived to get Kaneko ready for the party. When she walked in and saw Issei there, gently stroking her hair, she got a bit jealous, but she saw the tear stains on Kaneko's cheek and a smile grew on her face. Say, it's time for the underworld party. You coming? Sure. Let me wake Kaneko up and I'll come down with her. Alright. Thank you for everything. Akino said, leaving the room. Issei smiled and gently kissed Kaneko's forehead. Kaneko, it's time to get our groove on. A party is downstairs waiting for us. Kaneko yawned sleepily and stretched before opening her eyes. She looked up at Issei and smiled. These fancy parties don't really let people get their grooves on. She said, which made Issei smile. I'll find a way. Issei giggled out as he sat up. Ready to go? Kaneko nodded and with that, they both walked out of the room together. As soon as they entered the party, they both separate as Kaneko with to join Rias and Issei left to the food table. His eyes watered at the desserts as when he was with Nikolai, they had basically oatmeal for breakfast every day, some sort of sandwich, usually ham or turkey with lettuce and tomato for lunch, and dinner was usually steak or chicken. The only sweets that they could have was the soda machine, which they both had to have a soda or 2 a day or their sugar levels would be low. Issei quickly made a plate of desserts, mainly filled with all sorts of cake and cookies before sneaking away into a corner to watch the festivities. It looked pretty much just like a big fancy meeting with dresses and suits. He noticed that the leaders were all up on the stage, having a conversation while Rias was talking with a tall bow with black hair. He had a very muscular build. Issei ate his desserts in silence, before he noticed Kaneko sneaking away from the party in a hurry. Issei put the dessert plate into the trash and quickly began to make his way through the crowd, his body posture like it was on a mission. As he arrived at the elevator which just closed with Kaneko on it, Issei quickly accessed the other one and Rias joined him before he could leave. "Rias? What are you doing here? I saw you freaking out, so I decided to check on you. You looked worried or concerned." Kaneko bolted out of the party and went down an elevator. This is not a coincidence, Rias. Something is going on in the forest nearby. I know it. Are you sure? Rias said as the elevator went down. Kaneko suddenly starts doing her training, collapses, and there is a big underworld party that someone could easily sneak into and cause some mischief? Plus, Kaneko bolts out? That's not normal for her. Something is wrong. I see. You might be right, which it can't be. What? I think her sister is behind this. Rias stated. She bit her lip. This is bad. Why? Kuroka is a very, very strong devil. Easily ultimate class. I'll handle her, but you need to handle Kaneko and keep her safe. I need to have a talk with Kuroka. A talk? Rias asked as they both ran into the forest, following Kaneko. Yes. It doesn't seem right to me, the way the two sisters got separated. Something about the story Azazel told me doesn't add up. Do you mind if I have a talk with her alone? I don't really have a say in the matter, do I, my king? Issei grinned. Even if I was your servant, you wouldn't have a say. He said, giving her the mischievous smile. Just make sure she pays for hurting Kaneko. With pleasure. Issei said as they hid behind a tree. Kaneko was standing in a clearing, looking side to side in worry. Suddenly a voice came from in the trees and then he spotted a female figure. It's been a while, hasn't it, Chiron? Issei raised a brow at that, finally learning what Kaneko's name was from long ago, but he preferred Kaneko. Q. Kaneko said, her body shaking in violent surprise. Hello, Chiron, it's me. What are you doing here, Kuroka? Kaneko asked in anger and fear. She said it mostly in anger. Issei and Rias kept quiet, just listening and watching from the bushes. Oh, don't make such a scary face. I just had some minor business to take care of. I heard the devils were having a big party here, so I was a little interested. Nyan. Kuroka said with a wink and waving her hand cutely. Ha, could it be, you are a member of the Gremory group? Said a voice. It was a male's voice and a man stepped out from behind a tree. Oh, you are. He said with a grin. It was Biko. Even if you hide, Kuroka and I can still sense you. We know Senjutsu, so we can detect you with just a slight variation in the flow of your spirit. Issei smirked a bit and both Rias and Issei appeared from around the bend. Oh shit. It's you. Biko cursed. Sit. Rias. Kaneko said softly in surprise. Issei winked at Kaneko, then looked at Biko and Kuroka. Biko, who is this? Kuroka asked. This is the man who annihilated the magicians and defeated Valley. He was actually about to kill her. Wait, are you sure? He doesn't look like much. He looks strong, muscular, but nothing like magic. This is him. He may not look like it, but he's dangerous. Issei looked at Biko. So tell me, monkey, is Valley doing well? Yes. She is doing just fine. She sends her regards though if I ever ran into you. Says she wants a rematch. Why are you here exactly though? Oh. Well, I will be glad to give her a beat down once again. To answer your question, I followed Kaneko. She decided to run off and I was worried for her. Nothing wrong with that, right? So tell me, why are you here? Is this some kind of terrorist attack? Issei asked. No, we didn't come here for such a thing. We're off duty right now. Kuroka suggested visiting the party when she heard about it. Since she is quite stubborn and most likely wouldn't return easily, I came along too. Issei nodded. Alright. So Kuroka, you are the culprit today. What are you doing here with Kaneko? I'm here for my Chiron, of course, Naya. Kuroka, let's go back. Okay. Biko said with a yawn, ignoring Issei. We can't participate in the party anyway, so it's a waste to stay here. Yes, let's return, but I'll take Chiron with me, Nyan. It was then Issei got ready for a fight, cracking his neck. If you bring her back, Vale might get angry, you know. Biko said. When they know that the same power as mine flows within her, they will be convinced, right? Well, yeah, that may be so, but this is too dangerous. Kaneko was shivering in fear. Alright, allow me to say this once. You will not touch her even once, Kuroka. You will leave now or after I am done beating your kitty behind. Kuroka? Biko started to warn. We should leave. Please don't make him angry. No, I shall be taking my sister. I have a right to love her. Kuroka said, preparing to fight. We can just kill him, right, Naya? Damn it, you won't listen. Biko sighed and decided to leap away into the trees, abandoning her. Fine. I didn't need you anyway, monkey. Kuroka growled out and turned to face Issei. Last chance, Kuroka. If you do not leave now, I will be forced to hurt you. Kuroka narrowed her eyes at him, sending off major killing intent. She was being taunted. It was then Issei felt a disturbance. They were put into a barrier in a separate dimension. Alright, I guess I will have to kill you. See if you can touch me. Kuroka said with a very dangerous smile. Issei, please. She is strong. So am I, Kaneko. Do not forget what I promised you. I will protect you. Issei said, dashing forward and slamming his shoulder into Kuroka suddenly, sending her skidding back. You demon brat. You are faster than expected. Kuroka said, smiling before she charged into Issei. She began to use her palm that was covered in energy to strike at Issei. Face my senjutsu. Issei put up his right hand towards her left jab, blocking the strike up into the air before he redirected her right with his left downwards. They began to do their dance, with Issei blocking her strikes before he found an opening. He grabbed her right hand, moved to her right before kicking the back of her knee, then backhanding her hard with his left hand, sending her to the ground. He smiled and stomped down onto her face, but she rolled out of the way. You brat. Let's see you handle this. Kuroka growled and began to fire off senjutsu shots. Issei dodged side to side before pushing into Kuroka. He leapt into the air and wrapped his legs around her knees and slammed her down onto the ground forward, smashing her face into the dirt. He quickly scrambled, and when she rolled over and prepared to leap backwards, he jumped onto her and placed his knees on each of her upper arms, pinning her down and leaving her defenseless. Her eyes went wide when a green flame ignited in this mouth, and she knew he was going to breathe fire. She was frozen stiff but was surprised when he looked down at her for a few moments before he turned his head to the side and breathed a torrent of flame. The flame vaporized trees for about 1/4 mile long with a width of an SUV. Take her back to the party, Rias. Issei said, looking down at Kuroka as they stared into each other's eyes. Issei didn't hear anything, so he looked behind. Rias was already gone with Rias. Apparently, they had left during the struggle. Issei turned back to Kuroka and got off of her, leaving the stunned cat on the ground, but she woke up when he offered a hand. She growled and leapt up on her own. I don't need your help, brat. She sneered. Excuse me? Issei slapped her in the face with his palm, staring at her. Do not get disrespectful. I could have killed you. The least you can do is be grateful. He said, glaring at her. I don't need to thank you. I could have escaped. Don't act stupid. I'm not here to kill you anyway. I just want to talk. Talk? Just about your sister. Issei said, taking a seat on a boulder. Kuroka eyed him and stood there. Why would I talk about her? Will you just sit down, you pain in the butt cat? Issei said with a groan. Kuroka took a seat on a tree branch and looked down at him. What is it you want to know? Well, let me first say this. You hurt your sister way back. When you left her all alone, she was going to be executed by the devils, but Surzex Lucifer saved her life and gave her to Rias, which now she belongs to me. The story is, You went out of control and you killed everything in sight. I know this is a lie because of 2 reasons. For one, we fought today and you looked very much in control. You were lucid and doing just fine. If you had truly lost control, you would have also killed your sister. So, something must have happened for you to kill your old master. Am I correct? You are sharper than most devils, Issei. She said, looking at him seriously. You are correct. Why did you then? What's it to you? Do you not wish to be with your sister again? Isn't that the reason you attempted to pick a fight with me? I only picked a fight with you cause you were stubborn and wouldn't hand my sister over to me. Fair enough. Do you wish to be with your sister again? Of course. I love her. Do you now? 'Cause you aren't showing it. What? She asked, surprised. Issei stood up from the boulder and climbed the tree and sat next to her. Kaneko is someone precious to me. I do not want her hurt, but I also don't want her to be without her caring sister, despite the fact she is an evil, mischievous brat. He said, grinning at her. I'm a brat? You are younger than I am, kid. Oh please. You are what, 5 years older than I am? Give me a break. Issei said with a grin. Kuroka smirked. Old enough, Naya? Pisage. So, tell me, do you love her? Of course I do. I want her back in my life. Issei nodded. Well, then tell me what happened. Kuroka sighed and leaned against the tree stump. My master was a detestable bastard who only wanted powerful servants. After he brutally beat me and tortured me, I learned senjutsu. I unlocked my power. I was okay with that as I could protect my sister now, but then he decided to try and make a move on Kaneko. Issei's eyes went wide. She was a little kid then. Why would he do that? Issei gasped, looking at Kuroka. Kuroka raised a brow. He was being serious and not sarcastic. Kuroka smiled at that. Like I said, he was a bastard. So I killed him and ran away. I couldn't take my sister with me, as she was scared of me at the time as I killed the man in front of her. I didn't know they would try and kill her. Issei gently patted Kuroka's head and smiled. Well, she is safe now. Kuroka purred a bit before shaking her head and growling at him. Don't touch me. You liked it. I heard it. Kuroka punched him in the arm and hissed while Issei giggled. They both sat in silence thereon while Issei was in thought. Would you like to be with her again? From now onwards. Of course. You finally going to hand her over? Not on your life as I know who you hang out with, but you could be my servant and be with her. Kuroka raised a brow. If I was considering that, the other devils would never go for it. I think they will allow it as a favor to me. I saved the leaders of the 3 factions a while back from you guys. Remember how Biko said I annihilated the magicians? Well, they owe me their life. I'm pretty sure they will allow me one wish. Kuroka nodded and Issei could see she was considering it. All right. Kuroka said. Issei was taken aback. Really? Yes, but it's done in the forest where I can escape easily. Issei nodded. What? That's unexpected. Thought you would fight more. The love of my sister is more than my love for the Cow's Brigade. Fair enough. Will you be here while I get them? Sure. Kuroka said, swishing her tail now. I'll always be here for you, Naya, cutie. Issei blushed at the sudden flirt but jumped down. Alright, I'll be back. Issei ran off to the party and when he arrived, everyone quieted down as soon as he arrived. Rias was followed by Michael, Azazel, Surzex, and Seraphal Levian. Issei, are you all right? Did you beat her? Rias asked. Yes. Issei, where is she now? Surzex asked. That's what I want to talk to you about, Surzex. Could we talk privately? I want to talk with the 4 leaders. Surzex tilted his head and nodded. All right, Issei. Issei took Surzex and the other 3 onto the elevator and began to ride down. You all 4 owe me your life. Issei said suddenly. Surzex was surprised. He figured Issei would never act like that. That's true, but why are you saying this now? This isn't like you. Issei sighed as they got off the elevator and he turned to them. I would like a wish. A wish? Azazel asked. What can we do? He crossed his arms. The other leaders looked at him. What? Right. We do owe him our lives for our unpreparedness, plus with Valley there. Not to mention, we owe him for protecting the school and the lives of the young ones. xDoug nodded. I know. Just never expected him to cash this in. It must be very serious for him to ask this of us. This isn't like Issei, he said, smiling now. I'm not looking down on you, Issei, just surprised. I know, and normally I would let this go, but I want you all to drop all charges on Kuroka, Kaniko's sister. They all widened their eyes, and Azazel was the first one to speak. Issei, she is a dangerous devil. So am I. Issei responded. xDoug shook his head. She murdered innocent people. That is where you are wrong. Tell me something, xDoug. Why didn't you investigate the master she killed? Why is it you assume she had no good reason to do something like that? xDoug kept quiet as he had no good reason. Exactly. That master that was killed was cruel and vicious. He abused Kuroka and forced her to unlock her senjutsu powers, but then he turned on Kaniko. A little girl. He was a bad man. That's the world, Issei. Masters can do whatever they want. Well, understand this. I would have killed Rias if she ever turned out like that. I would have killed that master. Issei said, staring up into xDoug's eyes. This world is sickening, and I'm going to change it. Your laws are disgusting. All four leaders closed their eyes and bowed their heads. None of you have tried to change things for the better. Our laws are in place for the betterment of our kinds. Seraphal said softly. I can respect that, but you lost your ways. You all lost the right to think of yourselves as good people if you let people suffer like this. Azazel. Kokabeel said he killed my parents because he was bettering the fallen angel people. Was he right to do so then? He asked, turning his head. Azazel sighed. No. And you, xDoug? Did my parents die for a good cause? No. Seraphal? No. Michael? No. Then you can't pick and choose what is right and what is wrong. Issei scolded. You've lost that privilege. xDoug smiled a bit as he closed his eyes. He was being scolded by a man hundreds of years younger than he was, and Issei was right. They were hypocrites. All right, I'll drop charges on Kuroka. I promise to make this world better like you. Michael nodded. I as well, young hero. I've done wrong as well. Azazel also nodded. Of course. I guess we needed to have another opinion. You have opened our eyes, Issei. This world needs someone like you. Seraphal nodded. I also agree. I will drop all charges on the cat. Issei smiled. Thank you. I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I dunno. I kind of got a bit hot under the collar. It's quite all right, Issei. We all needed it. So I thank you. xDoug said. Please, go ahead and revive her and bring her to the party. I'm sure that will liven it up. He and the other three leaders left back to the underworld party, and Issei ran off into the forest. Upon arrival, Kuroka was nowhere in sight, and Issei got depressed a bit. When he turned around, he jumped in scare as Kuroka was standing right before him. Kuroka, you scared me. Don't do that, Issei said, holding his heart. Kuroka stared at him with tears in her golden eyes before she hugged him tightly. Issei blinked confused but gently patted her back. I heard everything you said. You stood up to them for me? Yes, he said, not sure how to respond. Things were going way too fast for him to process. Thank you. You are a good man. Thank you. I also know you were suffering as well. It's my duty as a man to make sure people are happy. Kuroka smiled and liked Issei's check. Tastes like version Naya? Well, I'll happily fix that for you. Hey now, that's not funny. Issei said at her joke, or what he perceived it to be. Kuroka chuckled cutely and stood back. Can I join your peerage now, Naya? Oh yes. What were you before? Bishop. I have a piece available. I took 2. It's a mutation. Are you sure? You could revive someone a lot stronger than myself. I'm more than happy to bring you in with a mutation, Issei said with a smile. He placed the mutation on top of her heart in which a bright green light shined and she was under his peerage once more. Thank you, Issei. Can I go see my sister now? No. Not yet. I need to get you, her and I into a room alone to talk this out. This is done without her knowledge. Fair enough. Shall we head back? Sure. Issei said, walking back to the mansion. Kuroka and Issei were walking into the mansion, with Kuroka wrapped around Issei's right arm like she was his date. She was smiling happily, her tails wagging as she was going to get to see her sister and be with her again. However, she had to rely on Issei for everything as he was the one who convinced the devil leaders to let her back into devil society. However, while she did not mention this to Issei, the elder devils would not be happy with this. They would not be happy with the fact a killer would be back in their ranks and that the devil leaders had let her back in. Issei would take the brunt of the issue since he was her master. She had knowledge of how the devil society works, but she couldn't bear to let Issei know right now. Issei and Kuroka stood inside Issei's bedroom and he smiled at Kuroka. I need you to hide somewhere in here. I'm going to get Kaneko, but this isn't going to be a very happy family reunion. She will be hostile to you. Be prepared to defend yourself, well, your position. You as well, Issei. She won't be happy with you doing this. I know, but it must be done. Issei said, walking out of the room and heading to the party. Upon arrival at the party, Rias approached Issei and smiled. So, what did you need to talk to my brother about? He wants say. I don't think it's proper to reveal what went down just yet. I, however, need to find Kaneko. I need to speak with her in private. Speak with her in private? Rias asked, frowning. She didn't like the secrets. Can I come with? No. You will only make the situation more complicated. It's easier if I am alone with her. Issei said, looking around for Kaneko, only to spot her munching on some cake with the other peerage members. I'm going to complicate things? What does that mean, Issei? It means you are hot-headed. You act without thinking when you get angry or upset. You will only make this situation harder for me to handle. I promise to behave myself. I don't think you will be able to keep that promise in this situation, Rias. Now please drop it. No. Rias said, putting her foot down. I have a right to know what goes on with my friends. And you will, when the situation is handled. Issei snapped. Let me come. No. Issei said calmly, moving to Kaneko. I'm coming. No, you are not. Yes, I am. This isn't fair for me to stay out of this. If you come, you will keep quiet. You will not cause any more issues for me. Issei said. If you disobey me, you will be punished, Rias Gremory. Issei said, glaring at her. Fine. Rias replied, crossing her arms. The princess finally got her way. Issei walked over to Kaneko and she smiled up at him. Kaneko, can you come with me? I need to have a word with you. All right. She replied, getting up and putting her plate of cake onto the table that the peerage was at, having conversations. Issei, Rias and Kaneko all arrived at his room and they entered shortly afterwards, in which Issei locked the door behind them. Take a seat, Kaneko, you are going to need it. Kaneko tilted her head at him and took a seat on the bed. What for? You can come out now. Issei said, sighing. Kuroka appeared from the closet and approached the bed. Kuroka. Kaneko hissed. Issei, what is the meaning of this? Rias demanded. Issei turned to her and glared. She had immediately broken her promise like Issei said. This doesn't count. This is a complete and utter violation of our laws. Enough, Rias. Shut up or leave. I told you that this is something I have to deal with Kaneko alone. You are making this harder than it has to be. Now sit down and shut up or leave. Do I make myself clear? Issei spoke, glaring at her. Rias was shocked at Issei raising his voice at her and she bowed her head and took a seat on a chair. Issei kept his glare on her, promising her punishment will come later. He turned to Kaneko and Kuroka. Kaneko, I understand that this may be hard for you. Well, do you not trust me? Kaneko looked over at Issei and bowed her head. Trust you? She said before looking at her sister. What do you want, Kuroka? To talk. Issei's bishop now. I want to explain what happened back then. She said, her ears drooped and her tails against her leg. What happened? You killed our master after you lost control. Kaneko said, glaring at her and hissing. No. That's what the devil said. That's not the truth. Tell me something, if Issei was abusive, would you accept it? What? If Issei beat you daily and forced you to endure so much pain in order for you to get stronger, even if there were other ways, would you accept it? Kaneko stayed silent and looked over at Issei, who looked at her softly. I don't think I could be Issei's friend if he was mean to me. Then you can understand. Our old master beat me, and raped me, in order to get my power under his control, and I did it for you. I took it all because I wanted you to have a home after our parents died. But why do that? I could have handled the truth. Perhaps, but I loved you, Chiron. I wanted you to have a home. Kaneko stared at her for several moments before looking away. Then why kill him? Because he was going to do the same to you. He turned his attention to you because he knew you had the same powers I did. He was going to do the same to you, and I could not have that done to you. So is that it? That's why I should just forgive you. You left me behind. Do you know how many horrible things that people said to me? You almost got me killed. So why? Why leave me behind? I would have followed you anywhere. She yelled at Kuroka, tears falling from her eyes. Because I was being pursued. I couldn't take the chance that you would be killed by the pursuit squads. I could have helped you. Kaneko said, her tears falling down her face. Kuroka was quick and she embraced the sobbing Kaneko. I know it was wrong of me to just abandon you, but I won't abandon you again, please. Kaneko was sobbing and pounding at Kuroka's chest, sobbing in the embrace of her sister. Issei turned to Rias and motioned for her to leave. Rias nodded and gave Issei a small smile. Sorry. Rias whispered and left. Issei sighed and just watched the two. Issei waited for a few minutes until Kaneko began to calm down before he approached them both. Kaneko! I know that doing this was probably breaking your trust in me. So I want to apologize for everything. I just wanted you two sisters to be together again. Issei said. He was bowing to Kaneko, who was shocked. She gently moved out of her sister's embrace and then hugged Issei's legs. Thank you, Issei. Even if I do not trust her right now, and still am angry towards her, I will always trust you. I'll love you. Kaneko said, pulling Issei down and gently kissing his lips. Issei was shocked and completely frozen, and even when she released him and stopped kissing him, he was still frozen in surprise, staring at her with his mouth open. Even if I have to share, would you still make me your bride when I get bigger? Issei didn't say anything, standing still in shock before he slowly came back to life. He reached up and touched his lips, just shocked. Kuroka giggled and looked at him. It's rude to ignore a girl's request, you know. Issei shook his head and looked over at Kaneko. I'm sorry, Kaneko. I can't say yes or no right now. I can't explain why. Kaneko smiled. I already know the reason. This is new for you. Just please don't forget about me. Never. I would never forget you. Issei said, surprised she would even think he could forget about her. Kaneko smiled, then turned to Kuroka, scowling. I do not forgive you, nor do I trust you, but you are my sister. Kaneko said. Kuroka smiled and her tails were flicking back and forth. That's good, and you are my sister, sure ye, Naya? She said, winking. Kaneko scowled and walked out of the room. Kuroka was smiling, but Issei just sighed. That could have gone better. Issei said, looking at the door where Kaneko left. Kuroka stood next to him and shook her head. No. That was perfect, Issei. Kuroka said before turning and kissing Issei's cheek. Even if you don't think it, you are an amazing man. No one would have gone through all of this for Chiron's sake, so thank you. I guess I'm also falling for you, Naya. She said, walking out of the room as well to meet up with the Gremoris in the party. Issei stood still for about a minute before he growled. Damn it. I should have followed her. I'm going to have to defend her from so many devils. Issei said, shaking his head. Issei walked into the party room and he saw that Kuroka was conversing with the Gremory group like it was just a normal day for her. Issei raised a brow and approached the table. "Everything all right?" he asked cautiously. Isabella smiled. "I would say so. At first, we were concerned, but we put our trust in you to make the right decisions. It's why I chose you to be my master at least." Kiba nods. "While we don't know the full story, we trust you at least to make the right decisions. So, we are going to give her a chance." Akino grinned. "I'm just waiting for my chance to punish her for hurting Kaneko." Issei nods. "Fair enough, and thank you everyone for trusting me, it means a lot. Well, I'm going to go talk with Surzex." He motioned for me to speak with him. "Thank you all," Issei said, walking away. Issei approached all the leaders and smiled at them. "What is the problem?" Issei asked. "No problem, Issei." Azazel spoke. "But it's been decided on who your opponent will be next." "Opponent? What do you mean?" "Oh right, we did this without your knowledge, but we decided that in order to liven up the summer, we were going to let the underworld children have raiding games." "Oh, really? Sounds fun, but what restrictions are in place? Surely you guys put restrictions on me." "Think you are that strong you need restrictions?" Azazel asked with a smirk. Issei gave him a look that said, "You being serious right now?" Azazel laughed and nodded. "Yes. There are restrictions in place. Your nuclear powers have been banned. So no explosions obviously, but other than that, I don't think there are restrictions." "Fair enough," Issei said. "So who is my opponent?" "Diodora Astaroth." Azazel spoke. He used to be a suitor for Rias way back, but Rias denied him instantly. Azazel laughed. "At least that is the story I hear." "I see. Alright, so when is the fight?" "A week from now," Seraphal said. "It should be enough time for you to get some training in with your peerage," she said sweetly. Issei nodded. "Awesome. I'll let them know after the party." "Azazel, what about Nikolai?" "He said it's alright if you don't train as much with him anymore. You can do training with him whenever, so it's not a big deal if you are due this raiding game and possibly another before summer break is up." "All right," Issei said with a smile. He left the stage and went back to his group, taking a seat on a chair nearby. He began to listen to their conversations, just relaxing before he remembered something. He looked over and saw Rias talking with some big tall dude, the one from before. Issei stood up and walked over to them, smiling a bit. "Issei, there you are. This is my cousin, Serorg. He is the #1 young devil right now." The man turned and smiled. "Greetings, Issei Hyoudou. She is correct, I am #1, but something tells me you could easily give me a run for my money," he said with a smile. He offered his hand to Issei and they shook hands. "Hello, Serorg. It's a pleasure to meet you. You look really strong, so I would be interested to see how you take me on. I always wanted to fight the Red Dragon Emperor." "Well, you may get that chance one day. We have a raiding game with Diodora in a week, so who knows? You might be next after that." "I look forward to it," he said with a smile. Rias turned to Issei in surprise. "Diodora?" "The one and the same," Issei said. "We will beat him swiftly, though I am not allowed to use my nuclear powers, but that's fine. I am still the Red Dragon of Domination, but enough about this. May I borrow Rias for a while, Serorg?" "Of course. See you later, Kaus," Serorg said, waving as he walked off to mingle. Rias followed Issei in confusion. "Issei, what's going on? You all right?" Rias asked as they walked into the bedroom that the Gremories gave Issei. "Quite," Issei replied, locking the door. "Issei, why did you lock the door? Did you forget that you were to be punished?" Rias jumped a bit. "Well, thought so," Issei said before forcing Rias to bend over. He smacked her bottom once and then released her and shrugged. And there you have it. Rias ended up miming from the smack, which Issei did not catch at all as he was busy talking. Rias looked at him with surprise. "I don't understand. I'm not a big person on physical punishment, but I wanted to at least smack you but once. Always have since you put that dress on me," Issei said with a grin. But I just want you to trust me from now on, to trust in my decisions to be the right ones. I know that sometimes I may do something different than what you would do, but everything I do is with the best interests. Rias nodded and looked down. It was wrong of me to question your actions. I should have at least asked what was going on calmly instead of yelling at you. I do trust you, it's just some things are hard to accept. I understand. It's why I said you shouldn't be there with me. I didn't want you to overreact like you did. I always have a plan. I am my parents' son after all. They didn't raise a dumb kid. That they didn't. Rias said, smiling at Issei before hugging him tightly, pressing her chest to his own. Thank you, Issei, for everything you do. Issei hugged her back. Of course, your happiness and the happiness of my peerage is always my priority. Rias smiled and kissed Issei's cheek. You are so sweet. Rias said before unlocking the door and walking out. Issei stood there and touched his cheek, smiling. They are all really nice to me, and Kaneko and Ravel love me. Sigh. Are all the girls falling for me? I really hope not, 'cause I don't want to pick one and lose the others. Issei thought a bit depressingly before he left the room. A week had passed since the party and Issei's peerage were in the battlefield, waiting for the game to start. It was a giant desert-like field. It was humongous. There were floating rocks and large pillars and colosseums and temples. It looked strange for a battlefield. Issei, however, wasn't afraid of Diodora. He had trained hard with his peerage. Kuroka and himself worked with Kaneko, who started using her senjutsu, while he also trained her with some fighting techniques he learned from Nikolai. Rias and Akino trained with their magical power, which Akino was now using lightning. She was no longer afraid of her past, so she now used her lightning thanks to Issei giving her some words of encouragement. Kuroka had met Issei's best friends, his dinosaurs. She was surprised at seeing them up close, despite hearing about them. She gotten along with them though, as she approached the raptors without fear and played with them. Apparently, raptors are like giant dogs, as they played fetch with her for a while. It was strange to Issei how easily they accepted her, but that was okay. It was good. However, Rias looked around with anger. This isn't right. The battleground was supposed to be a water park. Maybe they had a change of mind? Issei offered, waiting for Grafia to say something or whoever was the referee. No, something's wrong, Issei. By now, the arbiter would have said something. Look over there, Naya. Kuroka said, pointing straight ahead. It was a magic circle or some kind, which more of the same magic circles began appearing all over. That is not the crest of Astaroth. Be on your guard. Ravel said. Balance break. Issei spoke softly. Welsh dragon. Balance breaker. The two large dinos, the Rex and the Spino, let out roars of ferocity, while everyone began to get into their battle formations. Kiba and Zenobia took their powerful swords, which was a demonic holy sword and Durandal respectively. I've seen those magic circles. Those are the devils loyal to the old Satan faction of the Cows Brigade. Rias exclaimed. She and Akino were glowing with their respective powers. We are here to take back what is ours. Death to the usurpers, spoke one of the devils. It was then Issei heard a massive pained roar behind him and then a thud. Issei turned and saw his Spinosaurus was full of holes, bleeding everywhere, while his spine was also missing a large chunk of it, meaning his spine was hurt. Hannibal! Issei screamed, running over to his creature only to see it was still alive, though barely. Issei quickly activated a magic circle and sent it to the underworld's medical center. Issei looked up and spotted Diodora, who had his hand out. Sorry about that, but preemptive strikes are always used in war, he said with a sickening calm smile. You motherfucker! I will kill you. Is that so? Well, I welcome it, you half-breed. Diodora said, flying off to the temple. Kill them all. Immediately upon the flying of Diodora, the raptors gave chase, yelping to each other as they ran off. Rias turned to Issei. Handle him, Issei. We can handle it over here. Go! Rias exclaimed. Issei nodded and ran off with the Rex, who was actually sprinting, which gave him a very fast speed surprisingly. The Rex took the strikes from magic blasts, but his skin was harder than the Spino's, so most of it was just flesh wounds that did nothing. It hurt though, and the Rex roared in pain, but Issei helped and blocked as much as he could. They arrived shortly at the large temple, and the raptors were waiting for Issei, who arrived a minute after they did. Issei jumped off the Rex and charged into the temple, his fury driving him to impulsive, reckless charging. Diodora summoned all of his peerage into a room which Issei ran into, their magic attacks bouncing off of his armor. He roared in fury and opened up his maw of the helmet and breathed a torrent of green flame, the people vaporizing instantly, and they couldn't even scream. His dinosaurs ran right behind him as he shoulder slammed into the double doors on the other end, appearing before Diodora. "Greetings, Red Dragon. That is a very cute armor you have there. The lights are a very adorable touch," Diodora said, smiling from his throne as he aimed his green magic circle at Issei, but Issei charged in, turned off his armor, and sent his fist right into Chin before throwing him across the room towards the Rex. How dare you interrupt me? I am the heir of the Astaroth family. I am a pure blood and you are nothing. Shut the F up, Issei said calmly, but his eyes were seething. He grabbed Diodora's cloak and sent his fist into Diodora's mouth, breaking several teeth before tossing him once more into a pillar. "You die," Issei said as he slammed his shoulder into Diodora's chest before he began to wail on him, delivering punches and knees all over Diodora's body, not letting him get away or even slouch to hide. Left hook, right hook, knee, all in order. Diodora's nose broke, then all of his teeth were gone, his jaw broke, then dislocated, then shattered, and Issei kept on going. "You Cows Brigade fuckers almost took my friend away from me. You assholes don't care who you hurt as long as you get your way. I will kill you all. Kill, 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 kill," Issei said in rage, his fists beginning to rip the skin off of his face, his eyes green with fury. Diodora died shortly, but Issei kept on going and going until he could see the skull bone. Issei roared in fury and let Diodora's body slouch before he raised his foot and slammed his foot down into Diodora's face, crushing his skull until it was nothing but mush. Issei backed away and his body moved up and down as he panted, his face in a snarl, but then he heard a voice and then roars of pain and then silence. Issei turned and his eyes were wide in shock, anger, and depression. The four raptors and the Rex were on their bellies, dead, heads filled with spears of light which looked like a grenade went off in their brains. When Rias and company arrived inside of the massive throne room, the first thing they saw were the bodies of Issei's raptors and the T-Rex all on the ground, blood spilt all over their bodies not moving. They were dead. Then they saw Issei on his knees, holding one of the raptors' heads on his lap, his tears falling. "Wake up. Please, Whiskey. Wake up, please, wake up. You have to wake up. Who else is going to protect me from all these bad people? Who is going to keep me warm at night? Please, you need to wake up. I need you," Issei said, his voice hollow and empty, yet full of sadness and despair. "Oh, Issei," Akino said. Kaneko hid inside of Kiba's arms and he looked away. "He's lost it," Kiba said softly. "If you wake up, we can go home and I can feed you that delicious pork you like." "You silly boy. You were the only one of my dinosaurs who liked pork. Everyone else ate chicken or beef, but you were so picky. Please, Whiskey, wake up. I need you," Issei cried, his tears falling upon the raptor's skin. Kuroka hugged Issei from behind and softly held him to her, whispering soothing things into his ear, while he cradled the dead reptile in his lap. Akino, Rias, Ravel and everyone had tears falling, including Kuroka, but Kuroka still whispered sweet nothings into his ear. "Hey Kuroka, do you know how to wake up Whiskey? I can't get him or any of them to wake up. I want to go home like always and lay in their arms. I want to sleep with them like I always do. Please, I can't leave without them." "Oh Issei," Kuroka said, hugging him even tighter from behind. "How amusing. Rias, you have some horrible tastes in servants." The man spoke. "You did this. I am known as Shalba and my friend here is Cruzeri Asmodeus, and I had to eliminate those disgusting abominations. They were in the way. Apparently, I missed the red filth down there." He spoke, looking at Issei who was looking up at him with teary eyes. Ah, now you look at me, boy. That's right. I killed your beloved pets. Good riddance. Issei's eyes began to glow green as he began to stand up and clench his fists. He began to radiate rage and radiation, in which Kuroka quickly let go and backed off. Issei began to walk slowly like a zombie towards Shalba and Cruisery Asmodeus. The red dragon gauntlet appeared on Issei's right hand and the gem began to light up as Draig began to talk. Rias Gremory. What is it, Draig? Rias asked, extremely concerned. You need to leave now or you will die. Immediately. Draig said before pausing. As for you, Bstd, the one who calls himself Beelzebub, you made an extremely poor decision, and now you will pay. Issei's aura exploded in a whirlwind of green and red, the waves of green and red clashes randomly in the air, sending sparks everywhere as the powers of his family and the powers of the red dragon clashed. Kuroka, Akino and Ravel quickly activated several magic circles, pulling everyone out of there as the aura began to expand, forcing Shalba and the other devil into the wall and keeping them there as Issei's eyes were green and dragon-like. Upon arrival where they went, which was where Surzex, Hazel and Odin were, Rias quickly ran to Surzex. Brother, says, I don't know, but something is going on. Azazel's eyes were wide as they looked in the distance and the power began to flow even to them. What happened? Azazel demanded. Shalba and another devil killed Issei's raptors and his T-Rex. What is going on with Issei? He's activating the Juggernaut drive. This is not good. With his powers, I don't know what kind of damage he could do. We need to protect ourselves, Surzex. This is not good. I agree. Surzex said, putting up a magic barrier with Azazel. Rias, you must stay here. It is not safe out there. Issei needs us. Rias exclaimed, running out with the rest of the peerage against Surzex's will. Damn it. Surzex said. What do we do, Azazel? Well, it's pointless to keep the barrier up. I guess we follow and do what we can. Azazel said, putting his wings out and flying into the air. Surzex followed shortly. Shalba and Cruisery were on their knees, looking at Issei in his balance breaker form as the aura began to swirl around him now and no longer clashing. Who are you? Shalba asked. I don't know you. In a mixture of Draig's voice, Issei's voice and several other voices, Issei began to chant. I, who is chaos and destruction, am the heavenly dragon who took the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite and mock the dream. I shall become the nuclear dragon of annihilation. I shall freeze you in the shadow of nuclear winter. Thermonuclear overdrive. Spoke Issei and Draig at the same time. Issei's balance breaker turned thicker, by several feet. He grew massive metal dragon wings and his feet were now like a dinosaur's or a bird's. His neck elongated and his mouth grew teeth. The color scheme was red, but there was a green aura within the scales that flowed like an aurora throughout his body. Upon the chant's end, Issei's body exploded in a massive thermonuclear explosion, forming a massive mushroom cloud that dwarfed the one he showed at the school during the Peace Summit. The intense heat immediately annihilated the two devils and the bodies of his dinosaur friends, before the shockwave spread out and annihilated the surroundings, blowing apart the mountain they were on and the large Colosseum temple thing. Everything within 15 miles began to be completely annihilated, the shockwave visible as it traveled along the ground. In the air it was not safe either. Rias and company put up massive barriers, which Kuroka helped greatly, shielding themselves behind several large rock formations and a barrier, though they took the brunt of the attack and held out. They kept the shield up until the explosion was over, as the shockwave would do a return trip and the massive heat would spread out for 64 miles, giving third-degree burns. They would be there for 10 minutes until everything cooled off. Luckily, Azazel said the radiation won't be much of an issue for supernatural creatures, though they should be careful nonetheless. Issei roared in anger and fury as he flapped his wings within the middle of the mushroom cloud, lightning appearing in the cloud itself, which lit up the cloud and allowed people to see the shadow of the angry dragon. Issei's mind was chaotic and full of rage. He was watching as his parents and his dinosaurs died over and over in front of his eyes, and Kokobile and Shalba laughed at him, mocking him for failing to protect his friends. Rias and the others kept their shield up and it's been 5 minutes, but the heat was still expanding and wasn't to them yet. However, a magic circle appeared in their barrier and Valley appeared, looking over towards the destruction. Kuroka, so it's true, you've abandoned me. Yes. To be with my sister. Kuroka said, struggling with the barrier as the shockwave was strong and the heat finally struck their barrier. No worries. It's understandable, so that's Issei Hyoudou way over there? She asked, looking over at the large mushroom cloud. Yes. Kaneko said, standing before Valley. Your pals in the old Satan faction? Killed his raptors and the Rex, and nearly killed his Spino. She said, glaring at her. Valley not once looked at Kaneko and stared at Issei, closing her eyes as she felt pity for the boy. So, the Red Dragon Emperor has gone through another transformation. Spoke a new voice. Valley turned. Ophis, so you finally come out of hiding for this? Valley asked. Yes. I could not ignore the new transformation of the boy, nor could not ignore the fact this might just attract Great Red. Who is this girl? Rias asked. This is Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon or the infinite dragon god. Also known as the leader of the Cows Brigade, which I'm sure you know that. Issei's form had immense hearing, and when he heard the leader of the people who took away everything he loved, his ire was shifted instantly. He immediately flew out of the mushroom cloud and roared in fury, flying at immense speeds. It seems Issei is coming here now. Valis stated. As soon as Valis said that, Issei was there before them and swung his fist at the barrier, shattering it instantly where it struck Ophis and sent her flying across the field and into a mountain where it stopped her. Issei roared in fury and flew after her. The others in the barrier were sent flying back a few yards due to the shockwave of Issei's fist punching Ophis. He heard you. He's going to try and kill Ophis. Akino exclaimed. That power. Valis said in shock. That power? What is Issei Hyoudou? Azazel appeared and watched as Issei and Ophis engaged in a battle. Issei was sending fist after fist into Ophis's barriers, shattering them in a single strike before it connected into her, sending her flying though she continued to move around with barrier. Valley, I will like you to meet the nuclear Red Dragon Emperor. He fused his own powers with the Red Dragons, giving him a new form and immense power. That right there is power nearly powerful enough to defeat Ophis. He's definitely the third strongest. The top 3 are so close in power it's ridiculous. This is something we have never seen before. Valis stayed quiet and looked up at the fight in the sky, as Ophis began to fight back by throwing ball of purple energy which Issei punched at, exploding and causing minimal damage to him. Wait, you said he combined the powers? Couldn't he boost and defeat Ophis that way? Kuroka questioned. Azazel's eyes widened. You just told him how to kill Ophis. Azazel yelled. This is very bad. Boost X20 roared Issei. His punch immediately shattered 3 barriers, and when it punched Ophis, she spat up blood and was sent flying through several mountains as Issei began to surpass her. His body began to glow more green as Azazel began to detect even more radiation. No, this is bad. If he keeps this up, he is going to overload. It will kill him and everything around him. He is going to tear holes into this dimension. Azazel roared. We need to stop him. Issei's mouth opened wide and energy began to swirl from outside of his mouth as a ball began to form. Atomic breath. Issei roared out as he shot out a beam of green energy, striking Ophis, who covered herself in a purple armor, though the armor shattered and Ophis began to scream in pain as the nuclear breath began to peel her skin away. The beam ended and Ophis healed up instantly. Boost X20 spoke Issei, who powered up once more, and even Ophis knew this was the end. If he fired off one more atomic breath, she was dead. Finally. I am in control. Ophis, if you wish to survive, you need to charge in with as much power as you can and destroy the armor around my chest. You can pull Issei out. This will surrender the armor. Draig roared out. Ophis nodded and dodged the atomic breath of Issei, who fired a quick shot, before she covered herself in her purple aura and slammed into the armor of Issei. Issei began to claw at her back, roaring in fury and frustration as apparently the armor of Issei was weaker than his offensive power and the aura around Ophis began to tear apart at the green scales. Issei dug his paw into her back, piercing her through and through, but Ophis pulled Issei by his head out of the armor and threw him into the sky, where he was unconscious. He wasn't consciously piloting the armor. He was fighting on pure rage and emotion, but was not really there. Upon Issei leaving the armor began to implode in itself, the dragon still roaring in fury before it was completely gone into nothingness. Ophis caught Issei and looked him for a moment before flying down and placing him on the ground before Azazel. Azazel looked at her surprised. "Aren't going to kill him?" he asked carefully. Ophis shook her head. "I am responsible for this. All of this," she said as she looked at Issei's sleeping face, which was twisted in agony as if he was suffering a nightmare. "I never wanted any of this. I never knew how much pain I would cause people," she said. Azazel looked at her. "You've changed in the time you've been around people in this world. You used to not care who you hurt. I'm not who I was before, and I am sorry for everything. Perhaps I should have let him kill me." Azazel shook his head and smiled. "I don't think Issei would truly want to take your life after getting to know you, but now is not the time for this. We need to get him home," he said, no longer smiling. He looked over to Rias and company, who were completely in shock by everything. "Rias, we must get home and get him some medical attention. He's not out of the woods yet with this transformation." "Yes, you're right. Akino, prepare to jump." "Already done," she replied. With that, the peerage immediately jumped, though Ophis, Valet and Azazel did not go with them. As soon as they got home, Rias and Kaneko placed Issei in his bedroom, not at the Gremory facility, but his true home. As soon as he was laid down, Ravel came over with a bucket of cold water, Zenobia with several rags, and Akino came over with a thermometer. Issei felt hot, so when she measured his temperature, they knew it was dangerous. He was about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. "We need to cool him off. This is not good. Kaneko, can you get an ice bath ready while we do as much as we can until it's ready?" "Yes." Kaneko went off with Kuroka, who began to work together using their magic and began to pour ice into the bathtub of Issei's, keeping the room super icy cold as the room began to get covered in a slick frost. Kaneko ran back. "It's ready." Rias nodded and they both carried Issei to the bathtub, while Zenobia and Ravel came with the water and rags. Everyone stood in the room and looked down at Issei, who was still unconscious and suffering a nightmare which looked painful. The collective thoughts were for him to please hold on. Rias and everyone left the bathroom and gathered in the bedroom, where she looked at everyone. "He needs to be watched by someone, and kept cool." Zenobia and Ravel raised their hands. "I will keep him cool," they both said, immediately jumping at the job. Rias nodded and looked at everyone. "Even if he no longer is suffering from the transformation, I don't know what's going to happen since he lost his friends, so we need to make sure he is okay, but we don't do anything tired like we are, so let's get some rest." Everyone nodded and went off their separate ways, though Ravel and Zenobia stayed behind. They brought in pillows, blankets and bedding into the bathroom for the both of them, preparing to do a camp out in the icy bathroom with Issei. Unknown to everyone, a tall woman with long black hair that is parted in the middle, leaving a small line of hair right in the middle of her head. She wore a formal white shirt, a black business overcoat and a black skirt. She wore a black tie, stockings and high heels. She looked very much a regal highborn lady. She had a suitcase of some sort with her and she was heading up the street towards the large dome up in the mountainous area of Kuo. A flash of lightning streaks across the sky as the rain poured down in Kuo, hammering on Issei Hyoudou and his parents, who were taken before him by a yellow spear of light. He was frozen solid, unable to move a muscle even though he screamed his parents to move, to run. His bones felt like concrete and he watched as Kokobile laughed and turned to him. "So weak," he said before he disappeared in a flash of light. Another lightning strike and he was suddenly back within his devil house, or what it was before. He watched as a younger self played with the raptors and Rex while the Spino stood guard. He smiled with tears coming down his eyes as he watched Issei play hide and seek with the Rex, winning every time. The raptors would always find Issei, working together to find the small boy. The raptors were very tiny, about the size of a chicken, but had great strength, so they knocked down Issei easily. The older Issei was behind some sort of glass, like he was just watching from a window. He then watched in horror as Kokobile came in and threw his spear into the T-Rex, ripping the poor reptile into shreds. "You are so weak. Always so weak. Unable to protect anyone. Everyone is dying." Kokobile laughed maniacally as he slaughtered the raptors within an instant, giggling. "No," Issei said with tears in his eyes, though softly. "I could have protected them." Kokobile laughed. "Protected them? They are all dead and you are saying you could protect them? You couldn't protect your parents, and you couldn't save your pets either." Kokobile grinned before disappearing, and in his place was his parents. Why didn't you save us? You were the Red Dragon Emperor. You could have saved us with your nuclear power," spoke his father. "Why are you so weak?" his mother asked coldly. "You didn't save us, and you didn't save your friends. You are losing everyone, because you are worthless." Issei shook his head violently and before yelling out with tears staining his cheek. "No!" he yelled, and this was when he woke up. Issei looked around and he was in his bedroom within the human world home. Zenobia was quick and went over to him. She had just woken up because Issei yelled something out as he woke up. "Sit. You alright? What's the matter?" Zenobia questioned, looking him over to make sure he was okay. Zenobia had taken over as his caretaker, wanting to repay him for his kindness those months ago during the incident with Kokobile. She wasn't very nice to him, and yet he still saved her. Issei's eyes were hollow and he stayed silent, but he moved himself away from her, looking away from Zenobia. Zenobia quickly dropped her hands from him, her face drooping in response to his demeanor. It was like he didn't have the will to live. Zenobia looked down at the ground and whispered out, "I'm sorry." She spoke before leaving the room. Issei just stayed there, sitting on his bed and staring at a framed picture of his parents and the baby raptors and the juvenile larger ones, who were barely man-sized. Issei was a little boy, about 3, or it was one of the best memories of his life, and his parents had taken this picture for him. It was when he finally made friends with someone. Issei's eyes began to water before he closed his eyes. "I'm so weak." Outside of the house stood a female with long black hair and a briefcase. She smiled and knocked on the door with 4 loud knocks. She had heard that people were occupying the household where the Hyoudous were and that Issei Hyoudou was a confirmed student of Kuo Academy. Hearing this gave her such glee, so she had rushed there as soon as she was settled at the hotel. About 10 seconds later, Rias opened the door and stared at the woman. "Can I help you?" Rias. Her voice was sullen and she looked like she could use a nap. "Yes. I'm here to see Issei. It's been quite a long time since his parents stopped contacting me to watch their kid for him. I'm back from a long business trip from Germany, so I decided to check in on my hometown. I heard someone was back up at this house, so I decided to see if Issei was around." "Yes, he's here. May I ask who you are?" she asked, her eyes suddenly brighter, but very cautious. The black-haired woman noticed this. "My name is Shifuyu Orimura. I was Issei's babysitter when he was a kid here. It was every weekend for a few years." "I see. Come on in then," she said cautiously, opening the door wider as she offered her to come in. Upon entering, she looked around and noticed how the house looked completely different on the inside, though outside it looked fairly the same with a fresh paint job. At least fresher than before. "So, where would I find Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou? Why haven't they greeted me here, and why would they have taken in you?" "Issei's parents are dead," Rias said as Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, Ravel, Isabella, Kuroka and Zenobia came through several different doors. "Oh, that's terrible. How did they die?" "Cancer," Rias replied. "Lung cancer." Shifuyu raised a brow and knew they were lying. "If you are going to lie to me, you should pick a more believable one," she said, standing up and summoning a sword hilt to her hand. The others began to get into a combat stance, as Shifuyu stood to hers. "Who are you?" Rias asked, glaring. "That's what I want to know from you. What did you do to Issei's parents?" Devils don't just die to cancer, she said, glaring. Shifuyu was a human, age 27, which she is 10 years older than Issei. Rias's eyes widened. Wait, you knew they were devils? Of course. I caught them one day with their wings out with their son. It was a shock at first, but it didn't really change anything except they were more honest. Rias nodded. Well, we are all devils here. I see. So there are more devils. I never asked as I thought it was rude or something, but this is interesting. But Issei's parents are dead? May I ask how? They were killed by fallen angels who attacked them due to their research. So they attacked 2 geneticists, and what happened to Issei? He was rescued by the product of his parents' research. Product? What did they do exactly? I'm not sure if I should tell you. Don't know if I can trust you yet. Surely you understand. I see. And where is Issei now? In his room. Lost a lot of his friends a few days ago in an attack. His friends were the products of his parents' research. Shifuyu's stance softened, as did her facial expression, which up till this point was very cautious and on guard. He's okay, isn't he? She asked softly. Rias and the others stared in quiet at her, before Akino nodded with a sigh. Yes, he's okay in a sense. He's not in any mortal danger, but I'm sure you can guess his mental state. I want to see him, Shifuyu said, looking at Rias. Where is he? I'll take you to him, but he is ignoring all our advances to get him to talk. He's just staring at a picture and crying. Rias replied. I see. I will try then. The older woman said, walking with Rias into the elevator before taking it down with the other girls. Shifuyu stepped off the elevator about 20 seconds later and walked towards Issei's room by herself. Rias had told her where it was. Upon arrival to his room, and just as she was about to knock, she heard a voice in pain. Broken. I'm losing everyone. I'm going to lose everyone. Shifuyu immediately opened the door and looked into the room. Her eyes hovered over Issei's form. He's really filled out. He is no longer the little kid I used to watch cartoons with, nor the little kid who would take baths with me, she said, the last thought giving her a small smirk at the thought before she quickly softened and looked at Issei with concern. You think you are going to lose everyone, kid? She said in her trademark cocky smirk. Regal and everything. Issei turned his head, hearing the brand new voice, which he still recognized. Shifuyu? He asked weakly. The name is Ms. Orimura. Remember? She said, giving him a small grin. Issei quickly turned his head away. What are you doing here, Shifuyu? He asked, his voice hollow. I came to see you and your parents, kid. She replied, walking over to him and taking a seat next to him. She looked at the picture and she raised a brow at the dinosaurs behind them, but nodded, understanding now what the products were. Though it was kind of moot, wasn't it? She said with a sigh. Issei clenched his eyes tighter as a tear escaped his eyelids at the thought of his parents. Shifuyu rubbed his back gently. Issei gently swayed and Shifuyu pulled him gently into her arms, laying the back of his head on her large bosom, though not as large as Rias or Akino's, but about Isabella's size if not slightly bigger. She gently stroked his hair as she looked at the picture, humming softly as she used to do with him when he was sad. They stayed in silence for 20 minutes before Shifuyu broke the silence. So, what happened, kid? How did you lose you friends? And what makes you think you are going to lose me? Issei just stared at the picture with her, keeping quiet for a minute before his shoulders shuddered with a slight sob. We were supposed to be in a raiding game, a friendly fight between devils, before we were betrayed by terrorists. The terrorists struck my Spino with a preemptive strike, before I chased him down and killed him. Then his buddies appeared and without a word, immediately slayed my raptors and my T-Rex. I was only stronger. I could have saved them and my parents. Shifuyu kept stroking his hair, leaning against the wall with her legs around him as she kept him against her bosom. She stayed silent for 2 minutes to decide on her answer, but decided with a true answer. Maybe that's right. If you were stronger you could have saved them, but what's done is done, kid. You need to move on from being comatose in your bedroom. Are you telling me I can't cry for them? He asked, turning to look up at her angry with tears in his eyes. Not at all, kid. Grieving over them is acceptable, but is this your plan for the rest of your life? Sit in your room comatose? What else am I going to do? Tell me something. If one of your Dino friends got attacked and lost a friend, what do you think they would do? Hunt down the assailant and kill them. Exactly. But they are already dead, the ones who killed my friends. That may be true, but that terrorist organization is still out there and they're going to kill your friends too unless you stop them. She said, lying slightly to get her point across. There was no guarantee that they would die, but this was a lie she needed to tell him to get her point across. His eyes widened slightly and his shoulders tensed up. When have you become so smart and wise? Issei said softly. Shifuyu narrowed her eyes and quickly gave Issei a smack on the top of his head with a clipboard from her briefcase which she suddenly had for some reason. Become? I was always wise, kid. Issei rubbed his head. Ow, that hurts, Shifuyu. That's Ms. Orimura, she said, giving him a grin as he smiled back slightly before giving her a hug. It's good to see you, he said, his head in her neck. Likewise, kid, she replied, giving him a hug around his chest. Calling him kid was just a habit and it was just their way of being. He didn't mind and in fact, getting a nickname felt good. So, tell me, what is your plan now? I don't know, but I'm going to become stronger and I'm going to do it right, he said, standing up and looked at her. Thank you, Shifuyu. I can still grieve over my lost friends, but it is my duty of a man to see my mission through. I will destroy the Cow's Brigade. Issei replied, leaving the room with Shifuyu still on his bed, looking back at him. Shifuyu sighed and shook her head. Stubborn, headstrong and a hothead. Wonder what he's going to do now, she said, smirking softly. Guess I should come and see what he's going to get up to and make sure he's not in any trouble, she said, standing up and stretching before walking out of the room. Rias was standing outside of the closed elevator, completely shocked. Rias looked at Shifuyu. You got him out? All he needed was a little tough love and a little white lie. Shifuyu replied with a smile. So, where did he go off to? His parents' old laboratory and the small enclosure here. I'm going to watch over him. You all need to get some sleep. The bags under your eyes will surely not impress him, Shifuyu said, entering the elevator now that it was here and pressing the button for the laboratory. The girls looked at each other and decided to walk off to their own bedrooms, to get some sleep. They were all exhausted. Upon arriving at the lab floor, she stepped off and was amazed at the technology here. For a devil, it seemed old and human. Not what you expected from devils, right? Computers from the 90s. Well, no, but it seems they aren't computers from the 90s either. The operating systems seem too advanced. I upgraded all my parents' things, but kept it the way it looked like. Devil technology, he replied from his large rolling spinning chair. You could not even see him as the chair was just that big. Ugh, you really have one of those chairs that evil supervillains use? Hey, I'm a mad scientist. This is totally to look the part. Did you even do any geneticist work on your own? I made the gas that made me look like this. So what you mean is, you just piggybacked off your parents' computer system. Shut up, Issei said with a smile. I learned a lot while studying my parents' files. They actually recorded a lot of information on geneticist work, so I learned from my parents technically. Shifuyu said, arriving at his large computer workstation. Upon looking on the screen, the file that was brought up to bear was a file called Complete Reset. What is that going to do? I'm going to revert myself back to my original scrawny body and work myself to my peak form. That gas I used only gave me some strength while I looked good. I'll never achieve my full strength like this. I see. Sounds fun. What is that file over there on the left screen? It's the only file on that window. Issei turned his head and smiled. That is a project blueprint that my parents were going to work on eventually. I decided that I'm going to complete it. It was supposed to be the final form of their research, but they never got around to it. They called it Project Indominus. Project Indominus? Shifuyu questioned, raising a brow. Issei shrugged before clicking on it. What came up on the main screen was a small note and the blueprint that had a lot of things missing. It was the ultimate dinosaur hybrid bred with multiple genetic sources. The only ones that showed were the T-Rex genetic code and the Velociraptor genetic code. The note attached read, T-Rex for shape and jaw-crushing power and Velociraptor for intelligence. How to integrate only certain genetic traits. I see. So they were limited by their own technology mostly back when they thought of this. That's not right. They created my dinosaurs with perfect genes. So, what was the problem? Did they have to keep trying until they created my friends perfectly? He said, mostly talking to himself. He quickly pulled up the notes on the creation of his buddies, reading everything. He was correct. They were constantly changing chromosomes and genetic coding for the dinosaurs to make them perfect. I see. Well, luckily, they finished the research on the genetic code cracking a few months before they died. So I can finish their ultimate project. Issei said, frowning a bit. So, I don't know much about dinosaurs, so what is your plan exactly? Well, the T-Rex has the strongest jaw, so his bite force is the strongest in the dinosaur kingdom. It's a good idea to include that for the Indominus. Then you have the Velociraptors who have extreme intelligence, which is what allows them to communicate. The Spino and Rex both had the Velociraptor DNA, so they were able to communicate as well. They were intelligent. So, the idea is to allow it to be intelligent enough to understand commands from their owners. Which is me or my parents. That was the original intention. Of course, allowing them to communicate with the raptors is also a good idea. I see. So these aren't true dinosaurs. No. None of them are true dinosaurs. Dinosaurs went extinct millions of years ago. What we have is genetically modified versions of dinosaurs. They aren't true dinosaurs, but they are DM close, minus the genetic modifications. I see. What other modifications do you have planned then? Well, I want this dinosaur to become an unstoppable menace to my enemies, so it needs to be big, to be able to go toe-to-toe with the larger creatures in this world that can threaten gods. Like Loki's son Fenrir or the nine-headed Hydra, or the Cerberus that guards Hades' domain or dragons. So, it needs to be big. Well, we will use the Giganotosaurus gene for size. Alright, is there a such thing as a phoenix? Actually, one of the devil clans are phoenixes. They can regenerate extremely quickly and efficiently, so we can use that DNA, but the problem with that is, it makes it so I can't give him tough skin. DNAs contradict each other at times. I have to actually make a DNA strand, so each little link is a certain genetic code. So, do we use a phoenix or a strong skin? I think strong skin. Being able to regenerate is not the same as actually taking a hit. If a strike is powerful enough, it can absolutely destroy the dinosaur, as their regeneration will not be at all on level with the phoenix. They aren't immortal. So, if we get it a strong skin, it would be hard to kill, as the skin, even if penetrated, acts as a cushioning or a layer of armor. It's worth it to use, but the strong skin is tough to build. Ankylos had a very strong armor system, but it only works for them, as using it on a T-Rex is impossible due to their size. Ankylos had armor along their backs and sides. That's it. Nothing on their underbelly. So, it's possible to mix Ankylo DNA with another strong dinosaur. Like the Abelisaur family. They had strong skin, as my parents found out through researching genetics. Their projects were not limited to my friends. Alright, so if we combine the DNA to make a strand. Issei hummed, his fingers on the mouse and keyboard, typing quickly and clicking. We get super strong armor. He said, placing the new link in the DNA chain. He had entered the DNA for the other dinosaurs as well. Alright, what else do you wish to add then? I don't feel like I am much help here. That's quite alright. I can handle this myself, but I do enjoy the company. If we add the DNA of certain modern creatures, like the tree frog, the cuttlefish, pit viper, we get traits that would make it a super predator. The tree frog allows it to adapt to climates, and we can also get it to hide from thermal, though I'm not sure if this is worth it considering the devil world won't rely on thermal, right? Probably not, so we can free up a DNA string, since you have to use 2 tree frogs to get the thermal and the adaptation. Fair enough. So we use one tree frog. Cuttlefish has camouflage and it accelerates growth rate for the Indominus. So we use 2 of those. Pit viper allows it to search for thermal signatures, and as a snake, they can open their mouths wider, so this allows Indominus to even have a stronger bite force than the Rex, or do more damage at least. So too of the snake. What about its hands? Don't the T-Rex have tiny hands? That is true, so the dinosaur with the greatest claws would be the Therizinosaurus, so we give it the claw and arms of that one, giving it ability to also fight savagely with its claws. Alright, so that's one more DNA strand. Can we fit more in? About 3 more genomes before it becomes a problem. T-Rex takes up most of the genome. Then use the eagle. Its eyesight is extremely sharp. Alright, so 1 golden eagle DNA stand, leaving up to 2 strands left. I will increase the intelligence of this animal by 1 more stand, so now it has 1 strand left. I know. The Hydra. There is a rare Hydra in the familiar forest that is so elusive that it's only been seen a couple times. It's so deadly, even the Devil Leader class are afraid of it, so they don't approach. My parents luckily got a DNA sample by extreme luck. They found it sleeping. The Hydra allows it to remain undetectable by magic, so it can ambush really well. Alright, so you have your genetically designed dinosaur. Is that it? The computer needs to run a few simulations and tests, and then it will automatically begin its creation using a raptor egg we have in storage. The reason it will start out so small is because it gives it time to grow properly. If it starts out like a T-Rex, it would not grow properly. At least, according to my parents, so now, we wait. The egg should be ready in a few hours and then it needs about a week to hatch. So what now? Well, Issei said, standing up and going over to a mailbox-looking item attached to a hose. He opened up the clear door and pulled out a capsule the size of a grenade that was filled with a green gas that was just floating around. I begin my training, he said as he walked over towards the air-tight chamber. He attached the gas to the air filters and put in the programming into the computer before entering the container. I will most likely be knocked out at the end of this, so if you don't mind, get me out of here and put me on one of the tables we have around. I will wake up like I was before I got genetically enhanced. Alright, I will wait for you here. Be safe, kid. Always Shifuyu. Issei said. The computer instantly started up the gas and it filled the chamber. 3 minutes later, the chamber aired itself out and Issei was on the ground sleeping. Shifuyu put him on a table and watched as his body deformed back to normal. A week had passed since Issei gassed himself and designed his new dinosaur, the Indominus Rex, or as he would name it, Indy. Issei was currently in the weight room on the basement 2 floor, which was below the first basement floor, which was the bedrooms. So the house was built like so. Second floor was the kitchen, living room, and dining room. It wasn't like this in most houses, but it was built as such to leave Issei's parents' lab alone. The laboratory and entrance into the enclosure was on the main floor. The front door was not into the lab itself directly, but there was a door to the right of entering that led to the lab, while the door to the left was a staircase. Elevator smack in the middle. The first basement floor was living quarters, second was a training floor. There was a large sparing area, a weight room with thousands of different weights, machines and other things. Third floor was a movie theater and a library. Soundproof walls separated the two. Fourth floor was the pool and sauna. Fifth was the bath, which was a natural hot springs. Rias's parents did extremely well with the renovations. Issei was currently in the weight room, doing push-ups with Shifuyu on his back. His physique was not like it used to be with the genetics, not even close, but he was not a scrawny kid anymore. He had a thicker build, though the muscle was not defined. He spent the first week growing the muscle and he was beginning to shape it correctly. Shifuyu was a trainer at a gym as well as a martial arts master. She was in Germany due to owing some debts and taught there for 6 years. Due to Shifuyu's knowledge, she was overseeing his training. She told him that the training would be grueling as it would not be easy to get where he wants to be. He would have to take it in steps. First is to build thick muscle and then shape it up to make the muscle stronger and do more. Then he would build even more muscle and repeat the process until he was where he needed to be. Shifuyu was with him every day, talking with him, training with him, looking over his work with the dinosaur as he checked on it with the computer. She had gotten to know Issei beyond what he was when he was a child. She saw what kind of man he is and what he is becoming. She saw how passionate he was about his friends and doing what is right for the world. She saw how selfless he was and that he didn't do much things for himself and instead did things for others. It made her smile, but she needed to teach him that being selfish sometimes is a good thing. She was beginning to crush on him, even though she already found him attractive. His body was getting sexier and sexier every day as he focused solely on his training. The other girls visited him and cooked him for him. They were very surprised at his decision to revert back to normal and surprised at making the Indominus, though they supported him entirely. They sometimes trained with him, helping him out or just training alongside him. Kuroka teased him about how flabby his belly was, but Issei ignored her much to her chagrin. Issei's resolve to get stronger was just too strong for him to respond to her. During Issei's training, he played different music on the speakers, though the current selection was Dies Irae, sung by some monks from France. It wasn't a workout music, but it was something that Issei enjoyed. Shifuyu thought it was slightly creepy, sounding something like at a funeral or something used during the Black Plague, but thought it was also enjoyable. It was just creepy at the same time. Issei was still doing his push-ups as for his current stage of training. This was the best way for him to get to the next stage. It was about 4 hours into his training of the day. The computer gave him a message that the Indominus was going to hatch very shortly. Issei quickly halted his push-ups and grabbed a water bottle before running to the elevator. Shifuyu walked calmly into the elevator 10 seconds later and both of them rode up to the lab. They arrived at the lab shortly and Issei quickly moved to the incubation chamber, smiling as he saw the egg beginning to move. The egg cracked about 5 seconds after their arrival and Shifuyu took several steps back, knowing that Issei needed to imprint on the hatchling solely to get it to be with him only. When it was older, Issei could then let the others imprint, though he would be the big one to the new dinosaur. Issei smiled as the large claws came out. It already had sharp claws an inch long, for fingers worth. 3 main claws and then a thumb. Would you look at that? Those claws are going to be massive and cause a lot of damage. Issei said, his voice proud and amazed. Scary. Sometimes I wonder if this is going to be a smart idea. Will it truly obey you? It will have its free will, but dinosaurs don't hurt their parents, especially parents who treat you kindly, at least. I hope so. Oh, you hope so? That's reassuring. Shifuyu said with a smirk. If it eats you, I'll tell you I told you so. Fair enough. He replied. It was then a head appeared and it opened up its eyes. It had dark red eyes, like a demon. Its eyes focused and then rested on Issei's face before it continued to break out of its egg. About 5 minutes later, a chicken-sized white dinosaur fell onto its stomach, squirming a bit before Issei reached in and picked it up, holding it gently in his arms, smiling. Indy, he said softly, gently stroking its head as it began to let out a noise similar to a purr. Its eyes rested on Issei's face as it began to nibble on his fingers, the sharp teeth not actually being used. As such, the imprinting was successful, though not done in a long shot. He still had to feed it and nurture it, make sure it survived. He gently picked it up and began to feed it with a baby bottle, giving it some milk as he walked over into the enclosure, walking over to the large lake that was recently put in. The enclosure was modified and expanded greatly, and there was more water. As he stood at the surface of the water, along the beach, a shadow appeared in the water and Hannibal suddenly surfaced, appearing like a croc before stopping with his head out of the water. The beach had a steep slope down into the water. Very steep. Hannibal looked down at Issei and Issei smiled. This is Indy, the sister. He said, smiling down at the beautiful baby dinosaur who was drinking milk with its eyes closed. I'm so happy you are all right, Hannibal. I almost lost you too. Hannibal bowed its head in sorrow for losing his own friends, but he was still remaining strong, though he grieved in his own way. He stayed in the underwater cave in the lake, often hiding. Issei rarely got him out of the cave, as Hannibal didn't even surface to see Issei that often, but it was okay. Both of them grieved their own way. Issei trained his butt off as anger was clear in his eyes while the Spino avoided contact. Even though he was also angry, but he held the anger within his own body. Issei would eventually allow him to release this anger. Issei gently patted Hannibal's nose and returned to the laboratory, going to feed his baby with some fresh raw meat. 3 weeks later, Issei was lifting barbells while laying down on the mat. The weight's 400 pounds in total, with Shifuyu pressing down on the middle of the weight during every push from Issei. Issei was struggling, but he constantly pushed it up, sweat forming on his brow. He was shirtless and only wore his underwear and shorts as his body had formed up greatly. He looked very much like a comic book superhero that used to wear some sort of bat costume. However, this was not his desire. He wanted Spartan, the absolutely pinnacle of human strength. Raw power. Raw violent potential. Come on. For more lifts, Issei. Then we take a break for 2 hours and then we move into squats. Come on. Shifuyu said, glaring down at him. Her regal personality is very dominant and it pushed Issei hard to strive, like he wished to please her. Shifuyu stared down at Issei, her eyes looking over his body as he struggled to lift the weights. She had a hard time focusing at times as Issei's body looked very good to her. There was no unneeded body fat and complete muscle. Not fake muscle like real bodybuilders had, but actual strong muscle. This muscle was like the muscle strong men would get, or even boxers. The crush she had on Issei had turned into lust a lot, and she found herself craving the boy more than she ever did, sometimes fantasizing certain scenarios. The girls also were beginning to get a lot more attracted to the boy. His devotion to getting stronger was attractive to him, and his body certainly was extremely secretary. While he did not spend time with them very much, due to constantly either working in the lab, working out his body, training his mind with reading books and such on war strategies, or working with Drake on his dragon training, they never once hated him for it, nor did they lose any love they had for the boy. If anything, it increased their affection for him due to lack of contact and the fact that he was doing this so he would not lose a loved one ever again, and that meant them. While Issei never vocally said the true reason behind him wanting to gain strength, Shifuyu had gotten along with the girls and told them. Issei finished his sets and placed the barbell back in its place before slowly sitting up and panting hard, his shoulders heaving. His shoulders were muscular and so was his back, giving him a DMNCC look that Shifuyu definitely appreciated, as indicated by her bottom lip being bitten by her and her eyes glazed slightly. She shook her head and looked over at Issei. Well done. Take a 2-hour break and relax. We get into squats and I'm upping the weight again. Issei nodded as he was still extremely tired and panting, and he was skiing down water like he was in the desert for a week without water. Shifuyu left him and disappeared towards the elevators. Issei took about 5 minutes to get up and he went to the elevators and returned to his lab. He walked into the enclosure after doing some checking on the computer monitors for the life signs and other data on Indy. Indy had grown exponentially quickly, her size already taller than Issei. She was 8 feet tall at the hips and 25 feet long from head to tip of the tail. As he entered the enclosure, he moved through the forest and entered the large clearing that remained. It was a good place to get sunlight, so Indy would frequently move around the forest surrounding the clearing. He had hunted like normal, as the enclosure was so much larger than before. Issei had bought out most of the land from the Japanese government, expanding his large dome into more of an oval shape. It was a mile long wise and about 3/4 of a mile wide. As you exited the door from the lab, it was a grasslands for a good 1/4 mile before forest overtook over. Forest covered 95% of the enclosure, as it was a great place for dinosaurs to thrive. The other 4.5% of the enclosure was a water domain. A river cut a path across the forest from the left bottom tip to the top right. A lake thrived around the middle of the enclosure, taking up a large amount of space. It was a deep lake, as a lot of the enclosure was an underground cave system or an underground lake. The Spino thrived and hunted here. Indy and Hannibal hunted large modern creatures. Giraffes, elephants, rhinos, great white sharks, whales and other marine creatures. Issei bred the creatures he fed in a large chamber, not really caring. They were created only to be fed to his dinosaurs, as he did this for when the raptors or the Rex existed. As Issei entered the clearing, he knew he was being watched by Indy. He looked around, spinning round and round as he tried to search for the apex predator. He quickly turned to his left and pointed straight at some bushes as he saw some movement, only for a thud to be heard behind him and Indy came out of hiding. Issei was surprised. Indy had gotten smarter and smarter. She had used the wind to trick Issei this time and this made Issei smile. His creation was a beautiful animal. Issei turned to her and gently stroked her snout. "You are absolutely stunning, Indy," he said as Indy gently nuzzled Issei. "I think it's time you meet my friends," Issei said. On time, like he discussed, Rias and the others began to walk into the clearing, caution on their faces as the apex predator's dark red eyes looked over at them, staring at them, studying them. "They're my friends, Indy. They mean a lot to me, as do you," he said, gently kissing her snout as he backed away, letting Indy move freely. He was showing a lot of trust into Indy and she knew this. Indy moved towards Rias first, beginning to circle around her, Indy sniffing her hair blowing from her breath before she moved to Akino, then Kuroka. Every girl got the same treatment, though Shifuyu was not here. She had already imprinted long ago. Kuroka smiled and gently petted Indy's snout, taking initiative. The large predator reeled slightly in surprise but didn't attack or growl. She merely let the Nikomata continue petting her. Speaking of Nikomata, Kuroka and Kaneko had gotten closer. Despite Issei's reclusive actions as of the past month, Issei had kept his promise to Kaneko. He had shown up to each of her training sessions, checking in on the two of them. Kuroka was teaching Kaneko how to use her senjutsu properly and taught her some hand-to-hand combat, though Kaneko was learning from Issei as well. Kaneko had a breakdown once, her personality turning darker. She had a spat with Zenobia over her food in the kitchen and Kaneko had began to use her senjutsu forcefully. Issei had ran in front of the large attack, taking the entire brunt of her senjutsu attack. Sensing that she just injured one of her friends, she had immediately drooped and began to cry, but Issei merely hugged her tightly, calming her down shortly after. He never once blamed her for it nor spoke of the incident. He had kept his promise of keeping her sane. After the imprinting with Indy, the girls stayed and watched Indy start her hunt as it was her feeding time. Issei and they watched from a rock as Indy stalked an elephant that was beginning to graze in the clearing. Indy was camouflaged and watching close by. The apex predator was waiting patiently as the elephant got closer and closer. However, it was then a stomp was heard and from the trees a large allosaurus, the size of Indy currently, came out of the trees and attacked the elephant, ripping apart the elephant quickly with its mouth which was like a hatchet. Feeling her territory threatened, Indy appeared from the trees, surprising everyone as they never saw her and thought she was in a different direction. She turned back to White and let out a roar at the aloe who looked up from his meal before roaring in return. The aloe was faster and quickly ran in, slamming his jaws down on top of the aloe's skull, the aloe's teeth embedding into the skin of Indy. Indy roared in pain, though the blood barely tricked down her skull before she took her right hand and slashed the aloe's neck, forcing the aloe to roar in pain. With ferocity and just pure killing intent, Indy began to slash over and over, ripping chunks off of the aloe's face and body, the aloe recoiling in pain before Indy grabbed the aloe and threw it down like a judo move before stomping on the aloe's gut. Indy grabbed the aloe by the head with her in her left hand and slowly began to descend on the allosaurus's throat that was just exposed to the world. She descended like a monster would a prey, reveling in the fear, and finally with the bite force of a juvenile T-Rex she ripped the aloe's throat out before she began to feed on the still alive dinosaur, ripping open the belly with her mouth, tearing chunks off savagely. Everyone was surprised at the brutality and the swift defeat of the aloe, though Issei smiled afterwards. He was extremely pleased with what he saw and he quickly stood up and left with his girls, letting Indy eat. As they arrived in the lab, Rias looked over at him. "That creature in there is scary. Are you sure she is safe? She didn't attack you, did she? In fact, she let Kuroka pet her. Indy knows you are my friend, so she gave you a chance. She sniffed you and circled you. Kuroka showed no fear and pet her, and I think Indy accepted you. We will imprint a couple more times in the next 2 weeks, but she is safe in my opinion." "I see. Well, I have to go handle some of the devil business that you should be taking care of as a king," but you are too busy to handle, so Akino and I shall. See you later, Issei. Rias said with a smile before disappearing. Naya, while I would love to stay, Chiron and I have some more training to go through. She has yet to master the technique of using mist. Shut up. I'm trying. Kaneko said grumpily. Kuroka just smiled and off they went. Kiba and Zenobia went into the enclosure themselves, training themselves in the art of the sword. They were training up in the mountainous area, far away from Indy, or so they thought. Indy had always known they were there, watching them, studying them. Indy was a smart girl, so she knew she was technically in a cage. While she hunted like a normal creature, she knew she was trapped and that the two sword-fighting devils were not naturally in her cage. They were there because someone let them in there. She figured it was her master, Issei, who let them in. For that reason, she stayed from attacking, though it didn't stop her from studying them. Ravel and Isabella didn't really have anything else to do, but they usually went out shopping together. Isabella had gotten Ravel some very SNSL underwear, which could barely be considered underwear considering how much they covered, or didn't cover. Ravel was embarrassed at first, but even she had to admit, she looked good in it and she knew Issei would think so too. So, like usual, they walked out of the lab and left Issei alone, who was on the computer now, doing some reading. Issei sighed as he closed the tab on the computer, putting a fist on his hand. There was an hour left before Issei would have to return to training, but he was so bored. He wanted to return to training, but Shifuyu was his trainer. It was then he wondered about her martial arts skills, and he smiled. He decided to see if she wanted to spar with him once in a while for some training. He had to ask at least. Getting up, he entered the elevator and went down a level to the living quarters. Upon arrival at the level, he moved down the hallways and went to Shifuyu's room, which was the farthest from Issei due to the girls already claiming the rooms on their own, though they would all want to sleep with Issei if he slept in there. He usually slept in the enclosure with Indy or Hannibal, usually Indy due to the fact she was his baby. Hannibal mostly stayed away from Indy and Issei, still grieving. As he arrived at her door, he knocked softly and waited, but no response. He opened the door and gently looked in, seeing the room empty. As he closed the door, he crossed the large bedroom and began to turn into the bathroom, only to stop short as the sight before him forced him to freeze. Shifuyu Orimura was sitting on the bathroom sink counter completely naked, her legs spread wide. She had her eyes closed with her right hand stroking her slit and fingering it at the same time, while her left hand gripped her BRT in a rough grab. She was miming and her M's got higher and higher pitched, and about 10 seconds later, she began to climax. Issei! She emmed out, climaxing as her body shook in rapture, opening her eyes wide as she yelled out Issei's name, the boy 10 years younger than herself. Her eyes quickly fell upon Issei, a blush forming on her face as she was heaving, her beers going up and down as her juices dripped from her slit onto the counter, forming a small pool. Issei blushed in return and he quickly shook his head, running from the scene, opening up her bedroom door and slamming it closed. Issei had ran back to his lab, activating the lockdown protocol that he had installed in case of an emergency, not wanting to be bothered. He slammed his head on his computer desk while in his giant supervillain chair. Stupid! You idiot! Why didn't you just leave? You had to stare at your babysitter like a pervert. Stupid, stupid! He cursed, groaning as he rubbed his head in ferocity. She's going to hate me. Up in Shifuyu's bedroom, she had closed her legs after he left, wanting to run after him, but when she stood up, her legs collapsed out from under her, and she blushed heavily. Haven't done that in so long, of course it's hard to walk. He's going to think of me as a pervert, isn't he? She said with a sigh, her body still heaving. It took her about 10 minutes, but she finally stood up and got dressed in her training outfit, which was a white tracksuit. She sighed and exited the bedroom before going to the elevator. Upon pressing the button for the lab, figuring he would run there, she smirked a bit as the elevator said a lockdown was in place at the lab. She pressed in an authorization code that she had stolen from Issei, which was his code, shutting the lockdown down. She pressed the button for the lab and arrived shortly, only to see Issei with his head on his arms, obviously beating himself up. Upon arriving, she walked over towards Issei and leaned gently on her right hand on the desk. Look Kitabu dash, she started, but Issei shook his head. I'm so sorry for barging in your room, and for staring. I'm so sorry. I swear I'm not a pervert. Shifuyu was surprised at his sudden apology, but then she remembered it's just like him to be this way. She smiled and laughed a bit. I was about to think you thought of me as a pervert actually. Why would I think that? You were doing what people do alone. Well, considering it was your name I called out. He said, unable to respond as he gently looked up at her with his blushing face. He had slightly teary eyes. He was really beating himself up for it. Shifuyu stared at him before deciding to say it. She had already made this awkward between them, and there was only one way to make it not awkward. She climbed into Issei's lap, forcing him to the back of the chair with a hand on his chest as she straddled his lap. She quickly kissed his lips, her right hand gently placed on his shoulder while her left was on the side of his stomach. Issei's eyes were wide, and for 10 seconds he didn't respond. Shifuyu had her eyes closed, but she was beginning to get saddened at this feeling of rejection, but Issei finally responded by wrapping his strong right arm around her waist, pulling her flush against his chest as he responded with the kiss. Their kiss lasted for about a minute before Shifuyu broke it and gently laid her forehead on his own. I love you, kid. Shifuyu admitted, her blush appearing. This was not like her to be so admitting. I love you too. I have always had a thing for you. Oh, and when exactly did this happen? When I was about 13. But we were apart for so long. I finally began p-burn. You mean you fantasized about me? She interrupted with a devious grin on her face. Naughty boy. She slowly began to move in for another kiss, but he moved his head away as she watched depression moving in on his facial features. What's the matter? We can't do this. And why not? I just told you I loved you and you love me. So why are you rejecting me? Because we won't have long together. We'll be long gone before I will. He said, his head looking down at his lap as the grip from Shifuyu lessened. Oh. She replied, frowning a bit before she raised a brow. What about reincarnating me? She asked cautiously. What? You would want to become a devil? Well, I think of it as becoming someone with you. Living a very long life is also a nice perk. Issei smiled happily for a good 30 minutes, but he slowly began to frown again. Sensing what he was thinking, she raised a hand up. I am bisexual, kid. No need to worry about your little harem, you dirty man. It's not a harem. Oh right, 'cause you and the girls have no backbone to actually do anything. Look, it's not easy for me to make that kind of decision. He said, glaring at her while she smirked. Weak. She said, gently kissing his lips again for a few seconds before climbing out of his lap. I'm not like the girls. You and I are going to be a thing from here on out? Or do you have a problem with making me a devil? Issei blushed heavily and shook his head no before taking out the rook from the Rex he had. He began to thumb it, his mind racing on the thoughts of his lost friends, tears threatening to fall from his eyes, but he shook his head and stood up. He slowly began to move the rook to her, offering it to her, but she simply grabbed his hand and placed it right on top of her right bib. She forced him to grope her as a bright green line shined through the lab before devil wings appeared on her back. How did it feel? Issei asked, curious. I should ask you the same thing, shouldn't I? She said, giving him a devious grin, forcing the boy to blush heavily. Shifuyu chuckled and cracked her neck. All right, let's go back to your training. We're behind about half an hour. She said, walking back to the elevator, though she now added essence L step to her hips. 6 weeks later, Issei was currently doing squats with a barbell on his shoulders. Keeping his back straight without bending, he used the power of his legs and groaned loudly as he stood up once and then back down, another roar and up and back down. The barbell's weight was 1,500 pounds. When he went down for the 9th time, he began to move up, and just as he moved up, both Shifuyu and Issei heard a crack and watched as Issei's back lit up in a bright green light before it flashed, blinding both of them. He dropped the barbell hard behind him as he roared in power as his veins were now glowing green, his eyes were a glowing green. His iris was a lighter green while the sclera, which was the normal white, was a very dark green. Radiation green. His feet were leaving molten footprints on the ground as he moved around as his body surged with power. The floor was not affected as it was a study material, but it showed the power he had. There was a visible aura radiating from him, a green aura. It surged with immense power, showing off how strong he truly was now. He turned to Shifuyu, who was staring him with wide eyes, though she was biting her lip now as her wide eyes were slowly turning into glazed ones. Issei snapped his fingers and she quickly woke up from her lusty daydreaming. This is different from before. I've never radiated like this before. Except when you were in the thermonuclear overdrive. Drake replied. Drake, what is going on with my body? I don't understand. Your thermonuclear power finally was able to release itself and combine with your body. The radiating power you have is a visible aura. You have basically become top 50 material with just your body alone. I'd say around rank 30 to gods must be careful around you. And this does not factor in how you interact with the boosted gear. The boosted gear was changed? Not on a fundamental level, but your balance breaker has reached thermonuclear overdrive. If you go balance breaker, you are number 3 and you could go toe-to-toe with Ophis for a while, though you would eventually lose, but definitely top 3. You have become even more powerful than I was when I had my body. Was top 10 for sure, but this is beyond what I could do. So much more powerful. And the Juggernaut drive? Shifuyu asked. What happened to that? Obsolete. It no longer is needed within the boosted gear. He has surpassed my power combined with his own with just balance breaker now. Boosted gear will most likely not even register it anymore. Issei smiled and clenched his fist happily, looking down at his radiating form before he put a magically seal in place, pushing him back to his normal-looking form. He had finally reached the level of body strength he desired. The pinnacle. He was in his absolute strongest now. Shifuyu got behind him and hugged him from behind, placing her head on his shoulder. She was about half a foot taller than him, so she abused this fact a lot. During the 6 weeks since she was turned into a devil, Shifuyu and Issei's relationship remained the same. While in their minds, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they only trained with each other. They forgot about the fact they shared a kiss or saw each other naked as Issei's resolve to get stronger ignored his own selfish desire to be with Shifuyu. He had only focused on his training and Shifuyu respected this. She didn't make advances on him. She smiled and kissed his cheek. You've done it. After a grueling 13 weeks, you've reached it. You have become one of the most powerful beings that will ever live, and I'm dating him. She said, grinning as she nibbled on his ear. Issei blushed and shrugged her off before smiling at her. Thank you, Shifuyu, you helped me so much in getting my strength. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have reached it so soon. Shifuyu smiled. Of course, kid, it wasn't a problem. I've also gotten stronger thanks to you making me a devil. Issei smiled and blushed. You are welcome, he said, turning and leaving the bedroom. Issei stood in the living room in his power form, standing before his peerage who were all standing or sitting or on their knees in shock and surprise from the sudden power Issei had. Some of the girls were forced to kneel or they fell on their bottoms from the pure power he held. Like the power forced them down. Vala was also present in the room as she had arrived a week ago from her own training. After hearing Issei was doing his own super training, she was doing her own training with Biko's ancestor, Sun Wukong. She had arrived a week ago as she finished her training, only to also begin to crush on the boy more so. His body had turned into such a work of art, she had a hard time no staring. Due to the boy's seclusion from everyone, she didn't get much time to talk to him as she had a lot of time to think about things. She was one of the few standing, along with Rias, Akino, Kuroka and Kaneko, while their rest were either kneeling or sitting on their behinds. She was surprised at this sudden power, as it matched her while she was in balance breaker, if not a few ranks stronger than her balance breaker. The training she received put her balance breaker to about rank 35 to she also reached a more powerful juggernaut drive called the Imperial Overdrive. Putting her rank she would still have to gain strength so she could catch up to Issei. As Issei suddenly put the seal on, Rias was the first to say something that was coherent. Issei, does that mean you are done? Yes. I've finally reached what I've strived for. I also want everyone here as I've decided on something that I've been thinking on for the last couple weeks as I knew I was coming upon the final legs of my training. What is it, Issei? Akino asked sweetly. I'm leaving the Three Factions Alliance. I am going to formally quit and form my own group. I'm calling it Death Watch. Rias blinked for a bit and looked at him. Why are you leaving? Because the actions I will be taking will most likely get the three factions looked down upon, and I do not wish to cause trouble for your brother, Michael or Azazel. I see, Rias said, her face looking down at the ground as she searched for an answer. Issei had taken several steps back from everyone and stood a good several yards away. None of you will be hunted down or charged with treason by me if you decide not to follow. You are all my friends, but this is something I must do. Shifuyu said she will follow me wherever, but she does not speak for you guys. So, if you wish to follow me I would love it, but you would be forsaking your home in the devil world. You would be a target for the entire supernatural and you would most likely be part of a lot of death. So, if you wish to leave, I will never think less of you. This is just something I will do. Vala had already decided her decision but decided to wait. The first person to make the call was Kaneko, stepping forward to Issei. You kept your promise to me and kept me from going overboard. I will always trust you to make the right decisions in life. It's time I repay you. I am willing to keep this world safe by your side. Kaneko said, before Issei hugged her tightly to his chest, kneeling down to her as she smiled happily. Thanks, Issei said softly. The next person to move forward was Kuroka. She was already waiting behind Kaneko. Naya, have to stay with my little sister, right? She said, winking as she stood next to Kaneko. Issei nodded to her and thanked her. After Kuroka, Zenobia moved forward. I will follow you till the ends of the earth, Issei. You gave me a home, despite what I've said and done, she said, getting behind Issei after he hugged her. Everyone of the group had stepped forward and said something or other about how they would follow Issei. The only person left standing in front of Issei was Valley, who smirked. Well, I was wanting to ask you this, but I would like to join your peerage, Issei. I've done a lot of thinking and it's time I joined you, she said, moving forward and forcefully kissing his lips for a few seconds. I will also be joining the fight for you, she said, meaning two things with that sentence. Issei blinked and blushed before he pulled out a mutation piece before Valley accepted it into her bosom, becoming one of his peerage. Well, thank you everyone for joining me, but I have one more member to make. I will be back down in the lab, he said, turning and heading to the lab quickly. He entered the lab and moved into the enclosure before entering the clearing. Indy, come out please. I need to talk to you. It took about 10 seconds, but Indy came from the forest and appeared before Issei as he gently stroked her snout. She was now 15 feet tall at the hips and 42 feet long. She was an adolescent or a teenager. She was not even at her full size, yet she was slightly longer than the Rex. Issei smiled at her. I want you to become part of my peerage. I've finally finished my training, and it's time to bring the attack to those BSTRDS who formed the group that attacked my friends and killed them. It's also time to bring order to this world. Would you join me? Instantly, she accepted the 2 pawn mutations, before letting out a roar as her body got much stronger due to becoming a devil. Issei smiled happily and then turned to move towards the water. About 5 minutes later, he stood at the edge of the large lake, standing on the beach. 5 minutes later, Hannibal appeared above the lake and looked at Issei, who smiled at him. It's time we got revenge on those who killed your brothers, those who killed our friends. I've finally reached the power, and now we prepare for our attack. Are you with me? The Spino moved out of the lake in response, finally appearing after secluding itself within the lake and the underground caverns. It let out a mighty roar in response. The Spino was a staggering 19 feet in height, while his length was 65 feet. This Spino will remain the largest of his dinosaurs, including the Indominus. With that, Issei finally had his assault force. Death Watch. Everyone stayed with him and now he was a deadly force to be reckoned with. Issei set up a magic circle and sent in the formal letter, saying he was quitting the alliance, though he also sent a more private magic circle to each of them, giving them the reasoning behind it. With that, Issei was free to begin his attack. A week since Issei had quit being part of the Devils and the Three-Faction Alliance while also forming his Earth Protection Group, known as Deathwatch. He had lessened greatly on his workout routines, only doing basic maintenance to maintain his current level of training. No longer was he training for 10 to 15 hours a day doing workouts, he now spent about an hour or two to keep it up. He now had a lot more free time, which he spent the last week with Indy and Hannibal. Indy and Hannibal had gotten along, both of them fighting each other in the enclosure, though neither were seriously injured due to accelerated healing thanks to them being devils, not to mention strong ones at that. Neither of them had a significant win over the other, both of them trying out new strategies and basically fighting to train. At first, the Indy wanted to determine who was dominant, but Hannibal had swiftly defeated him, so it was just pointless to fight the Spino. The Spino began to fight with the Indy, teaching the hybrid how to fight, and the Spino had lost a couple times now. Indy's bite force and the long sickle-like claws were Indy's strongest attributes. The bite force was similar to a Rex, but due to having a jaw that could open wider thanks to having snake DNA, the bite force was actually much higher, and this gave him the first bite advantage. The Spino had longer arms in comparison, though shorter claws, but the longer arms gave him a way to keep the Indominus from biting him. Currently in the Hyoudou residence, everyone was out training. Akino had reconciled with her father thanks to Issei being there as a mediator. He got Akino and Barakiel to open up to each other and fix their relationship, so Akino was training with him on her Holy Lightning. Kaneko was somewhere in the large enclosure training with Kuroka on her Senjutsu skills. Kiba was off with some swordsman who could train him. Some devil in the underworld. Rias was with Surzex training on her destruction magic, though she seemed to not do well in technique, as she was stronger in power. Zenobia was with Azazel, training on using two swords at once since she was a powerhouse type. Isabella was off with Surzeka's Rook, working on strengthening her body, defense, and power. Ravel was in the library reading on war strategies as she was appointed as one of the chief strategists. Vala was off training with someone, as Issei didn't ask. Vala was strong enough that he didn't need to worry about her. That left Shifuyu, who stayed behind with Issei and watched over him. Shifuyu had gotten much closer to the boy ever since they told each other they were in love with one another. They took it slow between them, mostly due to Issei's inexperience and the fact he was a bit shy. They kissed every once in a while because Issei was very busy doing his work. He worked with his dinosaurs, on his parents' research, and on battle plans dealing with Kao's brigade. He had looked for any information regarding their bases, who would be leading them, anything that can help him. Surzex has been very helpful in supplying information, as have Azazel and Michael. While it's technically giving Issei their support of being rogue, if they were caught doing so, it would cause big problems with the other religions. Issei finished his workout, which consisted of just basic push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, though there was weight attached to him during it. He also ran around the enclosure several times to keep up his stamina. As always, he was in tip-top shape. He put the weights away and made his way to the elevator to go take a bath, but the doorbell rang and Issei sighed. Of course, they bad to ring the doorbell upon myself going to take a bath. Tough luck, kid, Shifuyu said with a smirk, following Issei to the main floor before they strode towards the door. Shifuyu decided to open the door for Issei as he was toweling his body off of sweat, only for them to make a big mistake. Upon the door opening, a squeal of excitement was heard before a chipper voice was heard, before they were tackled to the floor. Hello, hello, hello. Chichan. Essie-kun. I found you, spoke a bubbly pink-haired female who was smiling happily as she snuggled the two people together. Will you get off already? Shifuyu scolded as she pushed down on the face of the girl. Damn it, Tabane. Get off. Issei replied, struggling under the iron grasp of the female. Oh, but I've missed you guys. How long has it been, huh? Tabane spoke with glee. She was extremely hyperactive. Issei finally wiggled himself out and brushed his torso off as he was shirtless. Shifuyu pushed Tabane off and glared at the hyper female. What are you doing here, Tabane? How did you find me? Shifuyu asked, crossing her arms. "'Cause I'm a genius, hello. Also I am here to stay with you guys." "What makes you think we have room?" Shifuyu asked, crossing her arms. "That we would take you in." "Ah, that's so mean, Chi-chan. Come on, Issei-kun. Please let me stay here." Issei sighed. "Why are you here, Bane, for real? You have been hiding away from many years now, I assume, working on that Iron Knight project you were talking about. Why the sudden resurgence?" Bane frowned. "These group of meanies came to my lab and started trashing the place. They were trying to steal all of my data and research. I luckily escaped using my own personal Iron Knight, or I.K for short." "Aha," Issei said, crossing his arms. "So I came here knowing you were a devil. Surely it would be okay, right? Please, please, please." She begged with her smiling face. Issei sighed. "What do you need exactly? Just a bedroom?" "No, of course not," she said with a smile. "I want to continue my work here, of course." Issei raised a brow at her and crossed his arms. "We need to have a talk, Bane, before I decide on that answer, because you may not want to stay here," he said, walking off into his house, motioning for them both to follow. They followed him into the lab where Issei took a seat on his big supervillain chair, turning to face Bane. "The Cows Brigade has attacked the three factions, devils, angels and fallen angels, on multiple occasions, due to events within the last couple months, which include the death of many of my childhood friends. I formed a kill squad, to put it plainly. Basically, my entire group is off to kill the Cows Brigade and anyone else who opposes peace. While this isn't the term we use publicly, it's pretty much the general idea regardless. Due to our group, we are a target for the Cows Brigade and anyone who wants to take us out of the picture so they can cause problems. If you stay here, you would be a target as well. Sorry about the loss of your friends, but I assure you, I can take care of myself. I really want to stay here, Issei-kun. Please?" Issei put his lips on his fist, deep in thought. "On one condition." "Yes, Issei-kun?" she asked sweetly. "You join my peerage, my group, and assist us in cleansing the world from evil." Bane was surprised at this, but she smiled. "All right, I will get a use out of my research then." "Wonderful," Issei said, tossing her a pawn that he had in his pocket. "What would you need to get back on your research?" "That big supercomputer behind you would put me back on track in no time. I would also need to build some machine tools, but that computer behind you would work," she said, putting the piece into her chest before her devil wings appears. "Oh, shiny. All right. Well, this is my research computer and the computer that starts up programs, including ones that work on the genetic research projects. If you can take the data from the computer, put it on a laptop and hook up the laptop to do the same things, the computer is all yours," Issei said, leaving the room. "I need to shower as I smell right now. I'll see you two later. Go ahead and catch up," Issei yelled behind him as he entered the elevator and went to the floor with the large bath. He immediately undressed and climbed into the water, cleaning himself quickly. 10 minutes after Issei left, Shifuyu left Bane in the lab as Bane got to work on what Issei wanted. She decided to go join Issei in the bath, a perverted smile on her face as she exited the elevator. She immediately saw what was played out before her. Issei was currently sitting on one of the poolside beds, though this one was not made of all plastic. It was actually plastic mold with a cushion used on chairs. It was a high-quality one. Then next to him was a hologram showing a recording of Shifuyu masturbating the week prior. He was also jerking himself off, she finally getting to see how big he was when he was irked, which was a very impressive size. About 8 inches in length with a nice girth as well. She undressed herself quickly once an idea formed into her head, giving her a very predatory look. She approached Issei from behind and knelt to his right, smiling as she wrapped a hand around his wrist and stopped his ministrations to himself. He finally woke from his own enjoyment to look at the smiling Shifuyu, who gripped his in left hand, stroking him up and down now. "Big muscles, and a big D-dash," she said with a sultry voice as she dragged her tongue from his abs up to his pecs and then with a lick to his neck before kissing his lips. "I think it's time for you to get some new material, because this is definitely not good enough for a man like yourself." She replied as she began to straddle him, lining up his D with her own PP, which was wet with her own excitement from seeing Issei do such vulgar things. Issei, however, pushed her off of him and gripped her hair, pulling her down back to her knees before he placed his D near her lips. She reached out with her lips and tongue to touch his D, but she smirked and pulled her head back by her hair. "You want this D, don't you?" Shifuyu responded with her tongue out and attempting to lick his D, which was only an inch away, but he kept her at bay. "Then you beg your master, don't you?" he said, smiling at her. She noticed that his eyes were glazed with lust. She had caught him on a day where he had finally began to release all the pent-up desires and wants that a 17-year-old boy would have after never having time to yourself. Especially considering the company he kept. "Please let me SCK your D say," Shifuyu said, her voice needy and wanting. He pulled back on her hair gently as a scolding before she whined. "Please let me SCK your D, master," she replied, and with that, he released her. Shifuyu, like a vacuum, eased into her wanting mouth, her head bobbing up and down lewdly as she slurped on him. Issei leaned over and tied both of her hands behind her back right above her bottom. He then smacked her bare bottom once, which got a lewd from Shifuyu, who kept up her ministrations with fervor. Issei laid back and relaxed, though his sharp intakes of breath, small ums and gasps were still heard, which gave Shifuyu great pleasure to know she was having this effect on him. He even pat her head sometimes. All the while, the video was still of Shifuyu masturbating, which was a turn-on for Shifuyu as well. Vale returned about an hour after Tabane arrived at the house, so when she arrived in the lab, spotting Tabane was surprising, but Tabane introduced herself. Vale asked where Issei and the others were, and she replied the last known location was the bath. Vale nodded and took the elevator down, only to come upon a lewd scene. As she watched as the black-haired female, Shifuyu, was slurping on Issei like a popsicle. "What's going on here?" Vale asked, giving Issei a stuck smile. "What does it look like?" "Shifuyu is servicing her master," he said, patting Shifuyu on the head for doing a good job. With this information, Vale grinned and approached Issei and Shifuyu before looking over at the video. "Oh my, pawn, huh? I think it's only fair you get some better pawn than this, Issei," she said seductively as she stripped down naked and began to crawl on top of Issei. Before she could place her hand on Issei pushed her off gently to the side and shook his head. "Sorry, you don't get to have me right now. I haven't forgotten nor forgiven your actions earlier." Vale pouted and gave him the pouty lips. "I've changed. I joined you side and your peerage. That doesn't make up for your actions against me, Azazel, or anyone for that matter. You still committed a crime and you must be punished for it," Issei said. Vale frowned and began putting on her panties, but Issei gripped her hair and yanked her, though gently, away from her underwear. She ended up falling on top of Issei, though sideways with her legs to his left and her head to the right. "I never said you can leave. You will stay here and will accept your punishment. I own you, Vale," Issei said, though the last part was very throaty and stuck. Vale pushed herself away from him and glared. "I am owned by no one." Issei, however, would have none of this and grabbed her once again, pushing her to her knees with her head placed next to Shifuyu's. He gently tapped Shifuyu's head and she came up and began to take deep breaths, before smiling at Issei. There was a thick strand of saliva connecting them and she looked up at him with lust and esping. Several spanks to her bottom had reaffirmed his ownership of her body. While he may own Shifuyu in the bedroom, they were still equals outside of it, especially in battle even if he was stronger. She may be SBMSSV to him elsewhere, but she was equals to him regardless unless it was in the bedroom, so to speak. Vale struggled against Issei's grasp on her hair, her hands grasping at his own, but he didn't budge. He quickly wrapped his legs around her waist before grabbing her hands and putting them behind her back. He summoned from his chest in his bedroom a pair of dragon restraining ropes. They were made of dragon-slaying material, which hampered a dragon's strength. He quickly tied her wrists behind her back before also tying her ankles to her wrist, albeit separately. He then forced her onto her knees where she looked at him with anger and lust at the same time. "I own you," Issei repeated, giving her a smile as he patted her cheek. Valley growled at him and snapped her teeth at him, which he responded with a sharp smack, though not too harsh, on her cheek. No. He smiled and turned to Shifuyu. Come here and come give master some love, he said. Shifuyu climbed on top of his body, her large melons pressed against his chest as she began to make out with Issei, her hands lovingly touching his strong arms and his chest, as she hummed in happiness. Valley was forced to watch as Issei and Shifuyu made out heatedly before he gently moved her off. He laid her on her back on the pool bed. Show me that beautiful pee-pee you have, he ordered, though his tone was not harsh, just firm. Shifuyu responded with her legs being spread wide, her hands holding onto her legs as she unashamedly gave him a great view of herself. Issei smiled and leaned over her, his D hovering above her wet slit as he began to rub her pee-pee with his right hand, smiling down at his miming Issei. Who owns you? You do, master, Shifuyu said as she bit her lip. That's right. Have you been a naughty girl? Yes, master, I've been very naughty. She hummed loudly as two of his fingers entered her wet slit. Why were you so naughty? I'm always a naughty, master, she said, stuttering cause of I've been thinking of my junior with such lewd thoughts when I am much older than he is, she said, looking up at her master with lust. Oh my, such naughty thoughts. You know what happens to naughty girls, don't you? They get punished, master. Punish me for being such a bad girl, Shifuyu said, her regal tone lost for one bit of lust. Issei smiled and picked her up by her hair and stood up before dragging her over towards nearby table, before he released her. Bend over the table and spread your feet, he ordered. She complied and placed her face down onto the glass. Valley, on the other hand, was watching and squirming, sitting back as she dripped onto the ground below her. The sight of Issei being rough with Shifuyu was grating on her. She was so horny and she had wanted to be with Issei for a long time. Issei, however, paid no attention to her because she wasn't being a good girl and obeying him. Issei smacked her bottom gently, giving her a warning. You will keep your legs spread and keep yourself on your tippy toes, he said. Being on your tippy toes while bent over, put your rear up higher for better spankings. If your legs clench together or you go back to the ball of your feet, your punishment will be extended, Issei said. With his instructions out of the way, he swung his hand down hard and smacked her bottom with a loud smack, forcing a loud cry of pain and pleasure to come from Shifuyu's mouth. He continued to spank her for 10 hits, in which she took them all and obeyed his wishes, never once going from her tippy toes. His powerful hands made her bottom bright red from his spanks, and she was very wet from her punishment. Issei kissed her cheek. Good girl. Issei gently began to pull Shifuyu away from the table and back to the table when Tabane appeared from the elevator with a smile. You guys were gone for so long, so I decided to come and check in on you. Chichan, your butt is all red. It's so yummy looking. I want a taste, she cried, quickly running over while stripping, except she left her mechanical bunny ears on. As she came running for Shifuyu, who was currently on her knees with her head resting on the comfy pool bed, Issei got behind Shifuyu and began to rub her pee-pee gently, smiling at her as he rewarded his obedient servant for her obedience. He knelt down and began to nibble and lick at her pee-pee, his tongue prodding at her CLT, which Shifuyu had let out a loud lewd in response. Tabane whined and kneeled next to Issei. Ise-kun, let me have a taste, please. I've always wanted to have this again after I had it my first time, said, whining. Issei pulled away from cave diving in Shifuyu's pee-pee, smirking as he began to rapidly finger Shifuyu, looking at Tabane. She's occupied at the moment. You spanked her, didn't you? Tabane said, biting her lip as she began to nibble on Issei's neck. That makes me so hot. I kinda want my spanking from you. Please, Sama? She said, trying to sound stuck. She was also feeling very horny, especially after witnessing her beloved Shifuyu in such a position. She knew appealing to Issei's dominant personality would get her some relief, though she didn't expect what he did to her next. Issei responded with grabbing her hair and forcing her onto her back before he placed his D on top of her lips. Start servicing, Issei said to Tabane, his tone leaving no refusal available. Tabane responded with how forceful Issei was, So she began to sit on his D with happiness, as he hands fondled his jewels. Issei continued with liking and sking Shifuyu's PP, his mouth sking, liking on her lips or her CLT, or just diving in entirely. Valley on the other hand was now rubbing her soaked PP on the bed's arms, trying to find relief for the fire in her loins. After Issei had devoured Shifuyu's PP and gotten her to come twice from his tongue alone, he pulled back and stood up, removing himself from Tabane's eager mouth. Issei smiled at Valley and grabbed her ropes and forced her back to a kneeling position and looked at Shifuyu. Go and make sure Valley is nice and snug. Make sure she can't relieve herself. You may tease her all you wish. He grinned to Shifuyu, who nodded and grabbed Valley and sat with Valley kneeled in between her legs. She began to roam her hands on Valley's naked body as Issei picked up Tabane and looked at her, before sking on her massive boobs. Tabane let out a lewd as Issei sd on her left melons, using his teeth to nip and pull on her NPL while his other hand groped, squeezed, pinched to his heart's content. She placed her hands behind her back as she saw that both of the other girls were restrained, so she allowed Issei to do whatever he wanted. Tabane was attracted to the boy as well, and it was only after going through his data files and learned about him, watching him fight with Riser, Valley, Ophis and the Cows Brigade that she began to lust for him. She didn't really feel love at the moment, but there was a crush there. She saw how strong his determination was to fix the world. So she was quite satisfied with letting Issei devour her body, despite being as old as Shifuyu is. She was okay with the younger man ravaging her. In fact, she craved it. Issei released Tabane and smiled before he smacked her bottom harshly, which forced Tabane to collapse on top of Issei with an. Her body was a pale white, so the red marking on her bottom came very early and was very visible. Issei smiled and wrapped his legs around her legs and placed his weight on the middle of her back, pinning her down before he smacked her bottom again hard, which got a cry of pain from the girl. Please be gentle, Issei-sama. I'm sorry for being a naughty bunny. I'm sorry for trying to intrude on your time with Shifuyu. I'm sorry, Issei-sama. I'm sorry for wanting to pleasure Shifuyu and not you from the start. Please forgive me, Issei-sama. Tabane cried out as she was being spanked. Issei stopped her spankings for a moment as he pondered if he was okay with her calling him Issei-sama, but shrugged and continued spanking her. He gave her 15 spankings and Tabane was whining in pain before looking up at Issei. I'll be a good bunny for you, Issei-sama. I promise. Can I please Issei your D-dash? She asked sweetly. He nodded and moved off of her, which she scrambled next to him, her bottom of the left of his torso as she began to slurp on his D hungrily, making sure to use her tongue to pleasure the tip. Issei watched Shifuyu with a smile, his eyes on her while she watched Tabane slurp on him hungrily. Issei began to yawn softly, his release coming so he gently moved Tabane off of him, though she whined in unhappiness. A glare from him shut her up. Get over here, he said, looking at Shifuyu as he placed Tabane on her knees. Shifuyu scrambled away from Valley, who watched as Issei stood up before the two older women, as he rubbed his D-dash. Shifuyu and Tabane pressed their large melons together as they looked up at Issei's hungrily. Soon enough, they ummed as they felt Issei's hot sticky cum cover their faces, before getting in their hair and coating her chests. They both began to make out heatedly as they felt Issei's seed come once again, coating their hair even more so and the sides of their faces as they continued to make out and grope each other's chests with eagerness. Such good girls. Do you girls want anything? He said with a smile, his D hardening again. Shifuyu ummed softly and released Tabane's lips. Can you F me, master? I want you to shoot your seed into me. Please, master? She begged. Tabane nodded and smiled. Me too, Issei-sama. Please come into my pages. Issei picked Shifuyu up gently and placed her on her knees with her face on the cushion. She was looking to the left and slightly behind her, though she could not see much of Issei. She ummed loudly as she felt Issei's large D ram itself into her sini, before he quickly began moving back and forth inside of her. Shifuyu ummed lewdly as Issei rammed into her like a jackhammer, not even going gentle for her first time with his length, but she didn't care. Her master was finally inside of her and she loved it. Tabane was kneeling next to them, keeping Valley on her knees. Valley was glazed over with lust, struggling to get out of her bonds to rub herself, but she was unable to. There were tears in her eyes from frustration, but no one paid any attention to her. The others girls got all the fun but not her. Issei continued to ram into her, while Shifuyu had already cummed 3 times as he was inside of her. Her eyes were rolled into the back of her head as her mouth hung open and her tongue was sticking out of her, as only ems could be heard from her. Issei groaned loudly and pushed himself in deep of his servant, before coming for his second time tonight. He groaned as he pumped her full of his seed before he pulled out of her. She continued to remain in her spot, unable to move while she was knocked out from how rough he was. Tabane was moved to the table nearby, and when he rammed into her, she let out a squeal of pleasure, her bottom bouncing with each move as he rammed her just as hard as he did Shifuyu. He held Tabane down.